The darkness is crushing, a suffocating void that just eats up all the light. And down below, the floor is just drenched in fresh blood, a brutal sign of what just went down, leading to a busted railing. Then, out of nowhere, Seola Y steps into view, her golden eyes absolutely blazing with fury, just locking onto the guy crumpled at her feet. Her face is just twisted with pure, raw anger as she snarls, "I asked you a question." She doesn't even wait for an answer, just whips out her sword, the blade screaming from its sheath in a lightning-fast swing. Just like that, Yang Cheon-ku is down, sprawled out on the bloody floor, his body showing exactly how hard he just got hit. And the wall behind him? It's just totally cracked, a silent scream from the sheer force of the blow. He's gasping, fighting for every single breath, his body just a broken mess against the brutal stone wall. She's just standing there, taking it all in, like she's seen this kind of destruction a million times before. But who would have guessed, this seemingly calm warrior was actually the direct bloodline disciple of the legendary Sword Supreme. Her golden eyes are practically burning, and with two blades ready, you can practically feel the raw power radiating off her. Could someone this powerful actually unleash a storm of glowing slashes, just tearing through hordes of shadowy demonic humans with insane speed? She's a total blur, a literal whirlwind of steel and light, just absolutely wrecking everything in her path. The air is practically exploding with energy, as her insane attacks just carve through everything. That she could literally slay hundreds of demonic humans, leaving behind a field of glowing swords, a monument to her absolute, overwhelming power. Seola Y is absolutely ready to throw down, her platinum blonde hair whipping around as she clutches two glowing blades, pure power radiating off her. Someone out there is absolutely floored, thinking, wait, she did that with just one attack. And just like that, the divine blade, Y Seola, explodes into action, absolutely shredding through a horde of shadowy figures with her glowing, unstoppable blades. Because she is the one who slays. Then, with a blinding flash and a massive kwang, her attack detonates, sending blood and energy flying everywhere. She emerges from the chaos, absolutely triumphant, her enemies nothing but scattered shadows around her. Then, with a powerful quadjik, she grips her glowing golden sword, already winding up for another devastating blow. A massive chwaak of golden energy erupts, as she absolutely obliterates even more enemies. And just like that, she's standing tall again, the heavenly sword, a living legend of pure, unadulterated power. Her golden eyes are absolutely blown wide open, pure shock hitting her like a truck as the insane truth about who utterly annihilated the great orthodox demon finally hits. But then, we cut to Yang Cheon-ku, and his face is just pure, unadulterated anguish, tears mixing with the blood on his cheeks. Seola Y pulls him into a desperate, heartbreaking embrace, her soul just aching for him, knowing he's still asking himself, where did my conscience even go? She gently cups his face, her eyes pleading with him to feel just one tiny atom of guilt, but he can't even speak, his vocal cords are totally wrecked. He clutches his head, and then, bam. A sinister, glowing purple energy just explodes from his eyes, hinting at the dark power raging inside him, and then this grotesque, pulsating heart, wrapped in dark, shadowy tendrils, just starts beating with this heavy, ominous rhythm. That terrifying thrumming just echoes through the suffocating darkness, getting louder and louder. Still trapped by that sinister purple energy, a dark, pulsating heart beats within him, but he's completely frozen, realizing that this bind is holding him back. But Seola, her face twisted in pure desperation, knows this is their last chance. She knows everyone wants him gone, but if he'd just let her help, she'd do anything to save him. Clinging to him, her voice breaks as she pleads, so please. Tears stream down her face as she holds him tight, a silent scream of her pain. He stares at her, a thought sparking in his mind, is her desperate plea actually fueled by the hatred she has for the demonic humans he captures? As rose petals fall around him, he quietly considers it just might be. He's trying to figure out why she's so mad, and it hits him, it's gotta be about the legendary meteor blade, Jang Xianyan. Maybe it's a flashback, a serene moment where he and Seola Y were just chilling under cherry blossoms before her fiancé got snatched by demonic humans, a trauma that clearly still haunts her. But even knowing this, Yang Cheon-ku just can't help but scoff, thinking her rage is totally absurd, like, is that really all it takes to get her this mad? Then the scene changes, a brutal impact, and he's down, defeated, with her eyes just burning holes through him. He's totally tied up, helpless, just taking her furious glare, feeling the full force of her judgment. Her voice, dripping with pure bitterness, just slices through the silence, wishing she'd known how truly evil he was from the start. Tears are just pouring down her face as she drops the ultimate truth, she totally regrets not taking him out the first time they crossed paths. Her hand is shaking, reaching out to his bound body, the burden of her past choice crushing her soul. A haunting thought reverberates, a desperate question of when they would finally grasp the truth, or a chilling realization that the past is a twisted, unrecognizable memory. This chilling thought plunges into a vivid memory, a bustling street scene from a forgotten era, where shadows of the past dance through a vibrant, lost world. Suddenly, a young Jiang Xianyan beams with innocent joy, but the towering figure beside him recoils in shock, uttering a desperate cry, "Where did I go wrong?" The vision shatters, plunging into a swirling abyss of dark smoke and ominous, ethereal particles. Then, from the depths of the void, Yang Qian-ku's voice rips through, a brutal internal confession. He's a traitor, a backstabber who betrayed countless and even turned on demonic humans. His self-condemnation intensifies, a chilling certainty that this agony is just karma's brutal reckoning. But elsewhere, Xiao La Wai is utterly consumed by her own torment, a ragged gasp tearing from her as she clutches her head. The crushing weight of her past and present colliding in a brutal, agonizing wave of realization. And there, young Qian-ku lies, slumped against the brutal stone of his cell, bound and utterly broken, his blood-streaked face a grim monument to the karma he believes he's earned. His hand shoots out, shaking violently as a guttural groan rips from his throat, all while Xiao La Wai's eyes blaze with an unholy light. His torment is so immense, it slams his hand onto the unforgiving stone. And a sinister crimson glow erupts from beneath his very touch. Young Qian-ku is absolutely writhing, screaming in silent agony. His hand is literally sinking into a pool of pure, black goo. This vile, inky blackness just keeps spreading, a terrifying testament to the curse's power. But wait, a shadowy figure, a woman with flowing dark hair, is watching from the sidelines, her finger pressed to her lips. And then, boom! A terrifying vortex of dark, swirling energy just explodes into existence. It's the heavenly demon's demonic chi, and it's now twisting around Yang Qian-ku's face. A chilling warning about betraying the demon cult rings out, but then a desperate plea cuts through the air, calling out to Yang Qian-ku, who's absolutely wrecked, bloodied, and his eyes are practically burning red. Xiao La Wai, with a look of pure desperation, reaches out to him, her voice cracking as she begs to know if he can even hear her anymore. Staring down at his broken body, she practically screams, "Why are you still pretending?" The noise in her head is so loud, she can barely hear herself think. Her hand trembles, reaching for his, a desperate question hanging in the air, as she practically begs him to stop hiding. What if? Then, the bombshell drops. Xiao La Wai, with a look of utter despair, reveals she wouldn't even care if he was her father's killer, asking if that would finally make him forgive her. She just stands there, frozen, her face a mask of pure anguish and a flicker of desperate hope. But from his broken mind, a dark, cynical thought cuts through, a dismissive, as if, because he's got a whole arsenal of excuses ready to go. A single, shimmering tear escapes Xiao La Wai's golden eye, a silent testament to her crushing heartbreak and the absolute pointlessness of her desperate plea. But for him, it's already over. There's absolutely no point left. The floor is absolutely drenched in blood, a chilling sign of the war tearing him apart from the inside. His hand, covered in his own blood, clenches tighter, a guttural cry tearing from his throat as he whispers, "I'm done." An absolute tsunami of despair crashes down, crushing him. His entire body contorting, ripping itself apart from the sheer force of his inner demons. The agony making him flinch back, a broken mess. His chest is absolutely shredded, blood exploding across his tattered clothes as the internal war rips him to pieces. Leaving him to scream internally, "Why did I live this kind of life?" He finally collapses, a broken heap, as Xiao La Wai kneels before him, her silent presence a desperate, unspoken question. She just watches, her face a mask of sorrow and fierce determination. His eyes, now blazing with an eerie purple glow, lock onto an unseen entity as a chilling voice reverberates through his very being. Beckoning him, "Brother." A grotesque, blood-soaked grin stretches across his face, a chilling testament to his inner hell. The voice commands him to be happy. But back in reality, Xiao La is right there, kneeling beside the broken young Qian-ku, her hand reaching for his, pleading, "Go Yang Chun," as he can only manage a broken whisper, "I'm sorry." His bloodied face tells the story of all the regrets, small and big, that have relentlessly built up to make his life what it is. Later, Xiao La is found alone, sitting in the cold, damp cavern, lost in thought, her eyes fixed on the ground. Then, a sudden splash breaks the silence as a foot hits the water, signaling someone's approach. Xiao La's head lifts, recognizing the familiar presence of Muyan, who has finally made his way back. A gentle voice cuts through the haze, demanding to know what he's doing, but all he can manage is a desperate, bloody apology. But then, a chilling, green-skinned specter with glowing eyes appears, towering over him, its silent gaze piercing right through his soul. The spectral being's stare burns into him, a silent judgment as a voice booms his name, Gu Yangchun. Then, a different vision, Xiao La Wai's worried face staring down, her voice a desperate plea, Gu Yangchun. Tears mix with the blood on his face, a raw, agonizing display of his inner turmoil. The crushing burden of his very being descends, a single, haunting thought, even this life. He stares at his hand, catching the drops, a voice taunting him, asking if those are tears, or just the rain. The voice persists, confirming his tears, then a haunting question follows, was the moon ever bright? He gazes into the downpour, a quiet, almost desperate affirmation escaping him, yes, it's up there. The vision intensifies. A bloodied figure, reaching out with a desperate plea, demanding to know what he's doing. His own scarred, trembling hand reaches out. And in a heartbreaking moment of pure longing, they embrace in the ruins. A mournful cry rips through the air, a raw sound of pure agony. But the vision reveals a shocking truth, this is Gu Yangchun of the Shangxi Jiyu clan. As they cling to each other, his form twists, his hair wild, his face a mask of torment. His eyes blaze with an unholy purple glow, reflecting a past life, a life lived before he plunged into the abyssal realm. Before he became the world's most hated demonic martial artist, he was just a disciple, a student, before his death. The purple fire in his eyes burns brighter, a silent, terrifying testament to the power awakening within. Just as the past was closing in, reality itself glitched, and he was slammed into a totally different scene. Out of nowhere, a kid pops up, staring him down, and just casually offers him a potato. This kid is seriously just holding out a giant potato, like it's the most normal thing ever. From intense past visions to this, Yang Cheon-ku's face is priceless, totally blindsided by the potato situation. He's just locked on the kid, then the potato, like, is this real life right now? The whole market scene just blurs out as he tries to compute this, and all he can manage is a stunned, what? Looking down, you can see them, a tiny island of weirdness in the middle of a busy market, the kid still offering the potato, and him still totally lost. Yang Cheon-ku's face is twisted in agony, blood dripping from his mouth, as he relives the instant he broke the heavenly demon's ultimate rule. His gaze locked in pure terror, a deep regret etched across his features. Then, a devastating, dark energy bursts from his chest, his heart literally exploding in a flash of power. He falls, utterly defeated, right into Xiao La Wai's arms, her embrace the final sensation before oblivion. He's absolutely convinced his life ended right then and there, held tight by her. But then, he presses a hand to his chest, and his heart is beating perfectly fine, like none of that ever even happened. What? The flashback hits hard, a raw, visceral memory, building up, twisting, and then just, stopping. He's face to face with a kid in crimson, and it hits him, this has to be his past, but is it even real, or just some twisted dream? His eye flares with a demonic red, and he's left with one burning question, but then why? Then, a stunning blonde steps into view, her voice soft as she asks, is this when I first met you? He glances at his foot, racking his brain for the memory, muttering, wait, what did I even say back then? Suddenly, he's being cradled by the blonde, the kid watching the whole thing unfold. Her expression a mix of shock and panic, Still held tight, the kid's eyes locked onto their every move. When the kid's voice rips through the flashback, yelling at him, Gu Yangchun, what are you doing, you don't touch your elders. Trapped in a brutal memory, he stands, bloodied and intense, the weight of his past crushing down. A sudden realization hits him, a forgotten declaration echoing in his mind as he clutches his head. But even amidst the pain, a wry smile plays on his lips, a chilling acknowledgement of the deep regrets that haunt his dreamscape. Then, a jarring shift. A younger Yang Cheon-ku, radiating pure innocence, offers a potato to a hesitant girl, completely unaware of the chaos to come. With an adorable, mischievous grin, he stakes his claim, these are all mine. His tiny hand grips the steaming potato, a moment of pure, unadulterated anticipation. Crunch. A searing heat explodes in his mouth, sending a shockwave of pain through him as he lets out a hilarious "ouch." His face contorts in utter disbelief, the potato still burning his tongue, while the young girl beside him absolutely loses it, roaring with laughter. She can't stop, doubled over in hysterics, pointing out his bright red, potato-scorched face. A young voice cuts through the past, pulling him deeper into the memory. His childhood companion, Muyan, rushes over, totally freaking out, like, where did you even go, young master? The older Yang Cheon-ku remembers this era, a time when he was still just young master in his innocent childhood. Muyan, totally relieved, confesses he was worried sick, thinking his young master was lost. But young Yang Cheon-ku is already on to the next thing, offering a honey cookie to a cute blonde girl, who's just staring at it with pure curiosity. He yelps, snatching his hand back, clearly burned, while the girl just laughs, finding his pain absolutely hilarious. Still nursing his burnt hand, he tries to play it cool, claiming the honey cookie is proof she really wants it. Muyan just stares, totally bewildered, like, wait, the honey cookie. Young Yang Cheon-ku dramatically holds up the glowing, steaming cookie, announcing it's the absolute last one. He's got that confident smirk, offering up a glowing treasure, totally sure of himself. Yang Cheon-ku just laughs, like, yeah, I got a potato, but this shiny thing? It's all I got for you. And check out those sparkles. The air around it is practically vibrating with magic. While Jang Xianyan, the little girl, is absolutely blown away, eyes wide with shock, gasping because, seriously, she's never gotten anything like this before. Then her face just lights up with pure happiness, totally mesmerized by how much this thing shines. She lets out this adorable little shriek, just bursting with excitement. Muyen's just standing there, looking totally confused as she reaches for it, and she's still making happy little noises. But then, out of nowhere, her grandfather bursts into the scene, looking super worried and yelling her name. He just scoops her up in a huge hug, so relieved to have her safe. He clutches her tight, a wave of relief washing over him as he sternly reminds her to never, ever let go of his hand. But Jang Xianyan just flashes a bright smile, hoisting up a basket of potatoes and declaring that it's all good, and the potatoes are definitely not the issue here. But he's not letting it go, demanding to know if she's injured anywhere, and she just brushes it off, saying she's totally fine, even as he lectures her about how easily accidents can happen. Then, his eyes lock onto the glowing object in her grasp, and his expression shifts to pure, unadulterated shock. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon-ku observes from afar, a deep, calculating look in his eyes as he processes the grandfather's stunned reaction. Still clutching Jang Xianyan, the grandfather demands to know about the mysterious item, his voice practically vibrating with worry. Jang Xianyan gazes up at him, her innocent question hanging in the tense atmosphere. Muyen, ever vigilant, also presses her on where she got it, but Jang Xianyan just shrugs, saying she doesn't know its name, only that it was a gift. The grandfather, still holding her tight, breathes a sigh of relief that she wasn't offended by the gift, a feeling echoed by Yang Cheon-ku and Muyen, who are still watching the whole family drama unfold. Yang Cheon-ku is chowing down, telling everyone it's cool, he's just showing some gratitude. Their hands meet in a solid, decisive clasp. Dude was just hungry, and thankfully, he got a potato mantu to absolutely demolish. He's got the final piece of that delicious potato mantu. And then, he offers it up to the old man, like, you gonna take this or what? Grandpa's got a big smile, and their hands connect, a silent agreement. But check out Xianyan. She's absolutely hyped, totally mesmerized by that super shiny, glowing thing. But the grandfather's like, no way. This thing is too valuable. Then he starts thinking about what's next. Yang Cheon-ku's watching, and Muyen drops a truth bomb, she's not a kid anymore, boss. The grandfather's mind is blown, his face contorted in pure shock as he grapples with some insane revelation, muttering about the very fabric of reality and a desperate plea. But then, with a mysterious, glowing artifact in hand, Yang Cheon-ku drops a bombshell, revealing this as his ultimate answer. And just like that, with one last cryptic message, the grandfather makes his exit, leaving everyone stunned. Seo La Wai's eyes are practically burning, glowing with an insane hunger as she fixates on that mysterious object. With the glowing power source still in his grasp, she can't resist, her hand reaching out, practically vibrating with anticipation. Meanwhile, in a heartwarming moment, he's down on one knee, showering Jang Xianyan with potatoes, promising the little one an endless supply. But back to the grandfather, his face is now a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. And Muyen's jaw drops, a shocking truth hitting him like a truck, they've finally tracked him down. The camera pulls back, revealing a mysterious, ancient structure in the distance. Muyen and an old master stand side by side, locked onto something just out of frame. As a deep voice drops some serious lore about a legendary elder. Turns out, this elder was no joke. He was the actual leader of the Murim Alliance, like, until just a minute ago. And get this, he was one of the three Supremes. The absolute strongest in Murim, a total nightmare for the Orthodox factions, they called him the Sword Supreme. With eyes blazing purple, the absolute legend drops his name, I'm Biogun. His sword, practically humming with raw power, is a clear sign of his insane strength. And now everyone's asking, what in the world is the Sword Supreme up to? Grandfather is absolutely baffled, pointing a finger and demanding to know what they're even doing in this crazy place. Muyen, looking totally serious, fires back, claiming that even in a dream, she nearly bit the dust. Suddenly, the scene is bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Muyen, clutching a basket of fruit, just stares, clearly still reeling from whatever just went down in her head. But Yang Cheon-ku, he just flashes a casual smirk, totally unfazed by all the drama. Then, from the chaos of the market, a voice cuts through the noise, telling the young master it's time to head back to base. And just like that, they're strolling through the bustling market, Muyen and Yang Cheon-ku navigating the throngs of people. She gives the nod, confirming their plan to head back. Then, a wave of calm washes over everything, as a powerful thought echoes, all regrets are gone. A mysterious voice echoes, it's time to wake up now. The scene explodes into a dazzling field of flowers. Then blasts into an infinite, crystal clear sky. Muyen's sharp voice cuts through the silence, declaring their destination. Yang Cheon-ku just stares. His mind reeling from the intense vision, desperately wishing this nightmare would just vanish. But then, a terrifying realization hits him, what if this isn't just a dream? Is this chilling vibe, this overwhelming sense of dread, somehow linked to the legendary heavenly demonic cult? A mysterious voice whispers in his head, utterly captivated by the idea. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful aura hits him, and Yang Cheon-ku spins around to confront his second eldest sister, Gu Yanseo. She throws some shade his way, totally calling him out for showing up instead of bailing like he usually does. She just walks right through, and everyone clears the path, her sheer power making them move. Meet Flame Sword Gu Yanseo, his second eldest sister, and she's no joke. He gets it now, she's the one with all the power here, and that's exactly why everyone's gathered. But wait, there's an even bigger reason for this whole meetup, the freakin' clan head is coming. She stands next to him, then looks over, her eyes practically screaming, what are you up to now? He's facing off against his second eldest sister, Gu Yanseo, and she's laying down the law, if you're even thinking about pulling some non-heroic stunt, just stop right now. She just turns her back, dropping a savage, and just get lost, seriously. With Muyin just chilling there, Gu Yanseo clarifies her whole vibe, look, I'm only here, cause I have to be, then drops the bomb, that's why I didn't even tell you. She's clearly annoyed, muttering, and yet, she wouldn't even show her face until now. Yang Cheon-ku, totally defeated, just sighs, yeah, my bad, and adds, I'll deal with the head later, promise. Gu Yanseo, still with Muyin, just deadpans, I'll apologize. But then, her calm facade absolutely shatters, and she lets out a furious yell, Jiyu Yangchuan. She's absolutely engulfed in a blazing, red-orange aura, charging like a maniac, the very ground exploding with fiery particles as she unleashes her power. Her eyes are practically burning with raw power, and she's closing in, a literal storm of fire and pure rage. Then, with an absolutely explosive impact, her fiery assault just obliterates the ground, leaving nothing but a smoking, scorched crater. Gu Yanseo is absolutely seething, her mind already made up, it's time to throw down, and she's actually looking forward to it. Her face twists into a furious snarl, a blazing red-orange aura of pure fire igniting around her, and she's about to unleash hell. I think I'm really going to get angry, she growls, and you know that's not a threat, it's a guarantee. She confronts Yang Cheon-ku head-on, her fiery power flaring, telling him to cut the coward act, but then she suddenly stops, a new plan forming. But before she can finish, Yang Cheon-ku's eye ignites with a terrifying crimson glow, ready to meet her challenge head-on. Then, bam. Gu Yanseo goes all out, summoning a massive, blazing horse of pure fire that charges with insane speed, ready to incinerate everything in its path. This fiery nightmare is closing in fast, and Yang Cheon-ku is right in its path. But wait, who's this? An old, bearded dude in fancy robes is watching the whole thing go down, totally confused about what's causing all this chaos. The scarred leader strides forward, pulling Yang Cheon-ku and his crew through the ancient courtyard. His eyes locked on something unseen. Yang Cheon-ku just stares, a silent challenge in his gaze. The scarred man's face is stone cold. Then, the scarred man drops a bombshell. Facing the patriarch head-on, Yang Cheon-ku fires back, demanding to know if he's got a sword unit ready to roll out and crush the enemy. The first heavenly star, back from the dead, and the heavenly sword unit are just chilling, waiting for anyone brave enough to step up and face them. And with that, the patriarch and his crew bounce, leaving the grand hall behind. The tension at this meal is so thick, you could cut it with a knife, and the silence is absolutely deafening. Seriously, this meal's vibe is just the absolute worst. He's so stressed, he can't even tell if he's eating with his mouth or his nose. Suddenly, the bearded elder cuts through the silence, casually dropping a hint that a little chat about the food would be nice, calling out the second child. Then, the elder pivots to Yang Cheon-ku, bringing up the rumors about his newfound passion for martial arts. And Yang Cheon-ku, without missing a beat, confirms, he had a small enlightenment. The elder gives a knowing nod, impressed by his rapid progress, and commends his dedication. Then, he drops another bomb, muttering how crazy it is that she's already at that level at her age. But Gu Yanseo, cool as ice, just shrugs it off, declaring it's a no-brainer with her heavenly talent and sheer devotion. Flashback. Or maybe a terrifying premonition. He's on the ground, bloodied, and some unseen force is screaming at him, demanding answers from Gu Yangchun. But snap back to reality. Yang Cheon-ku is watching Gu Yanseo, and he's thinking, whoa, she actually smiles. And it looks way better on her. But then, just as quickly, he's like, nope, never mind. I take it all back. Gu Yanseo cuts through the awkward silence, dropping a bombshell, so, I heard you were out on the streets, huh? He just stares at the table, totally avoiding eye contact. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. He lets out a confused, huh, like he was about to spill the beans, but then just, stops. Gu Yanxiu drops the real reason for the meeting. The clan head wants to talk to him after dinner. He figures, okay, so that's when he'll bring it up, as she calls him, young master. She wraps it up, telling him the clan head wants him to get some rest today, and then report to his room first thing tomorrow. A burning question ignites in his mind, demanding to know what's up with this insane change. Peering out from a window, he's totally lost in thought. The wild truth hitting him, this isn't some dream, it's real, and someone's talking about a companion. A raw surge of frustration or pure resolve clenches his fist, leaving him to just wonder, what if? Maybe. He's thinking about going full-on beast mode, believing he could take down the heavenly demon first, but then he's like, nah, that's just crazy talk, easily shut down. Silhouetted against a fiery, ruined world, he makes his epic declaration, he's got a new life, and he's gonna live it his way, becoming the one and only heavenly demon. The fiery, chaotic vision just amps up his resolve, a blazing promise to carve out his own destiny. And with a blazing red aura exploding around him, the heavenly demon stands absolutely dominant over the shattered city. Standing amidst the ruins of his past, he realizes he was the only one who could ever survive under these unforgiving heavens. Now, he sees he has no regrets left, but his dark past has opened his eyes to so many truths, making him feel completely reborn. The weight of his experiences has brought profound understanding, leading him to feel truly reborn. As he's ready to choose a new life, to become the heavenly demon, the most feared and worshipped demonic martial artist the world has ever known. Every loss, every gain, he'll use it all to forge the destiny he craves. He can't stand this uncertainty. And he absolutely refuses to repeat his past mistakes. So first, he's making his move. Yang Cheon-ku is absolutely crackling with raw power, engulfed in a storm of red lightning and a menacing dark aura. This insane energy then focuses, condensing into a supercharged, glowing orb right in his hand. The orb practically explodes with fiery light, radiating an otherworldly, intense glow. A subtle, almost chilling smile creeps onto his face as he stares down at the orb, thinking about how this is just a fraction of the power he's managed to unlock. Suddenly, a flashback hits, showing Gu Yanxiu with an identical, glowing orb, and he's totally owning up to the regrets of his past choices. Meanwhile, the orb in his grip just keeps pumping out that powerful, crimson energy. The sheer force around him goes absolutely wild, catching the eye of someone hidden, who's left wondering what in the world he's doing. He flashes back, recalling the burning ambition he once held, believing he could unleash fiery power. The moment he hit 4-star status. But then, something shifted, and he just gave up on that 4-star dream. And the harsh truth. Right now, he's stuck as a measly 1-star. But a fierce determination ignites in his eyes as he conjures a pulsating orb of raw, dark power in his hand. He knows he's got to siphon every ounce of internal energy, fast, and channel it all into this orb. His gaze burns with intense focus. He's got to forge his own path, unlike his brutal past, no more relying on the demonic beast's power. His mission is crystal clear, it's all about boosting his own power. He's on his knees, shirtless, a raw, crackling energy orb manifesting between his hands, its insane red and orange glow lighting up his face as he pushes past his limits. The sheer, brutal effort forces a single thought to the front of his mind, a stark realization, this problem. His face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated agony, sweat pouring down, a thin line of blood escaping his lips as he grinds through the pain. Still shirtless, Yang Cheon-ku sits cross-legged in a simple room, that internal energy orb now a steady, vibrant beacon between his palms, the very air around him vibrating with its power. The terrifying truth of this power-up attempt hits him, that if I try more, I might actually die. The internal pressure goes absolutely ballistic, his body arching back in a silent, primal scream, eyes wide with the sheer, mind-bending force threatening to rip him apart. He's brutally honest about his current power level, admitting, with my abilities right now, using internal energy isn't easy. Totally spent, he collapses onto his side, gasping for air, the terrifying specter of energy deviation flashing through his mind. But then, despite all the pain and the danger, a wide, almost insane grin spreads across his face, a defiant, unbreakable declaration of his will. Bloodied but unbowed, his face has undergone a shocking transformation, new, almost ethereal beauty that even he can't deny, thinking, dude, I've actually gotten really pretty. And just like that, the raw, fiery internal energy coalesces into a pulsating orb. He feels that undeniable surge of power, leveling up from E stage to a D rank, a massive leap he can't help but punctuate with a triumphant, HA. Gazing out at the sprawling metropolis, he makes a silent vow to himself, no stopping now. We're going step by step. He's determined to forge a completely different path this time, one free from the crushing weight of his past regrets, all for the sake of his epic future. Under a clear, bright sky, a small bird chirps, a serene moment before the storm of his new destiny. Ugh. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit, every muscle screaming in protest. Seriously, how is he getting this shredded, this fast, just from a little training? It's insane. Totally wiped out, he collapses onto the mat, trying to catch his breath after that brutal session. Standing tall, he's already planning his next move, thinking this is just day one, and he's gonna shed some serious weight. Clutching a mysterious glowing item, he's got a meeting with the clan head later, but first. It's back to the grind. More training, no breaks. But wait, who's this? His second eldest sister, Yanseo, pops up, flashing him a super sweet smile. He's caught off guard, looking down, probably wondering what she's up to. And she's just radiating pure happiness, totally beaming at him. What's her deal? He's on the ground, absolutely wrecked from his training, when suddenly, a voice slices through the air, screaming his name with pure shock, demanding to know what in the world he's been up to. Out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what someone's even looking at. Then hitting them with the classic, "Aren't you going home yet?" all while a tiny, mysterious crystal starts glowing in the endless night sky. But the guy staring up just shakes his head, whispering, "That's no star." And then, wait, was that thing there before? Then, his eyes go wide, a choked sound escaping him, as the mysterious glow starts doing something seriously weird. And then, just like that, Yang Cheon-ku is suddenly thrown into an absolute inferno of fire and rubble, fists clenched, ready to throw down against whatever just crashed the party. And what's he facing? A colossal, reptilian nightmare with glowing eyes and teeth like daggers, tearing through everything, its terrifying roar shaking the very ground. Because monsters weren't just appearing, they were literally ripping through the fabric of reality, pouring out of a massive, glowing rift in the sky. A shimmering, crystalline rift just rips open in the cosmic expanse, a gateway to another dimension. This terrifying phenomenon. It was also known as the Gate of the Demon Realm. And to combat the threats it unleashed, each sect worked tirelessly to raise the only weapons capable of fighting against these monstrous invaders. These specialized warriors. They were known as sword units. Their existence was paramount, because every single sect needed them to survive this brutal onslaught. And get this, the Gu clan. They proudly maintained 5 sword units. Gu Yanseo, my second eldest sister, was one of those formidable sword units. And me, Gu Yangchun, her younger brother. I was also designated as a sword unit. That was where my path diverged, as I was brutally struck down. And she just watched. It was then that I formally met my eldest sister, encountering her after the ritual had concluded. 1 year later, the truth is begging to be revealed. Gu Yanseo looks up, desperate for answers, desperate for help. But then, her eyes drop into a chilling void, hinting at something far more sinister. Then, out of nowhere, a familiar face pops up, and she's all smiles, reaching out, dropping a casual, "Hey, we meet again." Inside a classic chamber, Gu Yangchun, rocking a killer red robe, looms over her, while she's stuck kneeling. He just stares down, a casual smirk on his face, and drops the line, "I did sleep well last night." Talk about chill. Her hand shoots out, a frantic gesture, as she yells, "Wait," with a shocked gasp. He flashes a huge, playful grin and snatches her arm, leaving her absolutely stunned. He lets out a soft, amused laugh, while she just stares, totally flabbergasted, whispering, "You're kidding me." His grip on her arm is firm, a total power move in this wild reunion. Someone's getting a serious dressing down, with a stern warning not to disrespect the young master. But just as things get heated, an ancient figure with a flowing white beard drops into a deep, respectful bow before Yangchun and Yanseo. Yangchun's totally caught off guard, his mind racing to figure out what this mysterious elder is even talking about. Yanseo, still on her knees, is totally bewildered, apologizing while trying to piece together what's even happening right now. The old man stays locked in his super deep bow, absolutely unmoving before the young master. Then, the elder finally speaks, dropping his name, Wai Mun, and he's pledging his personal service, all because of their kindness. He keeps going, admitting he might be weak, but he's promising to pour his entire being into serving them. The name Wai Mun hits Yangchun like a truck, and his face is pure confusion. Is this the Wai Mun, or some other dude entirely? Yanseo, still on her knees, gives a formal greeting to Wai Mun, accepting his unexpected introduction. His brain was short-circuiting, trying to process this insane pledge of service. He let out a frustrated groan, already convinced his life was completely screwed from the get-go. Lost in the massive courtyard, he just knew he was doomed from the start. He started wondering if this old dude had him confused with someone else, like some Wai Hyun Sup from the Wai clan, instead of the actual young master. A long, awkward, slipped out, as he struggled to find the right words. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with the steady swish of a broom. He just sat there, staring at the broom, a real, honest-to-goodness broom, sweeping the ground. Wai Mun, the old man, just kept sweeping, his back to Yangchun, cleaning that path like his life depended on it. His face was totally chill, a stark contrast to the absolute mess Yangchun's life was becoming. Wai Mun, ever the picture of calm, keeps sweeping the courtyard, completely unfazed, even as Yang Chun and a young woman are sprawled out, clearly injured. He coolly asks, Gu Yang Chun, what are you doing? The rhythmic swish of his broom the only sound. But then, a soft sniffle breaks the silence from the young woman. Yang Chun finally pushes himself up, his eyes immediately locking onto the young woman, who's also sitting up, being helped by another, and he demands. At chokes. His mind races, wait, she should have serious martial arts talent. How is she this weak? A brutal headache pounds in his skull. Ugh, my head. As the young woman gets to her feet, he questions her, Seo Jun, what are you doing? She just stares back, a confused escaping her. He pushes. Seo Jun drops a bombshell, revealing she's been ordered to stick to him like glue. Yang Chuan's jaw drops, firing back, who told you that, and Seo Jun just kinda shrugs it off with an, oh, alright. His mind races, thinking, wait, was that why Seo La pulling the strings? Then, a realization hits him, they're just trying to pawn him off. But the real drama unfolds as he confronts Seo Jun, demanding to know why his sister's actions are being documented so sloppily. He's not just worried about Gu Yanxiu, he's dropping hints about the Sword Supreme being under immense pressure. Then, with a triumphant grin, Seo Jun declares, mission accomplished. Meanwhile, Yang Chun is deep in his own head, brooding over everything that's just happened. Finally, he drops the heavy questions, does she even know what's going on, or is she just cold because so many servants are already gone? Seo Jun shows up to the room she was told to go to, only to find some discarded boots, and she's ready to figure out what in the world is going on. But hold up, because something is definitely off, and even the young master is asking himself, what in the world is happening right now? Then, the truth hits him like a truck, his sister, Gu Yanxiu, is tied up in the courtyard, with broken pots everywhere. But as he starts to walk away, Wai Mun shouts, desperate to stop him. Gu Yanxiu, still on the ground, yells, where do you think you're going, but he just tells her to chill out and wait for him to come back. Watching all this go down, Seojin's face shows pure shock. Taking it all in, she just gives a quiet, okay. And Wai Mun? He's just standing there, looking super worried about everything. Then, with a fierce look, Yang Chun tells Seo Jun to go find something to do, basically telling her to get back to work. He steps into the room, his eyes immediately locking onto a small child chilling on the floor. With a subtle, heh, he cracks open a wooden door, taking a peek inside. And Seo Jun? Oh, she's totally hyped, already planning to bring a treat and go all out. His face is a total poker face, just watching everything unfold. Suddenly, with a loud quang, the door slams shut. But Seo Jun? She's literally ecstatic, her face lighting up with pure joy. Meanwhile, Wai Mun is outside, watching the whole thing go down, a seriously worried look on his face as he grips his staff. He's totally thinking, whoa, this is getting way too scary. Yang Chun just walks off, leaving the building behind, muttering to himself about how they were never close and what he's even supposed to say now. Gu Yang Chun, still looking rough from his last fight, just watches as Seo Jun totally hypes up his command, her voice absolutely buzzing with excitement. She's practically bouncing, asking what he's even waiting for, totally hyped to get moving. But as he walks off, a dark thought hits him, he should have just died back there, avoiding all this new drama. He just stares off into space, thinking about all these new servants showing up. Over with Wai Mun, he's like, yeah, I already said hi to them this morning. Wai Mun, munching on a bun, is totally thinking about Yang Chuan's moves, like, I get what you're doing, and I appreciate the trust, but seriously, what's the real game here? He just keeps that thoughtful look, the gears in his head clearly turning. And then, with a sigh, he just says, I get it, I guess. Yang Chuan's mind is racing, his eyes fixed on something unseen. A memory flashes, a voice echoing, my father sent me here, knowing everything. Was someone important left behind? He pushes the thought away, a younger voice declaring, don't worry about my problems. Then, the bombshell, prepare for the Unified Dragon Assembly tomorrow. A past self, oblivious, simply replies, yes. I will do that. The past slams into the present, the name of the event ringing in his ears, the Unified Dragon Assembly. His face contorts in pure shock, the words barely escaping his lips, what was that again? The sheer magnitude of it hits him like a truck, the Unified Dragon Assembly. Yang Cheon-ku, face streaked with blood, makes a shocking demand, slit my throat right now. But a worried voice cuts through the tension, young master. The young man, now facing a massive complex, presses on, do you detest going to? They're in the bustling courtyard of the Unified Dragon Sect, where new sword unit members are being chosen, and someone asks, the Unified Dragon Sect isn't bad, is it? The response is a quiet, defeated, yeah. This massive, ancient complex is where it all started, the very foundation of the sect. He once dreamed of a tranquil life, content to be known as the demonic general, living out his days in peace, but everything changed after the Sage of the Heaven. A golden, ethereal landscape unfolds, but don't let the beauty fool you, this is where the chaos truly begins. It was a non-negotiable, ironclad rule: if you were from the Gu clan's direct bloodline, you had to be there for this epic event. Flashback to a younger Yang Cheon-ku, haunted by a chilling memory, someone telling him to just end it all, only for him to fire back, "You be dead." He's wrestling with the consequences, wondering if the clan head would even let him live, a frustrated tisk escaping his lips. But then, a new face. He's walking with the others, and there's Elder Lee, confirming his presence at the big gathering. Yang Cheon-ku's mind races, replaying Elder Lee's words, a tough warning about running away, but he sees the hidden worry beneath it all. Among all the powerful elders, Elder Lee was the one who truly shone, his presence radiating something special. The pressure is immense. A fiery red aura flares around Yang Cheon-ku as he grapples with being the only one left in his family, carrying the entire clan's honor and prestige on his shoulders. Yet, through it all, he holds deep gratitude for Elder Lee, even if the elder is always swamped with responsibilities. He flashes back to his father's brutal lessons and the endless punishments, but even then, he was always grinding, soaking up every bit of knowledge he could get. Even his old man, who barely noticed him, was blown away by how fast he mastered everything, even with all the tough love. He remembers being told to bounce, asking where they were headed, only to be told to just get out, ASAP. Strolling through the courtyard, a super cute girl, Seola, flashes him a dazzling smile, and he's totally mesmerized, thinking, how can anyone be this gorgeous? Suddenly, Manhwa pops up, asking if he's good to go, and he quickly apologizes, saying he was just trying to look after Seola, all while Elder Lee watches the whole scene unfold. He then glances at Seola, a worried look crossing his face, and asks if she's been up to mischief again. At the same time, a gentle woman pulls Seola into a warm hug, giving her some much-needed comfort. Seola is chilling with two other young girls, all rocking matching traditional outfits. You can see their tiny figures from the waist down, their robes swaying softly. Young Yang Cheon-ku looks up, totally zoned in. While Manhwa stares him down. A playful smirk spreading across her face. Then, she hits him with it, "Everyone says I'm super pretty." And with a cheeky grin, she challenges, "So what?" Yang Cheon-ku can't even look at her, internally admitting she really is pretty. She leans in, dropping the ultimate question, "Do you think I'm pretty too?" Her stance is unwavering. As Yang Cheon-ku's face absolutely explodes in a furious, blushing mess. She hits him with the ultimate question, and he's totally flustered, just wanting to get out of there. The carriage takes off, and she's absolutely loving the speed, totally hyped. This thing is flying. Seriously fast. She turns to him, dropping the question, "First time on a ride like this?" He's totally red-faced, admitting he only thought horses were for eating. She's just watching him, wondering about his training. He's still super embarrassed, confirming he's a pampered young master who's never left home. She tells him to catch some Z's on the 4-hour trip, and he's all for it, totally wiped out from training. He keeps going about his sleep, and then she drops the bomb, she was just messing with him. His face just gets even redder. Still reeling from her relentless teasing, he can only muster a bewildered, "Huh," as she shoves food at him, completely ignoring his protests. Manhwa, on the other hand, is just casually chowing down, not a care in the world. Later, as the carriage rolls on, she's totally chill, soaking in the quiet and ready to catch some serious Z's. But for Yang Cheon-ku, sleep is a distant dream, his eyes wide open with exhaustion. He lets out a tired cough, then it hits him, they're almost there. He asks Manhwa if they've already reached the legendary Heavenly Mountain. Her eyes pop open, a shout of "We're here," escaping her lips, the journey finally over. But even with their arrival, Yang Cheon-ku still looks absolutely drained, the fatigue etched onto his face. Above them, the vast night sky twinkles, a single shooting star blazing a trail across the cosmic canvas. And below, the vibrant, bustling lights of a grand city glow, marking the epic conclusion of their long trek. They made it. The journey's over, and the crew just rolled into a super lively town, absolutely buzzing with energy. Shaking off that travel fatigue, Yang Cheon-ku takes in the massive crowd, and someone in the background is already gossiping about another young master showing up. Even though he's totally wiped from the trip, he catches a voice from behind, calling out his fatigue. He spins around to find a super cheerful elder, grinning ear to ear, who immediately calls him out as the star of the Gu clan. He drops into a perfect formal bow, introducing himself as Gu Yang-chun of the Gu clan, totally matching the elder's respectful vibe. The elder, still beaming, immediately offers to show him to his room, knowing he's gotta be exhausted after that epic trip. But wait, from the shadows, a woman is totally scoping him out with an intense, suspicious stare, her mind already on Miss Gu, and a quiet, thoughtful, Yang Cheon-ku, sensing eyes on him, shoots a look back, and boldly states he's got no secrets to hide, throwing down a subtle gauntlet. Her piercing gaze doesn't let up, and that worry, that deep, unsettling concern, is still plastered all over her face. After a long trek, they finally hit their destination, a massive, traditional building with floors so shiny you could see your reflection. He steps right in, and Yang Cheon-ku is already moving through the epic entrance. But before he can even blink, Gu Yanseo is right there, eyes blazing with a purple aura, demanding to know what in the world Gu Yangchun is pulling. He tries to play it cool with a, "Hello, sister," but she's not having any of it, snapping back that he needs to cut the act and stop messing with her. Yanseo goes full-on rage mode, screaming that whatever mess he's in, he's not going to drag the family name through the mud. She demands he ditch Seo La Wai right now, because shaming their lineage is the ultimate disgrace. Trying to defuse the situation, Yang Cheon-ku promises his sister he'll be super quiet, like a total mouse, so she has absolutely nothing to worry about. But that just makes her even angrier, and Yanseo explodes, yelling that she wasn't worried about him in the first place. And as the drama hits peak levels, Yang Cheon-ku just casually yanks Seo La Wai closer by the head, leaving Yanseo absolutely floored by his audacity. Her voice, absolutely dripping with fury, slices through the tension, demanding to know what in the world Yang Cheon-ku thinks he's doing. She whips her head away in pure frustration, spitting out that old habits die hard and asking if he's seriously going to pull his usual stunts even in this place. With Seo La Wai still tucked close, he just stares back, completely unfazed, asking what in the world she's even talking about. A heavy sigh escapes her as she glances down, then back up, a raw flash of disappointment in her eyes, muttering that she truly thought he changed, but some people are just stuck in their old ways. The grand, ornate doors of the ancient building stand as a silent witness. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon-ku, now with Wai-mun and Seo-jun, can only scratch his head, wondering what in the world just set his sister off like that. Wai-mun quickly jumps in, apologizing for the drama and brushing it off as just typical brother-sister stuff, then urges them to get moving, insisting they must be exhausted. But Yang Cheon-ku cuts him off, asking if they can hit up another spot before heading straight there. Under the serene glow of the night sky, a massive, traditional building looms, waiting for their arrival. They've arrived. This place is huge, a massive traditional complex with roofs that just keep going up. And check out these cherry blossoms. They're absolutely stunning, making this already epic estate look even more incredible. Seo-jun is totally blown away, gasping at the size of this place. Even Wai-mun is speechless, and Yang Cheon-ku just gives a cool, yeah, like he expected it. Whoa, look at this arena. It's massive, and it just screams Sword Supreme has unlimited cash. Seriously, what kind of festivals do they even throw here? Yang Cheon-ku spots some banners, and boom. New intel drops, today's the day the Sword Supreme officially joins the Sword Unite and kicks off their training. This is huge. Seo La Wai is already on the move, heading straight for those banners, with the rest of the crew right behind her. And get this, the Sword Supreme is actually competing in the Sword Units challenge. Yang Cheon-ku's thinking, nice, even the big shots have to work for it. Check out the drip. Yang Cheon-ku's rocking a fresh red and white martial robe, looking sharp for this fancy place. And Yang Cheon-ku's final thought. Guess I'm just here to watch the show. He's ready for whatever goes down. Under the massive, glowing full moon, he's just standing there, observing, with Seo La Wai chilling nearby, looking down. He's just thinking, what could possibly go wrong, when suddenly, a deep, guttural growl rips through the air. A massive, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and a terrifying crimson aura just pops up behind them, making both him and Seo La Wai absolutely freeze in terror. A taunting voice cuts through the air, asking if he's finally decided to stand his ground, and then bam. Yang Cheon-ku's eyes snap open in pure shock and agony as he's hit by something totally unseen. Suddenly, a colossal, glowing pink energy blast just detonates around him, rocking the entire area with its sheer power. He throws up his arms, trying to block the insane onslaught, screaming that he has to block this unseen attack. But it's just too much power, and he's thrown back, a raw cry of agony tearing from him as the hit connects. Then, just like that, the elderly Wai-mun is there, holding up a clearly battered Yang Cheon-ku, who's practically collapsing into his arms. He looks down at the young man, his face etched with concern as he asks what in the world happened. Then, a voice from off-screen cuts in, asking if he's seriously forgotten who the old man is. Meet the second elder. This guy's got a serious vibe, and you just know he's about to drop some wisdom, or some serious trouble. Yang Cheon-ku, still looking a bit rough, faces off against the elder, who's clearly not amused, firing back with, "Oh. You're even talking back now." He's not just any elder, he's the second elder, and he's laying down the law, reminding everyone, the second elder has always not been a strange position for me. It's probably due to the fact that I'm the only one on the clan head side. But hold up, a young woman in the background is having a total brain fart moment, randomly thinking, it's a bean. Beans are delicious. Now so are horses. Talk about a mood killer. Back to the main event, the elder is still giving Yang Cheon-ku the intense stare down, not backing down one bit. Our distracted young woman is still lost in thought, now muttering, "TT tender. What is she even talking about? Whoa." The second elder's eyes just flared with a terrifying red glow, his face twisting into something fierce, showing off some serious hidden power. And our poor young woman. She's absolutely terrified by the elder's power-up, barely managing to stammer out, "TT10. This just got real." Young Cheon-ku, ever the calm one, just watches the elder's power surge, giving a cool, What's he thinking? The tension is palpable, a silent alarm blaring in the background. Elsewhere, the venerable Wai-mun confronts a young girl, his gaze piercing, demanding to know if she's a blood relative. But then, a quick glance at her humble clothes changes his tune, confirming she's just a servant. A simple nod, and he moves on. But his thoughts quickly turn dark, questioning if she's about to become a beast, a sight he hasn't seen in ages, and the girl, utterly petrified, can only picture him choking the life out of her. Panicked, the girl screams, begging for the young master to hurry. Wai-mun, chillingly calm despite her fear, just shrugs it off. Still shaking, she whimpers, wondering if Bear Grandpa is about to eat her alive. Wai-mun, utterly bewildered by her bizarre question, can't help but wonder why he even thought that in the first place. The elder's stare is intense, his mind reeling from the encounter with that child. But elsewhere, young Cheon-ku is with Seo La-wai, and she can already tell there's something seriously different about him. Suddenly, the stage is set for something huge, the 46th Dragon Assembly has officially arrived, and it's about to be epic. And the crowd? It's absolutely massive, a literal ocean of people flooding the area. Up high, young Cheon-ku and Gu Yanxia watch the chaos unfold, and he's shocked, thinking this was supposed to be a secret meeting, but clearly, it's not. This isn't just for anyone, only the Shangxi clan or those with serious credentials get to even step foot in this assembly. But even with the tough rules, no one expected this many people to show up, because becoming a weaponized sword unit is a huge deal. Seo Jun, clearly on edge, calls out to the young master, her voice shaking as she tries to convey something super important. Pure terror grips her as she pictures the unthinkable, is the legendary Bear Grandpa actually coming for her head? Young Cheon-ku just stares at her, wondering what her deal is, but Seo Jun is freaking out, begging to bail and announcing she's out of here. He's like, if you're scared, why'd you even come? But Seo Jun fires back, reminding him that Elder Lee, her grandpa, literally told her to stick with him. Young Cheon-ku drops the bomb, if he can't say no to the elder, neither can she. Then he casually mentions the real challenge is if he can take down the Bear Grandpa himself, and Seo Jun's jaw drops, wow. Really? She's like, Bear Grandpa? And he's like, yeah, the second elder. Then he asks how he could ever lie to someone so important. Seo Jun remembers the elder's super strict rules about respect, thinking, well, this is my life now. But then young Cheon-ku, with a twisted grin, jokes about taking Seo La's head for her, then quickly says, just kidding. He lets out a dark laugh, announcing, today's the day Seo La bites the dust. Then, with a smirk, he's like, relax, I'm just kidding. Seo Jun, still calling him young master, just stares as he doubles down on the dark humor, asking if he's really gonna get Seo La's head and die today, and he just repeats, dude, I said it's a joke. He's just chilling, listening to Seo Jun drop some serious truth bombs, totally owning her misunderstood ghost vibe while low-key calling him a scumbag. Talk about a power move. Then, a brief pause, the scene shifts, giving us a quick breather from the intensity. But Seo Jun's not letting it slide, calling him out on how he treats his servants, and yeah, she means her. Young Cheon-ku, ever the pragmatist, drops a bombshell, servants are just tools for revolution, especially the strong ones. But hey, he promises he's changed, unlike his old self. But Seo Jun's still processing, totally baffled that this tool for revolution guy actually bought her something. And he just confirms it, with that signature smirk. Seo Jun is absolutely floored, her mind blown by his unexpected generosity. He then leans in, a knowing look on his face, telling her he's totally not what the rumors say. Fast forward, and they're strolling through a super crowded market, with everyone wanting a piece of the action, buying stuff or becoming disciples. Young Cheon-ku, ever the philosopher, drops some wisdom, gold buys diamonds, and diamonds buy gold. It's all about perspective. He's calling out the rumors, demanding to know just how long his guard fort has been standing. Manhwa, looking a bit nervous, quickly replies, spilling the tea that it's only been 2 weeks. And then she drops a bombshell, wondering if she or Miss is actually the lucky one here. They're both totally caught off guard, their faces screaming what just happened. But then he gets serious, warning her not to be out in such a dangerous place. Manhwa, not one to back down, fires back, calling his concern way too much. He stares into the distance, reflecting on how clueless the unified dragon assembly seems, and how much chaos could erupt when everyone's just walking around blind. But then, his head snaps up, hearing a voice that hits him like a truck, making him wonder, no way, is that really them? And just like that, Elder Lee steps in, confirming his fears, especially about the wild idea of Yang Cheon-ku messing with the Du heir. Yang Cheon-ku's eyes are practically burning with a faint purple glow as he grapples with the impossible, questioning if any human could actually wield that much raw mana. Then, as he scans the massive crowd surrounding him, a chilling thought hits him, sounding incredibly ominous. With a silent, steely resolve, he pushes deeper, plunging right into the heart of the crowd. Then, bam. A super intense memory or vision slams into him, dropping him into a vibrant market scene where a younger him, rocking a red and white martial robe, is chilling with a dark-haired buddy. But just as fast, the vision twists, and he's plummeting, crashing hard onto the unforgiving ground. Both he and his companion are down, motionless, surrounded by wreckage, a brutal, silent testament to their utter defeat. The vision snaps back to the market, showing him and his buddy again, standing there, totally unaware of the disaster about to strike. Suddenly, he's back in the present, eyes blown wide with pure terror, the single word, young, screaming in his head as the full, crushing weight of that memory hits him like a truck. The nightmare vision keeps playing, and a voice from his past screams out to Yang Cheon-ku, demanding to know what he's doing. The voice challenges him, asking if he's forgotten, but Yang Cheon-ku's mind screams back, there's absolutely no way he could ever forget this. The memory is burned into his mind, impossible to forget, and the suffocating darkness of the vision finally starts to recede. His eyes lock onto the ring on his hand, a seemingly simple piece of jewelry. He knows that up close, it reveals a hidden symbol, but for him, who already knows its secrets, its true meaning is absolutely massive. The power and meaning behind that ring are deeply ingrained in his very being. It's a direct link to his past, a powerful symbol of the heavenly demon cult itself. Diving deeper into the past, we see a younger Seol-Ah, her dark hair styled perfectly, lost in thought as she stares off into the unknown. Then, she turns, taking a seat on a raised platform, her gaze locked onto Yang Cheon-ku, who's just chilling on the floor, his face giving nothing away. And then it hits him, a jolt of memory as he recognizes her, his former fiancée. Sent to the demonic cult not just for intel, but to stir up some serious trouble, Yang Cheon-ku, despite his clan's innocence, can't help but think, he wanted to do something way bigger, something better. But there was one massive roadblock stopping him from making his move, and that roadblock was her, Seol-Ah. He confesses to the stunned crowd that it wasn't his usual antics or skipping training that freaked out the Phone clan. No, what truly sent shivers down his clan's spine, were the words he exchanged with that girl. The tension is palpable as the crowd hangs on his every word, until one of them finally bursts out, demanding to know why he would. He's facing down a clan member, who's all up in his business, but Yang Cheon-ku isn't having it, firing back, that's my line. What are you doing here? Out of nowhere, Gu Yanseo swoops in, eyes blazing, calling out the clan member's lies and dropping the ultimate mic drop, did you seriously forget I'm still a year older than you? Yang Cheon-ku, caught off guard, quickly tries to smooth things over, muttering, yeah. My bad, totally forgot. We're cool now, right? Gu Yanseo, holding a scroll and radiating pure authority, completely shuts down the clan member, declaring, whatever you came for, just forget about it. Then, with a decisive turn, she pulls Yang Cheon-ku away, delivering the ultimate brush-off, we're busy, so catch you later. She strides off, a steaming cup in hand, pulling Yang Cheon-ku along, leaving the bewildered clan members in their dust. A moment of contemplation washes over her face. And her thoughts drift to the sheer timing of it all, of course. Seriously? Whether it's for work or just a chill visit, it just had to happen when I'm already swamped dealing with my brother. He's on the move, two figures trailing his every step. But from above, Seol-Ah is watching, questioning if this servant means he's finally turned over a new leaf. His face, a mask of mystery. Now inside a lavish hall, he keeps his gaze fixed forward. And then, out of nowhere, he drops a bombshell, who the hell are you? You're just the daughter of a concubine. But before he can even finish that thought, a hand snatches him with a brutal, resounding kwang. Just seconds ago, she was calmly writing, the brush dancing across the page. Now, Gu Yanseo has him by the ear, her face a storm of pure fury. Her eyes blaze with an electric purple as she snarls, what did you just say? Her voice just shreds the air, and Yang Cheon-ku's face is already twisted in agony, blood still fresh on his lips. But before he can even think about it, Gu Yanseo's hand, radiating pure purple energy, snatches his ear with a sickening crack. She twists it, no mercy, just raw power, and you can practically feel the agony shooting through his skull. With him locked in her grip, she lays down the law, she's going through with this arranged marriage, rumors be damned, all for the Peng clan. The air is thick with dread, and Seol-Ah can only manage a desperate, quiet plea. But Gu Yanseo isn't listening, just yanking his ear even harder with a sickening tak. Even through the searing pain, he dares to question the marriage itself. And just like that, his words trigger an explosion of fury. Gu Yanxiu's eyes ignite with a blinding purple glow, her entire being erupting in a raw, untamed aura of power. The clan's main hall, a masterpiece of ancient architecture, just chilling under the open sky. Still processing that wild power surge, she's left wondering if anything's actually different since their last showdown. The squad's all here, and one of them's like, I'll help, while another quickly jumps in, yeah, let's go report this guy. But Xiola's got that look, like something seriously bugging her. And our main man? He's feeling it too, like something's just off. Gu Yanxiu's not buying it, though, thinking he's just in shock and there's no way that crazy jerk could actually mature. But then, a tiny seed of doubt plants itself, a quiet what if echoing in her head. That wild idea, that he might actually be changing, starts to sink in for everyone. She's staring him down, a hint of suspicion in her gaze, wondering if this new him is even real. With the whole crew watching, she's totally convinced he's just in shock and will snap back to his old ways, but Xiaolai is actually thinking, what if this is the real deal? Gu Yanxiu is adamant he's just reeling from the shock and will be back to his old self in no time, but Xiaolai, ever the optimist, can't help but wonder if this change is actually for real. Over with Elder Li, Wyman is all about chilling out and letting destiny handle it, telling everyone to just let the drama play out. But then, Gu Yanxiu's voice just slices through the tension, directly asking Yang Qion-ku if he's the one behind all this chaos, and you can practically hear the challenge in her tone. His gaze turns razor-sharp, a chilling intensity in his eyes, as he throws her accusation right back, demanding to know what she means by caught. Later, chilling at the low table with Wyman and Elder Li, Yang Qion-ku is all ears, but good luck trying to read that poker face. The whole squad is assembled now, with Yang Qion-ku, Wyman, and Elder Li holding court at the table, while Gu Yanxiu, Xiaolai, and Xiao Jun are standing by, and you can practically cut the tension with a knife. He flat out denies ever saying anything like that, then turns the tables, asking if they're seriously messing with him. The tension is palpable as someone shouts, just let me participate, damn it, while another asks, shouldn't we help? But the answer is a firm no way. Wyman lays down the rules, stating anyone can join the Unified Dragon Assembly, but there's a catch, they have to hide who they really are. Gu Yanxiu is not having it, scoffing at the petty arguments over the assembly, declaring the martial world is already a powder keg, and they're just showing off. But Yang Qion-ku has had enough. He turns his back, ready to bail on the whole situation. Whoa! Elder Li isn't letting him off that easy, grabbing his shoulder, demanding he stop this now. But Elder Li isn't playing around, unleashing a powerful shove that sends Yang Qion-ku flying, the impact shaking the ground. But Yang Qion-ku is not one to back down. His foot ignites with a furious blue aura, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack. But just as he moves, he's blasted back, sent spiraling through the air, his attack completely nullified. Elder Li, absolutely stunned and furious, roars, "What do you think you're doing?" He's still feeling that hit, but inside, he's thinking, yeah, I totally proved my skill. He stares them down, demanding, so, can I join now, only to get shut down immediately, after that? No way. But he's not backing down, why not? I just showed you what I can do. The whole crew is just watching him, the tension is thick, while he's still down there, probably fuming. Xiaojun's like, yo, should we help him out, but Gu Yanxiu is having none of it, straight up saying, nah, leave him. He's not like us. No normal person would pull that stunt. But Yang Qion-ku just brushes it off, stands up, and says, alright, let's bounce, and he's out, with Xiaolai and Gu Yanxiu right behind him. Xiaojun still staring as they leave, asking Elder Li, should we jump in? Nah, they got this. Out of nowhere, this official with a serious stach steps up, laying down the law to the departing crew, hold up. You can't just do whatever you want. We've got rules here. No entry if you can't be properly identified. He's pointing right at Yang Qion-ku, practically yelling, my skills aren't enough proof. That's your problem, not mine. The official's face is getting red, his voice booming, are you kidding me? He's looking up, and someone's already yelling about disrespecting the young clan head. And then, bam. He, Xiaolai, and Gu Yanxiu are all sent flying through the air. His eyes are bugging out, totally shocked as the voice keeps going, like, are you disrespecting the Dragon Clan right now? And Xiaolai and Gu Yanxiu? They're just as shocked, totally blindsided by this sudden attack. But wait, Xiaojun's watching all this go down from a distance, and she's got a super worried thought popping into her head. A majestic, snow-covered palace stands silent, setting the scene for what's about to go down. But the peace is shattered as a young woman confronts him, demanding answers. Yang Qion-ku, casually munching on a sweet potato, hits her with a bizarre, good morning. I was dreaming of a fire broom, before explaining he got the snack while he was out cold. Xiao Jun is not having it, calling him out by name, but he just turns the tables, asking about something on her hand. She quickly clarifies that the sweet potato was for the elder, a gift she was about to deliver. He dramatically gasps, "You're hitting your own older brother," then instantly drops the act, "You deserved it." Seo Jun complains about the struggle to get the sweet potato, but then lets out a relieved, "Phew," because the Phone clan brought extras. And as a final jab, she tells him that for blocking the demonic plague in her room, he's now stuck with the cursed plaque himself. Suddenly, Yang Cheon-ku is on fire, literally burning as Seo Jun looks on in shock, first asking if he started it, then realizing the terrifying reality, he's the one burning. But Seo Jun isn't having it, giving him a serious look and telling him to act like a proper disciple. Yet, a hint of understanding crosses her face as she thinks about his role, the successor. Fast forward to a quiet moment by a fire in the snow, Seo Jun watches him, thinking about his incredible talent and how he's the successor, but still, something's off. He catches her staring, and with a slight chuckle, he brushes off her concern, saying he's not dissatisfied, not even close. But Seo Jun can't quite read him, it's just, too much. Then, with a heavy sigh and his eyes on the distance, he drops a bombshell, revealing his true desire, he wants out of this place. Seo Jun just stands there, taking in his words. He lets out a shocked, "Oh." A quick note, just tossed aside, reads, "I'm gonna go out for a bit." Someone's hands clench, the tension building. He thinks his brother's just stepping out for a bit, but he knows that a bit actually means a whole 4 months. An attendant nervously asks if the young woman found the note, demanding to know where he went. Her eyes snap wide open as she sees the destination, Shangxi. She screams, totally freaking out, "Shangxi. Why would he go that far?" Meanwhile, he's absolutely losing it, screaming, "Why am I still here? My brother is all I have." His final, desperate roar rips through the air, so. He unleashes a primal scream, demanding entry to the unified dragon assembly. The sheer force of his will explodes outward. As Wai Mun steps up, challenging his every move and reminding him of his legendary status as the Star Knight Blade. But Yang Cheon-ku isn't buying it, questioning if Wai Mun even believes him. Wai Mun pushes back, asking if he missed the memo about the young master heading to the direct bloodline of the Heavenly Blade, hinting that it's exactly what everyone expects. But Yang Cheon-ku shuts it down, yelling that he's out of time and needs to bail before he gets dragged into any more drama. Wai Mun, sizing up the young warrior, tells Elder Lee that Yang Cheon-ku isn't faking it, realizing the kid is in deep trouble. Yet, the elder makes the call, the young man's got what it takes, so let him join the fray. Suddenly, a booming declaration rips through the air. And a handshake seals a deal that's about to change everything. With a confident smirk, he drops the bombshell, "I'm Peng Wujin, the successor of the Peng clan." A clan member immediately bows low, totally hyped to meet the Grandmaster Pure Flame Fist of the Peng clan. Yang Cheon-ku, totally owning the role, lets out a booming laugh, confessing it's been ages since he heard that title, then casually tells the guy not to sweat it. But hold up. Elder Lee, always the doubter, cuts in, shouting that there's no way they can confirm this guy is actually the Peng clan's successor. But another elder, looking super thoughtful, chimes in, saying he's pretty sure this guy is a Peng, because he looks just like someone he knows. The mustachioed clan member totally backs it up, declaring he's a spitting image of his father. He keeps going, pointing out the young man's build, which is totally the physique of a Peng, just as ripped. The ink hits the paper, and the truth is laid bare, Peng Wujin, the legit successor of the Peng clan, is standing right there. But Wai Mun isn't buying it, his eyes practically laser-focused as he demands the real story, because this successor just doesn't match the wise, mature image he has in his head, he only remembers him as a kid. Suddenly, a super cheerful clan member bursts out laughing, dropping the bombshell that the Peng clan isn't exactly a party zone. Still cracking up, he thinks ditching the clan because it's not fun is a totally legit excuse. Then, the cheerful guy pivots to the young man, asking him point-blank if he even got permission from his family to bail. With a sly smirk, the young man plays it cool, confessing he figured they'd never let him go, so he just bolted. The cheerful clan member absolutely loses it again, cracking up at the wild tale, but Wai Mun just stares, thinking, is this guy for real? The cheerful guy then gives Wai Mun props for the young man's impressive training, who casually drops that he's 23 now. The cheerful clan member just loses it again, joking that it sounds like Wai Mun's been raising a wild dog, especially since the little brat would be 23 by now. Still playing the part, he tries to correct Wai Mun's slip-up, calling him young master, all while the other elder just can't hide his smirk. He brushes off Wai Mun's weird comments about his height and being a monster, but inside, he's totally confused by the old man's bizarre ramblings. The whole discussion is about the one and only Blade Emperor, Peng Wujin, a name that's basically legendary. He's still totally committed to his young master act. He just casually drops his reason for ditching home, saying the Peng clan wasn't fun, then asks if anyone else from the clan is even around. Out of nowhere, a girl's frantic scream rips through the silence, shouting for her brother. He whips around, totally caught off guard, as the cheerful elder Lee instantly recognizes the voice, shouting in shock at who just showed up. But before he can even blink, Elder Lee's fist smashes into his face, a shocking, bone-jarring blow. And just then, a shimmering portal rips open, with Seo La-wai, Gu Yanseo, Seo Jun, and a whole crew bursting onto the scene. Boom! A blinding flash of white energy just detonates, ripping through the air with explosive force. The sheer raw power of it distorting everything in its path. And out of that dissipating light, Seo La-wai steps forward, absolutely radiating a brilliant blue aura, her voice cutting through the chaos. Seriously? You think you can hurt him with just a punch? But Gu Yanseo is already screaming, trying to stop the madness. Hold on. Just listen to me. But Seo La-wai isn't listening, her eyes locked on her target, blue energy surging as she demands, so, what's your excuse? Too late. A devastating blow just connects with Yang Cheon-ku's face, sending a shockwave of pure pain through him. And another impact slams into him as he desperately cries out, please, just stop. Seo La-wai is just going off, absolutely pummeling him, but Seo Jun is screaming, trying to get through, he's not the real Peng Wu-jin. He's a fake. You can't just beat him up with a punch. If you can beat him with a punch, then what are you even doing? Yang Cheon-ku takes yet another hit, and Seojun's voice just explodes in a desperate plea, Grandmaster. Please. Someone help. He's screaming, his face twisted in pure agony as the brutal beatdown just keeps on coming. Seo La-wai's got him by the collar, face locked in pure fury, and she's not letting up, not listening to a single word as she keeps the pressure on. But then, Elder Lee, watching the whole mess, suddenly snaps to attention, eyes wide, whispering, Grandmaster Beifeng. Grandmaster Beifeng, who just rolled up and saw the whole mess, steps in and takes control, announcing he won't forget the hassle, even if he had to deal with gate duty and being treated like an idiot. He promises to make it up to them for all the trouble, then drops the bomb, we're out of here, right now. But the guy with him just shrugs off the whole debt thing, like it's got nothing to do with him. But hold up. Yang Cheon-ku's eyes are flaring with an eerie purple glow, and he's practically daring anyone to think he's shocked by any of this. Seo La-wai just watches them walk away, a clear look of annoyance flashing across her face. Grandmaster Beifeng spills the tea to the young man, who just smirks, hearing that Peng Wu-jin is apparently a total bore. Gu Yanseo is straight up asking about the Gu clan and other major players, wondering if they're even stronger than they look. And Yang Cheon-ku just drops the bomb, confirming her fears and telling her she needs to level up as the successor. Switching gears, Grandmaster Beifeng is laying it all out for Elder Lee, revealing he only became clan head because he had to, not because he wanted it. Which is wild because Yang Cheon-ku, staring down the massive Hebei Peng family estate, feels the exact same way. He doesn't want the top spot, but everyone's counting on him. He's determined to take the reins eventually, but he's drawing a hard line. He won't make Gu Yanseo follow in his footsteps. Grandmaster Beifeng doubles down, stressing again that he only took the successor role because he had no choice, not because he ever wanted it. Elder Lee is weighing the Grandmaster's words, saying he's down to help, but he's clearly hesitant because of the current clan head's whole deal. And just like that, Gu Yanseo pivots, hitting Yang Cheon-ku with a game-changing question, so, how about this? Whatever she said, it even got Grandmaster Beifeng's attention, who lets out a shocked, oh. Gu Yanseo is absolutely floored, staring down Yang Cheon-ku and demanding to know what kind of crazy talk this is. Has the second elder completely lost it? But then, Grandmaster Beifeng drops a bombshell with a sly grin, suggesting a challenge, just 10 moves to wipe them out. He wants to know what they think about that. Yang Cheon-ku's gaze sharpens, a silent challenge burning in his eyes, as he thinks, is that seriously all you've got? Yang Cheon-ku just walks away, leaving the conversation behind, his mind already racing. He's thinking about truth, about rules, and whether he's ever actually lied, deciding it's time to put those rules to the test. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster is already barking orders, pointing at Yobi and yelling, get that bastard. Yobi, looking ready for action, just confirms, you mean the successor. The Grandmaster's terms are clear, if you can even lay a finger on me, I'll admit defeat. Then, Yang Cheon-ku explodes into action, a whirlwind of motion. He's going all out, ready to finish this in just 10 turns. He's a blue streak, a human missile, encased in pure energy, absolutely rocketing towards Yobi. The speed is insane, a blur of motion, and he's already accepted the Grandmaster's challenge. No hesitation. Yang Cheon-ku explodes into action, a blue flame-wreathed blur of pure speed, unleashing a devastating, screaming attack that Yobi can only barely brace for. He lets out a chilling laugh, his opening move landing with absolute, brutal power. Yobi's face contorts in shock, reeling from the hit, his mind screaming, you're so impertinent. But before Yobi can even blink, Yang Cheon-ku is already there, his fist a blinding blur, launching another lightning-fast strike. He puts his entire body into it, a whirlwind of destructive force. The punch lands with a crushing impact, a burst of crimson energy erupting from the point of contact. The wait is finally over, folks. It's time for the epic showdown between the two rising stars vying for the leadership of the Gu clan. First up, we've got the legendary flame sword, Gu Yanxiu. Standing tall and confident in the massive arena, a subtle smirk hinting at her power. And facing her, none other than Gu Yangchun, the first heir of the Gu clan himself. But wait, he's actually questioning why he's even here in this epic battle. His mind was racing, grappling with the consequences, especially when it came to his sister. Then, out of nowhere, a crimson blur struck. An older master in red robes unleashed a devastating, blindingly fast attack. Blow after blow rained down, each one packed with raw, explosive power. And with one final, earth-shattering blow, Yang Chun was absolutely decimated, his body twisting midair. The older master stood triumphant, the fight over before it even truly began. A deep breath, a moment of reflection, and then the victor wondered, did I actually win? With a triumphant grin, he bellowed, I won, as Yang Chun lay defeated, and a sharp-eyed young man in black robes watched the whole thing unfold. The young man's voice sliced through the tension, snapping, what are you doing, Jiyu Yangchuan, slave? But even in defeat, Yang Chun found a strange satisfaction, glad they'd both given it their all, and utterly blown away by his sister's insane power. Still reeling from his defeat, he just stares at the ground, a faint bruise on his cheek, as Wai Mun, the elder, tells him to get over it, to put his pride aside and move on. Wai Mun, ever the pragmatist, clarifies that the whole thing was the second elder's call, not some official order, and honestly, it's no big deal, he's been through worse. The elder just keeps going, practically asking what kind of chaos Yang Chun could even stir up, like this whole stunt was just par for the course. But Yang Chun, clearly irritated, fires back, reminding Wai Mun he's the future head of the Peng clan. Does he really think so little of him? He only did it for the laughs. Wai Mun just bursts out laughing, then, still chuckling, asks how the young master, Yang Chun, the future clan head, got absolutely clobbered by an elder. Yang Chun just turns his head, grumbling that he's just happy the wind finally died down. Out of nowhere, Seo Jun, a young woman, rushes in, totally freaking out and demanding to know what Gu Yangchun is doing and how he got himself into this mess. Wai Mun, with a sly grin, reassures her, telling her not to sweat it, because the old man's got a present for her. Seojin's eyes go wide as a massive, steaming bun is practically shoved into her hands, a totally unexpected, delicious surprise. The banter continues, with Wai Mun totally roasting Yang Chun, reminding him that gift is just a consolation prize for losing. But Yang Chun? He's already over it. And just when you think it's over, Wai Mun hits him with the classic, what about me, line, demanding his own gift. Yang Chun, of course, saw it coming a mile away. But Yang Chun's mind is already elsewhere, brooding over his disdain for manipulative types, especially after the United Dragon Assembly. And just like that, a new challenge drops, an exhibition match is on the horizon. Next thing you know, we're at the arena. This massive place is prepped for battle, just a few tiny figures dotting the colossal space. Yang Chun's in the spotlight, and he's wondering, wait, no sword for this fight. Then it hits him, did he even use a sword back in the day? A total throwback moment. And just like that, a blazing sword appears. The Chi Flame Will is here, glowing with intense power, totally hyped for battle. He's deep in thought, pondering his unique martial arts style. His sword art has always been his go-to, but now he's wondering what that'll look like with his insane new power. Facing Grandmaster Bei Feng, he casually brushes off the weapon choice, declaring he doesn't care if it's a sword or a fist. Meanwhile, Gu Yanxiu's lips twist into a sinister grin, thinking he's got the personality of a demon and she's just totally fed up with him. Yang Chun, still deep in thought, hears his name and confirms the epic exhibition match is on. Gu Yanxiu's eyes ignite with a fiery red glow, her smile growing wider at the thought of a real shot to absolutely crush her little brother. Her whole body is now radiating a vibrant crimson aura, absolutely crackling with raw, untamed power. This insane red energy just pulses outward, totally engulfing everything around her. Grandmaster Bei Feng is watching, and you can see the deep concern written all over his face. Yang Chun's own eyes are now blazing with that same red glow, his face hardening as he questions something, his words just fading out. He's getting grilled about this match, especially with his sister in the mix, but he just brushes it off like it's no big deal. But Grandmaster Bei Feng is watching this whole thing go down, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head. He's worried about the clan's image, then just explodes at Yang Chun's crazy demeanor, totally baffled by what this guy is even thinking. But Yang Chun just shrugs it off, announcing he'll just bail halfway through the fight, which naturally gets him a serious warning not to quit like that. Bei Feng gets right in his face, demanding to know if he actually wants to lead the clan, especially with everyone's eyes on them. His sister, Yanxiu, is just watching this whole thing unfold, her face giving nothing away as she quietly says his name. Beifeng's eyes narrow, his voice cutting like a knife. Is he seriously going to throw this fight? Yang Chun just stands there, totally stone-faced, not giving an inch. He's weighing this once-in-a-lifetime shot and what it means for the Gu clan, but his true intentions are still a total enigma. Still reeling from the heavy implications. He just stares at the ground, completely silent. But then, his sister's voice cuts through the tension. My dear brother. She challenges, who's gonna be the next clan head, just because you're a man? No time for talk. Yanxiu explodes into action, winding up for a devastating sword strike. A blazing crimson aura absolutely detonates around her. And then, the command rings out, begin. Her attack slams down with insane force, ripping through the very ground. Yanxiu is a whirlwind of pure power, engulfed in that fiery red energy as she unleashes her full might. The crimson blade ignites, a blinding flash of pure power. Slamming into him with bone-shattering force, sending him reeling back. But she's not done. Yanxiu keeps up the relentless aerial assault. Her blade a crimson blur, as he somehow blocks and evades every single one of her lightning-fast attacks. How is this B-star punk dodging her B-star attacks? She's thinking. Her focus locked on. But on his end, he's barely hanging on, anticipating her moves by a hair's breadth, and it's already leaving him gasping for air. This, he realizes, is just proof he needs to hit the training grounds harder. He's in a tough spot, trying to figure out how to wrap up this intense spar. A wild thought pops into his head, like, wait, am I gonna get in trouble if I actually let her hit me? Yanxiu unleashes a lightning-fast kick, but he's already moving, dodging it like a pro. Her sword just lights up with this insane crimson energy, she's about to go all out. She charges in, sword blazing, and he's gotta throw up his arm just to survive the hit. That hit just rocked him, you can see the pure struggle on his face. A cracking sound rips through the air, that's how hard they're going at it. Yanxiu just unleashes a crimson-powered attack, blasting him back with insane force, her aura absolutely exploding. He's totally blown away by her power, muttering to himself, dude, if mana was all it took, I'd be chilling. Can you just, stop now? Gu Yanxiu, locked in, is thinking about her raw intent, wondering if her opponent even gets how deep her resolve truly runs. Suddenly, a crimson aura explodes around her, her sword blazing with fierce energy as she unleashes another devastating strike. And Yang Chun is left wondering if any man could ever truly grasp the sheer depth of her struggle, or the insane power she's throwing down. Her blade, absolutely engulfed in fire, smashes into his guard. Yang Chun, totally rocked by the impact, is asking himself if she just juiced her sword with martial energy, because this attack is absolutely brutal. The raw power she's throwing down is clearly way past a measly 3-star level. As another explosive strike forces him to brace against the sheer, overwhelming force. Her relentless assault just keeps coming, again and again, pushing him to his absolute limits. Gu Yanxiu's crimson blade is a blur, a non-stop assault on Yang Chun, and she's not holding back, yelling that he always runs. She's still coming at him hard, her voice cutting through the air, telling him to just stand there. He's getting pushed back with every hit, and she's screaming at him not to even try to bail. Her power is absolutely surging, and she's laying down the law. If he lives, it's gonna be a life not worth living. Her face is pure rage and resolve, and Yanxiu is absolutely roaring, telling him to just vanish. Yang Chun just stares back, his face giving nothing away, taking all that raw power head-on. Then, another explosion of crimson power bursts from her, a blinding, overwhelming surge. That attack just rips through the air, a blazing path of pure destruction. But just as it's about to hit, Yang Chun's eyes ignite with a fierce orange fire, a clear sign he's about to unleash something massive. With the crimson energy still blazing around him, Gu Yanxiu wasn't holding back, her fiery magic exploding with even more intensity. Her voice, dripping with pure venom, sliced through the inferno, screaming for him to disappear like your mother did. Her face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage, Yanxiu unleashed everything she had. Even as the relentless barrage left his arm gushing blood and his robe shredded, Yang Chun stood his ground, taking every hit without a flinch. He just stood there, staff in hand, surrounded by the inferno, while Yanxiu stared, utterly baffled by his resilience. But then, from the darkness shrouding his face, a blazing orange light ignited in his eyes, a voice in his head confirming, Master, you did well. His sister, Gu Yanxiu, was the absolute coolest person he knew, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was still leading the Gu clan, or if that was even possible anymore. She was the only one who never looked down on him, a branch family member, treating him like true family. Everyone acknowledged her power and grace, especially his second eldest sister, Gu Yanxiu, who was always incredibly kind to him. But she wouldn't be able to become the clan head of the Gu clan. He genuinely liked her, and was the only one who always stuck by her side. But before any of that could happen, one day, she just vanished, and his father explicitly ordered the elder not to even look for her. But nobody, and I mean nobody, went looking for her after she just disappeared. That's when everything kicked off, when Gu Yanxiu started acting super weird around everyone, totally changing her vibe. No matter what she tried to say, the old man just straight up crushed her entire being, his power undeniable. Even then, there was zero chance for him to be the next clan head, and he had no clue why. Because the clan head was always a dude, and they just ignored him, his own son, and all his commanders, it felt like a total stab in the back. From her side, she totally remembered Gu Yangchun, the first wife's kid, and she was not impressed. Nope, she absolutely hated his guts. Her words just burned him, making his eyes go full demonic red, a totally primal reaction. What? Yang Cheon-ku lets out a primal roar, his eyes blazing electric blue as blood drips from his mouth. Then, bam. Flashback to Gu Yanxiu, a blur of motion, absolutely tearing into Yobi, who's barely keeping up. She's just a force of nature, unleashing a barrage of pure skill. And then, a lightning-fast punch. Lands right on Yobi's jaw, sending him reeling. Even Gu Yanxiu is like, whoa, did I just do that? She's shocked by her own strength. Cut to a chill moment with Seo Jun, who's totally fangirling over Yanxiu's skills, even though they're the same age. But Yanxiu's just like, nah, you're awesome too. Later, Yanxiu's like, what are those guys whispering about, Yobi? But he tells her it's probably better she doesn't hear their gossip. And just like that, we're back in the present. Yobi's giving Yang Cheon-ku the lowdown, the second elder's acting super weird, but there's no mana, so what gives? Gu Yanxiu is not holding back, calling out Yang Cheon-ku for hanging with the Peng clan. He just smirks, asking if his younger brother is worried, and she's like, DUH. She's totally worried, dropping the bombshell that an elder sensed some serious, boss energy, and Yang Cheon-ku confirms it's their younger brother's younger sibling, who's already a mind-blowing 5-star. Gu Yanxiu is hyping up the sibling's smooth weapon, but Yang Cheon-ku quickly corrects her, saying he meant the one Dong Dong was talking about, the younger sibling. She finally gets it, then doubles down, confirming that the younger brother and the younger sibling are one and the same. Gu Yanxiu drops a heavy truth bomb about the Gu clan's fate without the Sword Phoenix, warning that if the younger brother takes over as clan head, he'll be totally screwed. Yang Cheon-ku just smirks, eyes closed, soaking it all in. Gu Yanxiu's face turns stone cold, vowing they absolutely cannot let that happen to the younger brother. Yang Cheon-ku is still deep in thought, chin in hand. Then, Gu Yanxiu's eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow as she declares, they're done. Her determination is chilling. She's gotta dodge, a sudden realization slamming into her. Just gotta dodge, her mind racing, the urgency hitting hard. As Yanxiu preps, Yang Cheon-ku spots his opening, moving like lightning to snatch the opportunity. But then, her eyes ignite with a fierce red glow, a powerful aura exploding around her. This moment, she declares with absolute conviction, is hers. Yang Cheon-ku watches, a quiet understanding dawning on his face. She thinks to herself, it's fine if they hate her, because whatever went down, she'll endure it. Gu Yanxiu's declaration of defiance hung heavy, but Yang Cheon-ku wasn't having it. He coiled, ready to unleash pure chaos, his voice dripping with intent, so you, too, should understand why I'm doing this. No time to process. A hand, blazing with an infernal red aura, exploded forward, a blur of pure power. The crimson energy detonated, a shockwave of pure destruction tearing towards her, leaving a trail of scorched air. Gu Yanxiu's eyes, now burning with an intense yellow-orange glow, snapped wide in pure disbelief, the attack already upon her. Then, a devastating impact. A crimson explosion erupted, shattering the air. Yang Cheon-ku wasn't done. His entire form ignited with a blazing red aura, unleashing a monstrous kick. The kick landed with a sickening crack, the impact shaking the very ground. Gu Yanxiu's face twisted in pure agony, blood exploding from the point of impact, as she was utterly overwhelmed by the brutal assault. Gu Yanxiu's face twists in agony, blood erupting from her mouth as the raw, red power of the blow still crackles around her. She hits the dirt with a sickening thud, her body going completely limp as Yang Cheon-ku looms over her, the undisputed victor. The entire arena goes dead silent for a beat, then a booming voice cuts through the tension, shouting that the fight is over. And just like that, the official call rings out across the entire stadium, Jiu Yangchuan wins. He stares down at the fallen opponent, and Yang Cheon-ku can only let out a stunned, oh boy. Winning wasn't even the plan, damn it. He can't believe the sheer, overwhelming internal energy he just unleashed was enough to knock her out cold. Alone, with the taste of victory and a hint of blood still on his lips, Yang Cheon-ku is deep in thought, wondering if he pushed things too far. But elsewhere, Seo La-wai is absolutely fuming, yelling, you should have kept going. Why'd you stop? He's still just sitting there, brooding, the weight of his actions heavy on his mind. Suddenly, a guy in a red robe steps up, bowing low and calling out, young master. Xiao Wai confronts him directly, demanding, "Are you seriously saying your power has limits now?" He just shrugs, "Yeah, it's kinda messed up, right? I'm not even sure how I feel about it myself." She presses on, laying out the facts, "Look, you took her down, so you won. Everyone here knows it. Okay, maybe not everyone, but the losers are definitely expecting a rematch." He thinks for a moment, then replies, "Yeah, the vibe was weird, but the second elder was there, so he's handling it. He'll probably run into the others too." Xiao Wai, with Honghua watching, challenges him, "Second elder, you're letting your guard down. Is that really okay?" But he just brushes it off, "Nah, it's fine." Xiao, clearly worried, demands to know what he's doing, but Yang Cheon-ku just brushes her off with a cool, "No." With a casual smirk, he doubles down, telling her she just can't handle it, plain and simple. Tears welling in her eyes, Xiao confesses her inadequacy, offering a heartfelt apology. Clasping her hands, she pleads with him, begging him not to get hurt. Suddenly, a light-haired young lord steps up to Yang Cheon-ku, straight up telling him he can't stand him and demanding to know why he's still around. Yobi, flanked by his crew, keeps pressing, asking if he's here to meet Gu Habuk. Over to the side, a visibly shaken Seo-jun pulls on Honghwa's arm, desperate to get out of there. Yobi then faces Yang Cheon-ku directly, a knowing look on his face, and remarks how awkward it must be for him, considering he used to be a young lord. Flashing a wide, taunting grin, Yobi sarcastically tells him to seize the chance to make amends. Yang Cheon-ku is totally lost, asking himself why he's even here and can't remember a thing, just shrugging it off as annoying. He straight up tells the whole crew that getting close to a guy like him is a bad idea, but Xiao Wai just laughs, calling him Sword Phoenix Gu Weibai, while Gu Yanxiu is all like, "Hey, we can be friends." He's fuming inside about being called out so casually and the idea of some runt lurking in the Gu family. Demanding to know their deal and how they're talking about Gu Weibai and his sister. He flashes a huge grin, but in his head, he's thinking no one actually believes that, then he just flat out says they're not close at all. He gives a few forced laughs, then declares he's out, claiming it's getting late. Then, a hint of surprise flashes across his face. He just walks off into the night, with Seo-jun and Honghwa right on his heels. Walking away like a boss, the young master has Seo-jun and Honghwa trailing him, with Seo-jun dropping a bombshell question about their broken engagement. Seo-jun then confesses she totally owned him with that chair humiliation, so. She drops a soft sorry. He fires back, he totally called her a concubine spawn, or whatever, so what? He keeps it real, saying he absolutely deserved that hit, so no apologies needed. Seo-jun's face lights up with a subtle smile. Her only reply, "Okay." Suddenly, the young master drops a cryptic command, "Don't lose what your brother gave you," leaving Seo-jun totally baffled. In his hand, a mysterious wooden tablet, boldly etched with the name Peng. He keeps pushing forward, a lone warrior under the epic, star-studded night sky, reflecting on everything that's gone down. And everything that's still left to conquer. His expression is locked in, eyes laser-focused on the insane path ahead. There are still so many things, he realizes, that demand his absolute attention. "Let's go," then, he thinks, a silent, powerful agreement echoing, "Yes, young master," and a quick, "Okay." He's got so much to fix. A voice, maybe from within, challenges his sudden breakthrough, demanding to know where he got this crazy insight. He drops the bomb. After running his dungeon, it was like he finally arrived, explaining why his power-ups are now hitting different. The voice, totally blown away, realizes it must have heard his epic battles, fueled by the dungeon itself, then screams, "Hold on. So you haven't actually cleared it yet?" Under the cloak of night, a determined group charges through the forest, their mission shrouded in mystery. Inside a quiet shelter, Yang Cheon-ku holds Seola Wisconsin close, a quiet whisper of her name escaping his lips. He's grappling with a mind-bending paradox. In his past life, he never fought her, let alone won. Everything is changing. Her personality, the entire timeline, it's all veering wildly off course from what he remembers. Could one small act of kindness really have shattered the fabric of destiny itself? His eyes blaze with fierce resolve. They're going to have to accelerate their plans, big time. With a powerful grip, his hand crackles with raw, untamed energy. Meanwhile, Muyin is blindsided, shouting a frantic alert for the demon-hunting squad. Yang Cheon-ku clutches a glowing, complex artifact, confidently declaring no demonic beasts are around. Even as he knows this thing is rigged to blow if its master isn't here. But then, a frantic shout rips through the air, demanding everyone freeze. The young master doubles down on the artifact's critical importance, stressing the demon beast master's absolute safety. A worried subordinate rushes up, challenging his reckless moves and screaming about the danger. Still on horseback, the subordinate pushes the urgency, but Yang Cheon-ku just brushes him off, promising to hear the excuses later. Then, he points them straight ahead, where a shimmering, emerald-green rift violently tears open in the forest. Its otherworldly glow burning in his eyes as he locks onto the insane spectacle. The portal throbs with raw, swirling power, a terrifying gateway to who knows where. The emerald rift explodes open, and a terrifying, beast-like monster claws its way out, its crimson eyes burning with primal fury. But young Cheon-ku isn't worried. He knows green means lowest level, and even if it's tricky, he's got this completely under control. Raw, red energy surges around the creature. The colossal beast keeps tearing its way out of the portal, its massive frame now fully visible. With the glowing demon beast master orb in his hand, he's absolutely certain this whole thing is totally manageable. His eyes blaze with a terrifying red glow as he stares down the threat, dismissing them as mere universal monsters. Then, he pulls out his secret weapon, a handful of glowing green artifacts, the demonic stones. With his loyal, monstrous wolf by his side, he proclaims these creatures are just fodder, and once he's wiped out everything in the rift, his true plan will unfold. The colossal monster finally breaks free from the portal, its terrifying power now fully unleashed. He's analyzing the breach, but quickly brushes it off. No way these weak monsters could have mana stronger than his, right? But then, a chilling realization hits him, survival isn't guaranteed, and he's gotta go all out if he wants to make it through. Meanwhile, that terrifying black wolf beast is just staring him down, red eyes burning with a sinister green glow. That's it. No more holding back. He's decided, it's time to unleash the devastating flame will arts. But before he can even move, a frantic voice screams out, yelling his title with pure panic. His eyes snap into focus, instantly assessing the situation. And just like that, with a flash of green power, Yang Cheon-ku explodes into action, a one-man army against the horde of black wolves. He's not just fighting, he's dancing through them, unleashing a dazzling array of pink and white energy lines that trap the monsters in their tracks. And then, with a flourish, he's ready to finish them off, his sword blazing with a furious red aura. He stares down, a quiet woe escaping him as he takes in the sheer devastation of his last fight. With a pulsating red glow above him, he can't help but wonder, were they always that strong? His eyes are still locked on the ground, processing the raw power he just unleashed. A faint, shimmering aura still radiates from his hand, the afterglow of his devastating techniques. But then, a voice cuts through the silence, it's Grandmaster Beifong, rushing over and asking, "Master, are you okay?" He just shrugs, "Huh. Yeah. Thanks for the save." Now standing side by side in the forest, Beifong can't believe it, "You're done already? That was lightning fast." Beifong keeps going, thankful these monsters don't roll in packs, but then his expression turns serious, "Honestly, I'm just wondering what you're even doing out here." Yang Cheon-ku just gives a sly grin, "Hey, if it works, right?" But then his face hardens, "It's way more complicated than that." And as he says it, a powerful, vibrant purple energy starts to surge around his hand, revealing the true depth of his abilities. Yang Cheon-ku is down, bloodied, as a voice demands answers, but a deeper, unseen command insists an apprentice hold their ground. Grandmaster Beifong looms, sword drawn, ready to strike. The entire squad is stunned, and even Beifong is yelling, "What's going on with the young master?" Suddenly, a terrifying purple energy erupts from Yang Cheon-ku's hand, crackling with insane power. He stands, completely consumed by the surging energy, feeling a heat he's never known before. Beifeng's jaw drops in pure terror, realizing this is the legendary, demonic heavenly demon's art. The purple power spirals around him, intensifying to an insane degree. The energy forms a perfect, glowing orb, leaving Beifong absolutely stunned by the sheer, unbelievable power. Pink petals are just, falling everywhere. Getting super dense, then bam. It's a full-on purple energy explosion. This isn't just any magic, this is the heavenly demon's art, and it's absolutely radiating pure, terrifying power. And there he is, covered in blood and grime, but totally powered up, the forbidden energy just radiating off him like a boss. But not everyone's thrilled. A defeated, tied-up guy is just staring, like, "Dude, seriously, why did you do this?" And from the main gate, another person is screaming, "What did we even do to you, man?" Yang Cheon-ku is just standing there, surrounded by all these defeated people, still glowing purple, and they're all like, "Seriously, why are you doing this to us?" But Yang Cheon-ku just smirks, looking down at them, and drops the ultimate line, "Blossom-splitting blade, are those your last words?" The ground trembles as Yang Cheon-ku unleashes even more power, a dark, swirling purple energy exploding from him as he dominates his fallen enemy. Meanwhile, the sect leader, battered and broken, can only watch in horror, his face screaming in silent agony as he realizes it's all over. But even as Yang Cheon-ku looks away, the fallen leader musters a final, defiant cry, a single word escaping his lips, "Sect." His desperate plea rings out across the devastated landscape, a final, desperate cry from the depths of defeat, as he screams, "Sect leader." But Yang Cheon-ku isn't listening, his power is escalating, the purple energy twisting into a terrifying vortex, a pure, unadulterated display of his true, original strength. And then, from the swirling chaos, a monstrous, shadowy serpentine beast erupts, forged from pure purple mana, its glowing red eyes burning with destructive intent. This beast, a true force of nature, looms over the shattered, purple-drenched world, a chilling monument to Yang Cheon-ku's absolute power, and he just stands there, completely unfazed. Then, with a deafening roar, the monstrous serpent unleashes a devastating blast of energy, the impact shaking the very foundations of reality. But Yang Cheon-ku, he doesn't even flinch, the raw, destructive power merely swirling around his feet like a gentle breeze. Even on his knees, covered in blood, someone dares to question Gu Yangchun, demanding to know what he's doing. He just stares down, a silent defiance in his posture, thinking that even if he died right here, he wouldn't get any shallow art from these guys. But then, his eyes ignite with a terrifying purple glow, and he just flat out commands them to raise your head. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of fiery red and orange energy just explodes from him, enveloping him in a brilliant red aura as he channels its insane power. Meanwhile, some random observer is watching, eyes bugging out, totally freaking out. What is this? He's thinking, is the flame will actually absorbing demonic energy? This is something he's absolutely sure never happened in his previous life. The dust barely settled before a frantic cry pierced the air, a desperate call for the young master. Grandmaster Beifong, scanning the carnage, demanded if he was okay, and Xiao La Wai, clearly rattled, could only weakly confirm it. But the young master, ever stoic, brushed off their concern, claiming no injury, just a slight miscalculation of his key output. He knew he had to keep his secret locked down, because letting anyone know he'd absorbed demonic ki would be a disaster. But Xiao La Wai wasn't fooled, her eyes scanning his face, telling him straight up that he looked terrible. Her worried gaze was undeniable, insisting his face was definitely not okay. He challenged her, but she quickly doubled down, insisting he looked sick and she was just worried, okay? Even Grandmaster Beifong chimed in, agreeing the young master was looking rough, and suggested they hit up a nearby inn for some rest, with Xiao La Wai already helping him stand. He brushed off their worries, claiming he was totally fine, but then, in a shocking moment of honesty, confessed his memory wasn't great, yet she was the first to ever show him this kind of concern again. He's standing there, deep in thought about the demonic energy still coursing through him, questioning if the old man's move actually fixed everything. The demonic energy's color is draining from the stone in his hand, and he's finally realizing it's been totally absorbed. With that final surge of power settling in, he knows it's go time. The market is absolutely buzzing, a vibrant tapestry of daily life, but all eyes are on Yang Cheon-ku as he strides through with his crew. But even the young master can't resist a good snack, his gaze locking onto a mountain of golden brown honey cookies, sparkling like treasure. He snags a cookie, a rare, genuine smile gracing his face as the vendor beams, shouting, "Honey cookies." But the chill vibe is instantly broken as his subordinates step up, one of them getting right to the point. "Gu Yangchun, what's the deal? You're not actually running errands, are you, young master?" The subordinate's face is etched with worry, the same question hanging in the air. Pushing for answers, "Seriously, young master, why are you even here?" The subordinate lays down the law, no sugarcoating it, "You're still recovering, boss. If there was anything important, I'd have sent someone else. Just go home and rest." Finally, he offers a solution, "Are you looking for someone? Just tell me, and I'll find them for you." He's checking out the pastries, but what's really on his mind? Back with the crew, Grandmaster Beifong and Xiao La Wai are having a moment, with him saying he gets her desire to help, but it's just not the time. And you can tell Yang Cheon-ku is feeling that vibe as he strolls through the market. He stops, a quiet slipping out as he takes in everything around him. Then, his eyes lock onto this super narrow, totally empty alley. He's staring into the alley, and his squad rolls up, so he asks, "What's even in here?" Beifeng's like, "Dude, just go home. We'll handle the rest." But then, a small voice cuts in. It's this little girl, all like, Grandpa. And Yang Cheon-ku, with this intense look, tells her he'll give her 10 honey cookies if she just goes home right now. With a dazzling smile, the little girl is totally on board with the deal. Sealing the deal for those sweet honey cookies and, oh yeah, dumplings too. Yang Cheon-ku, ever the charmer, gives her a confident, almost cheeky, nod, of course. The deal is done, sealed with a handshake, a silent, adorable pact between the two. And just like that, they're off. The little girl, full of anticipation, asks where they're going, and he just drops a cryptic, "You'll find out." Classic. They keep moving, weaving through the market crowds, their destination still a mystery. The scenery changes, moving from the market chaos to quieter, more traditional streets, but the duo keeps their pace. Back with the support crew, Beifong and Xiao La are still trying to figure things out. Beifeng thinks their boss actually remembers the kid, and Seola is like, wait, does he know where she lives? But before they can ponder too long, Yang Cheon-ku and the little girl reach their destination, and he triumphantly announces, oh, found it. Stepping inside, a loyal subordinate is totally caught off guard, barely remembering his young master would even be there, and immediately asks why he's shown up. But Yang Cheon-ku just casually drops a bombshell, confessing he's not looking for anything, but actually has a super bad vibe about the whole place. The subordinate, clearly taken aback by his boss's sixth sense, can only comment on his incredibly sharp instincts. Then, out of nowhere, the subordinate lets out a shocked gasp, his eyes practically popping out of his head. He starts freaking out, demanding to know what Yang Cheon-ku is doing, a chilling realization dawning on him as he connects the dots. His voice hits a terrified high note, as he screams out, "You're not actually going to kill me, are you? Whoa, check it out." In a gritty, ruined alley, a spiky-haired dude and his pal are getting called out, and you can just feel the tension building. His gaze is intense, and he's reaching for something, but what could it be? Then, boom. A mysterious, glowing orb appears, radiating some serious magic energy. Our hero, Kiddo, takes in the scene, muttering that this town is anything but peaceful. But wait, there's more. In another location, two hulking figures are having a tense standoff, with one demanding answers about the other's unexpected arrival. Back to Kiddo, who's playing it cool, just saying he's here to shop, like it's no big deal. Suddenly, a chilling voice from the darkness. It's a hooded figure, looking menacing with blood on his face, and he's got some seriously dark plans for our Kiddo's mouth. Back to the other fight, and things are heating up. The white-haired guy is furious, telling the other dude to back off, or else. And Kiddo is still out there, totally oblivious to the danger, but he's got confidence, declaring that everyone already knew who he was the second he stepped foot in town. A martial artist tries to calm his crew, brushing off fears of a rival sect wiping them out, claiming it'd be a total loss for them. But hold up. Kiddo, with a sly smirk, is clearly the one they're worried about, as he steps up and demands, "Bring me the regional manager." Meanwhile, Yang Cheon-ku is watching, a dark scowl on his blood-splattered face, thinking, I have no idea where this kid picked up his attitude, but he's got zero respect. Back in the main hall, Kiddo is just standing there, cool as ice, facing down the entire martial arts crew. And one of them just bails, muttering about how they're all on different pages. Then, a truly chilling smile creeps onto Kiddo's face, and his eyes. They're blazing with a fierce, crimson glow. The sect leader, absolutely fuming, screams out, demanding answers. His gaze sharpens, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve, ready to throw down. Then, with a battle cry, he unleashes his forces. A sword slices through the air, a deadly arc, coming straight for him. But before that blade can even touch him, a hand, crackling with power, grabs a weapon, ready to shut it down. The sect leader's jaw drops, utterly stunned, as the tables turn in an instant. Then, a blinding flash of red energy, and in a single, devastating move, he takes out multiple opponents at once. Standing guard over the young master's body, Kiddo delivers a bone-chilling threat, don't even think about touching him. The young master, still vulnerable, a blade's edge a hair's breadth from his throat. The martial artists are frozen, their leader watching the defiant Kiddo, who just wrecked his entire squad. The sect leader can only let out a frustrated, crap, as the reality of the situation sinks in. He realizes this kid is the actual heir of the House of Ku, and of course, his crazy old master would be obsessed with him. There's no way he can just drag a kid like this, the heir, to the regional manager. His hand hovers, paralyzed by indecision, wondering what he should even do next. Finally, he turns to Grandmaster Beifeng, revealing that the regional manager has something to say, and he's already heard everything that went down. Beifeng's eyes widen, demanding to know exactly what the manager said. The tension is palpable as the entire group waits, knowing the regional manager's judgment is about to drop. He watches the young man, a chilling realization dawning on him, they're definitely plotting something big, and he's caught in an impossible bind. But then, the sect leader's voice booms out, telling Kiddo to screw them all up, a direct challenge. Just then, a new player steps in, her voice sharp as she orders Kiddo to put that sword away. But he's not backing down, flat out refusing. Seola Y doesn't waste time, grabbing his arm and dropping the bombshell, the regional manager is calling for him. A sharp TSK bursts from Kiddo, his frustration palpable. Seola Y doubles down, reminding him he should have just put the sword away, and he just gives a curt yep. He shrugs it off, claiming that young master just doesn't get him, and that it's no big deal. But Seola Y isn't buying it, her face grim as she warns him, the young master is about to make his life a living hell. The heavenly sect went full throttle, crushing the orthodox sects with a demonic cultivator assist. But here's the twist, even after their massive win, and being tight with the orthodox sects, they didn't wipe out everyone who stood against them. But the mission? Oh, it's a total headache, forcing him to hit the road and find answers somewhere else. And where's he headed? Straight into the heart of the ancient demon sects. We're talking about the house sect, people. And just like that, he's here. At the house sect. Stepping down, the tension is palpable as someone makes their entrance. As they arrive, a robed figure greets them with a chillingly polite, welcome. The man reveals himself as Gu Wunxiu, the Gu Yangchun branch leader, and he's clearly in charge. He's shocked they even showed up, quickly apologizing for the rough welcome, but his face gives nothing away. Turning to the assembled crew, including Kiddo, he cuts straight to the chase, will you take the job? He lays out the harsh truth, for the weak and vulnerable, these kinds of missions are their only option. But Kiddo isn't backing down, staring down Yang Cheon-ku and dropping the bombshell. He's heard the rumors, the demonic cultist, the legendary Blade Emperor, Pen Wu-jin himself. And with a heavy heart, Kiddo delivers the final blow. Because of his name, they have no choice but to accept the terrifying truth. With the atmosphere thick enough to cut with a knife, Kiddo isn't backing down, pushing Yang Cheon-ku for a definitive answer on the commission. Grandmaster Beifong jumps in, dropping the bombshell that the Mao sect is already on board, but there's a catch, the terms have to be met. Then, the Grandmaster drops another bomb, revealing the target's age, a kid barely over 10 years old. Yang Cheon-ku takes in the details on the paper, his face giving absolutely nothing away. But then, a shocker. Grandmaster Beifong suddenly apologizes, declaring he has to pull the offer and can't take the commission. He lays it out, he wanted to be the next Gu family head through this, but the demands of whoever called him are non-negotiable, leaving Yang Cheon-ku completely blindsided by the sudden turn of events. Kiddo, watching the whole thing unfold, can't help but wonder if this commission fee is so insane it's enough to make even the Gu sect leader bend the knee. Alone at the table, Kiddo's face turns to stone, his determination absolutely undeniable. And across the room, Yang Cheon-ku's eyes practically pop out of his head in pure shock, as the full weight of what's happening finally hits him. Leaving the previous drama behind, we're plunged into a new mystery as a hand reaches for a small, intensely glowing object, its radiant energy cutting through the oppressive darkness. But elsewhere, the action heats up. Kiddo and his companions are on the move, their dark figures cutting through the air with undeniable momentum. That glowing artifact is still the target, the mysterious hand poised to claim it. Out of nowhere, Seo Lawai's eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson glow, a dark, powerful aura exploding around her. She explodes into action, her entire body engulfed in a blazing red aura, her blade crackling with raw power, and she challenges them, I thought you were going to come out aggressively. That glowing artifact just sits there, its light a beacon in the brewing storm. But then, her intensity shifts. Seo Lawai calms, her hands clasped, and she demands to know, how do you know that? Kiddo, completely taken aback, drops a bombshell, wait, don't you both have the same mana signature? Grandmaster Beifong, looking intense, demands to know if their intel is even legit. Yang Cheon-ku, cool as ice, just tells him, to go check it out himself. Beifeng's face tightens, realizing the sheer weight of what he's asking in their dire circumstances. Yang Cheon-ku grips the glowing artifact, its power pulsing in his hands, knowing it's a tough road ahead, but he's ready to walk it. He just nods, a silent, I got this hanging in the air. Beifong cuts to the chase, demanding to know how long this whole operation will take. With Kiddo watching intently, Yang Cheon-ku calculates, and drops the bombshell, a minimum of 3 months. Beifong gives the order, telling them to report back the second they get that intel. Yang Cheon-ku's eyes blaze with determination, ready to face whatever comes next. Grandmaster Beifong is deep in thought, hands clasped, the weight of his decisions heavy on him. His mind races to the Sharp Mountain Range, a name that carries immense weight. This isn't just any place, it's the Sharp Mountain Range, where the next leader's top secret info is hidden, and it's gonna be a massive hurdle. He's moved to a massive haul, but the weight of this mission is still heavy on his mind. He's seriously questioning this mission, asking himself, the Sharp Mountain Range? Are we talking about the branch leaders here? Kiddo's watching, but Beifeng's mind is on Zhongming's intel, top secret info about the next leader is hidden there. This is huge. He lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking, what was Zhongming even thinking? He knew I'd be the one to hand out this death-defying mission. Looking at the imposing structure, Beifong realizes this info is way too big for just a branch leader to know, there's something much bigger going on. A wicked crimson aura explodes around Yang Cheon-ku, his mind reeling with the devastating truth, I'm gone, and the Gu clan head is utterly shattered. Then, with a decisive kwachik, he rips off a restrictive binding from his wrist. And his eyes ignite with an electrifying blue glow. Staring at the now removed restraint, he can't help but question, is it really okay for me to take it off? But then, a smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, it just felt stuffy, and who's even watching now, anyway? Elsewhere, the fierce Seo Lawai pours over ancient texts, her expression intense with concentration. She ponders the sinister house sect, knowing that those who follow the demonic path are always at the heart of such chaos. Then a chilling thought strikes her. Is there someone hiding in here? Back with Yang Cheon-ku, his eyes still blazing, the chilling truth dawns on him, they were after him. His intense, glowing blue eyes hold a silent resolve, a storm brewing beneath the surface. Trapped in the darkness, a chained figure barely breathes, a desperate plea for his father escaping his lips. Elsewhere, a majestic building stands guarded, its secrets about to be disturbed. Suddenly, a hand in striking red and black bursts through a door, making a dramatic entrance. Kiddo makes his move, a subordinate already bowing down, and he lets out a sigh of relief, proclaiming everything is finally under control. But his relief quickly turns to disappointment as he surveys the scene, muttering about how the house sect has fallen into darkness. He's got the intel. The house sect. Captured by the Dark Knight Palace over a decade ago. That's when the real war began. Now, as he touches the cold chains, the full story unfolds. The house sect and the Dark Knight Palace went to war. The Murim Alliance went all out, launching a massive attack to finally take down the Dark Knight Palace. But during the epic clash, the house sect got absolutely wrecked in the middle of it all. And the result? Total annihilation for the house sect. But here's the kicker, the Dark Knight Palace's real hideout. Still a total mystery. Even after all that chaos, nobody had a clue where it actually was. He mutters, staring at the heavy chains, man, I got lucky. My plan actually worked. He keeps going, a bit annoyed, it's all thanks to the house sect's branch leader, and then we. He touches the cold chains, thinking, ugh, getting these demonic cult chains is such a pain. He stares at them, totally fixated on the mysterious power of the demonic cult. His mind is already racing, fixated on one target, Heavenly Fong Zhuge-hyuk. He's gotta find him, and he's gotta take him out. He's analyzing Zhuge-hyuk's every move, every tactic, how he's been boosting the Murim Alliance, and it's clear this guy is a major threat. But the scene shifts. Grandmaster Beifong is talking to Yang Cheon-ku, wondering who this young master is so desperately trying to track down. Yang Cheon-ku isn't backing down, though. He's got that fierce look, swearing he'll find them, even if it takes a whole 3 years. And he's not just talking years, he's confident he'll get them by summer, his face set with pure determination. But then, out of nowhere, a strange thought hits him, and he's just like, huh. He's totally thrown off, asking himself, why did I just think of that? And then the real mind bender hits, how could secrets so deeply buried, so utterly undiscovered, suddenly be brought to light? And all those untold riches hidden within those secrets. He knows they mean absolutely nothing compared to the truth. Check out this insane treasure hoard. Gold and jewels are just piled up, screaming, forgotten riches. And right there, a massive wooden chest, probably packed with even more loot, just adding to the epic mystery of this secret spot. But forget the gold, the real game changer here are the priceless spiritual pills, an ancient secret hidden for millennia that could literally flip the entire Murim world on its head. He's totally deep in thought, pondering what this means for anyone chasing an immortal secret chamber, just a quiet, as his mind races. He's ready to guard this immortal secret with his life, because he knows there's absolutely no way to crack it. Then, out of nowhere, a wild thought hits him, what if he just throws in the towel? Seriously, how are you even supposed to find a place that's hidden this deep in Sichuan? Maybe it's just smarter to chill and let the money flow in and out. This girl is totally baffled, like, HUH. What are you even talking about? But then, BAM. The narrator drops a bombshell, a game-changing method just landed right on my doorstep. And then, Yang Cheon-ku, with that intense look, just straight up promises, I'll make you happier. Whoa, check it out. Kiddo's back, rocking a fierce red martial robe, and he looks absolutely ready to throw down. Check out this elder, rocking a white top knot and a serious face in some ancient-looking place. Then he just casually smirks, looking down like he knows something we don't. He can't help but laugh, thinking, seriously, I came all this way for trouble, only to find out I was the one causing it. LOL. Our elder, still cracking up, faces off against Kiddo in a bright courtyard, just a chill, ho-ho from him. He keeps laughing, but then it's straight to business, alright, enough giggling, get to work. He grabs some hair, channeling his power, and with a fierce glare, shouts, turn M into dust. He glances at his broken leg, then tells Kiddo, thanks for helping me join the Gu clan as a servant. Now, help me sweep, and by the way, you totally broke my leg. Still clutching the hair, he then drops another task, go pluck your hair out, one by one, and Kiddo just gives a classic, He's watching the young man, a deep look on his face, totally wondering if anyone else has even caught on to the kid's insane progress. Or if he's just seeing things. A slight frown hits his face as he drops the question, you feel that too? He's still locked onto the distant figure, thinking about this kid who straight up ghosted his training just half a year ago, and now. He's already blown past his own sister. A quick flashback hits, showing young Cheon-ku's fist absolutely blazing with raw, red power as he lands a knockout blow, his internal energy flow now totally locked in and stable. The elder snaps back to reality, a touch of pure shock in his voice as he thinks about the kid's insane talent, and he's like, no way, we can't just let this guy chill. He sips his tea, totally questioning if talent even covers it, because seriously, he's never seen anyone level up this fast in his whole life. His hand tightens, a powerful thought hitting him, there's gotta be something seriously next level about this kid. Then he thinks about how the first elder seems to hate the kid, but he quickly shuts down the idea that it's for no reason, because the first elder just isn't like that. He stares off into the distance again, wondering where the kid is right now, but he's pretty sure Gu Yongchun won't be causing too much chaos. A young woman in martial robes is totally caught off guard, her eyes popping as she demands to know what's going on. But the man isn't backing down, his jaw tight as he doubles down, demanding to know her thoughts on joining his side. Then, a shocking thought bubble drops, a brazen challenge declaring, I can make you happier than he can. Elsewhere, a young man, his eyes burning crimson with pure agony, grips his chest, sweat pouring down his face, clearly pushed to his absolute limit. But hold up. We're diving into a flashback, the world's best childhood friend, where a super cute chibi Seola pops up, hyping everyone to hear her epic tale. She winks, puts a finger to her lips, and teases, promising to spill all the tea on how this wild story began. We cut to Chibi Seola, fast asleep in her bed, but even in slumber, her mind is haunted by a memory, a nightmare that just won't quit. The flashback hits, showing a young Seola and Yongchun playing with wooden swords, but even then, she knew her grandpa thought she was useless, a harsh secret she was forced to keep from everyone in the village. She wanted to stop it, but in this twisted dream, a young girl with dark hair was forced to enter a burning house, ready to face whatever horrors lay within, as a shadowy figure watched on. But in another dark corner, a chilling, blood-stained grin stretches across a man's face, his mind screaming for just a little more time to unleash his full power. Then, with a flash of raw power, her dark eyes blaze with fierce resolve, as a terrifying red aura erupts around her. Her blade flashes, a blur of motion, as she strikes with incredible speed, her dark hair a whirlwind around her. But just as quickly, that fierce resolve shatters into pure agony, as tears stream down her face, a broken, sorry barely audible. Her voice cracks with raw emotion, a desperate whisper of his name, Chun. The nightmare breaks, and young Seola jolts awake, her dark hair a mess, the terrifying dream still burning in her memory. But the past continues. Walking with young Yongchun, she's suddenly told by Hongha to rush to the courtyard. But when she arrives ahead of schedule, Seola and another girl find a shocking scene, a man already tied up in the courtyard. Flashback. Someone promised young Seola happiness, but even back then, her heart was already with the young master. But then, the young master saw everything, and his face went from zero to terrifying in an instant. And after that, the message was clear, stay away from Seola. Suddenly, we're in a courtyard, and Kiddo's facing off against some new guy. The new guy's all like, who are you, and Kiddo's totally confused, firing back, excuse me, this is my servant. Who the heck are you? But the new guy just brushes it off, mocking Kiddo with a smug, oh, look at him blushing. Pathetic. Then, he pulls a 180, bowing slightly, and says, my bad, I messed up. But seriously, do you even know who I am? With his hands together, he confidently states, oh yeah, I definitely do. And then, the big reveal. He drops his name, I'm Gu Juliup, and I'm here to challenge the blood demon CH. Kiddo's just waving, but his message is clear, no way. Chilling with a younger Yongchun and a mysterious girl, he doubles down, I'm not doing it. And when they ask if he's scared, he just straight up says, yeah, I am. No shame. But then, a smirk. He's calling someone feeble for bailing out. Then a full-on laugh. Keen eye, sure, but still, extremely feeble, in his book. Elsewhere in the flashback, a younger Yongchun is looking down, totally racked with guilt, confessing he messed up big time with his sister. Heart heavy, he's out. Just walks away from the whole scene. Flash forward. Grandmaster Beifong is gripping Kiddo's arm, laying down the law, you can't just run from the main family. Then he hits him with the big question, what are you even doing here? And then, a deep bow. Grandmaster Beifong is greeting none other than the second elder, Gu Juliup, saying it's been way too long. The Grandmaster hits him with a bombshell, asking if he even remembers Yongchun, the first elder's own grandson. Gu Juliup just shrugs it off, muttering that they don't even look alike. The Grandmaster pushes, asking if he's ready to throw down, but Gu Juliup just scoffs, saying he'd only fight someone so pathetic if it was a direct order from the first elder. He's left to wonder, was that really the whole story? He thought Yongchun was a big deal, but now he's just foolish, remembering how the first elder, obsessed with martial arts, was his own blade master, and everyone knows it. The first elder's influence is like a puppet master strings, controlling his destiny from the shadows. But after finally seeing Yangchun, Gu Juliop was totally unimpressed, declaring him too weak to even face his blade. Standing tall and confident, his judgment is final, his resolve absolute. He's thinking, this guy's trying to put me down again, but Yangchun's not having it this time. He's making his move, shouting, you won't get away with this. Grandmaster Beifeng's eyes flash red, a gut feeling telling him Yangchun's about to drop the hammer. But Gu Juliop just brushes him off, saying, nah, I'm not fighting a loser like you. It's not worth my time. Just as things are about to pop off, a hand shoots out, yelling, hold on. Gu Juliop's got his blade out, standing over Xiao La Wai, who's on the ground, leaving young Yangchun stunned. Then he looks at Xiao La Wai, straight up telling her, Yangchun's not good enough for you. Xiao La Wai's still down, looking up at him, and he just says, hey. The flashback ends, and back in the present, Yangchun's eyes are absolutely blazing red, his face twisted in pure, unadulterated fury. Jaw clenched, blood still smeared across his mouth, he finally declares, his voice dripping with absolute resolve, I'll accept that match of yours. Blue skies, ancient vibes. We're back at the training grounds, and the scenery is just epic. Inside, Grandmaster Beifeng is totally chill, facing off against Yang Cheon-ku, who just can't even with whatever the Grandmaster is saying, letting out a massive, ha. Our boy, looking totally over it, is like, ugh, I'm actually getting used to this craziness now. But the Grandmaster just reaches out, giving him a little pat, probably saying, come on, don't be like that. Beifeng, still smiling, drops the bomb, dude, a fight with a new martial artist. That's gonna level you up, for sure. Over on the sidelines, Gu Juliop and the unnamed female are watching the whole thing go down. She's just like, yeah, whatever, then adds, since everything went down like you said, I guess I owe you a favor, huh? Beifeng just laughs, calling Yang Cheon-ku little, totally unfazed by the challenge, whether he wins or loses, it's all good. But Yang Cheon-ku isn't having it. He looks straight at the Grandmaster, dead serious, and drops a bombshell, actually, Elder, I think you're totally wrong about this. He drops a bombshell, flat out refusing the clan head position, leaving the Grandmaster absolutely stunned. The Grandmaster can't believe it, pushing for answers, but he's just like, nah, I'm out. Don't care what anyone thinks. But wait, a new player enters the game. Gu Juliop, watching from above, drops a massive challenge, he'll take the clan head spot, but if Yang Cheon-ku beats him, he'll hand it over as a favor. The Grandmaster's eyes light up, a favor, you say? And Yang Cheon-ku, ever the strategist, is like, sure, but there's a catch. The Grandmaster lays down the law, win, and you get your favor. Simple as that. Terms are locked. Gu Juliop steps into the arena, ready to throw down. He turns to Yang Cheon-ku, a smirk on his face, asking if he's all warmed up for the beatdown. Yang Cheon-ku, cool as ever, just shrugs, yeah, kinda. Then, out of nowhere, Gu Juliop drops a weird, sorry about this, leaving Yang Cheon-ku totally baffled, like, what are you even talking about? Gu Juliop confesses he went too far against him back in the day. And even though it's ancient history and he can't recall the specifics, he absolutely despises himself for it now. Clenching his sword, his voice drops, revealing the one thing he hates even more. Is totally forgetting the week he spent with Yang Cheon-ku. Yang Cheon-ku just stares, completely baffled by this sudden confession. Suddenly, a blazing crimson aura erupts from Gu Juliop's hand, as he screams about hating his own weakness. The power explodes, engulfing him in a fiery vortex, his eyes burning with an intense red glow. And the sheer force of his mana takes on the form of a spectral dragon around his legs. He's not just fighting, he's claiming the clan head title. The very ground beneath him cracks and glows with the sheer force of his power, turning the entire arena into a volatile, fiery wasteland. The second elder, witnessing the raw power radiating from Juliop, confronts him head-on. But Juliop isn't just fighting for honor, he's got a demand, a prize he wants if he wins this epic showdown. The elder, clearly taken aback, presses him, what exactly do you want, Juliop? Juliop stands firm, his crossed arms radiating an unshakable resolve. Then, the bombshell drops. He wants the maid, leaving Yang Cheon-ku absolutely stunned. A chilling laugh escapes him. Now fully engulfed in a terrifying crimson aura, his eyes blazing, he screams his demand again. And the second elder, after a tense pause, actually agrees to his outrageous terms. The stage is set, the tension is unbearable, start the duel. The pressure is on. Yang Cheon-ku's inner energy is going absolutely wild, a blazing red aura exploding around him. And you can see the sweat dripping down his face as he fights to keep it all together. He's barely holding it in, whispering a name through gritted teeth. But hold up. Elsewhere, in some fancy-looking room, someone's dropping some serious wisdom, you do not keep the heavenly sword waiting, people. But Yang Cheon-ku is still pushing, his mind a whirlwind of power and doubt. He's thinking, if I'm really stronger, my energy should be going through the roof right now. And that red aura? It's absolutely exploding, crackling with pure, untamed power. But he's still trying to figure out what's even happening. Is this the heavenly sword messing with his energy? No way. He shakes his head, knowing his opponent is totally outmatched. There's no way they can handle the insane power he's unleashing right now. And just like that, it all clicks into place for him. He knew it. He knew exactly how this was going to go down. With his inner energy absolutely exploding, a fiery red aura just went wild around him. Yang Cheon-ku was feeling a power so immense, so beyond anything the heavenly sword could touch, it was finally unleashed. But Gu Juliop, totally feeling himself, just spun around, asking if he really got to go first. Then, with a casual flick of his hand, he just told him to come. The moment the challenge dropped, Yang Cheon-ku's aura just went supernova, his eyes locked down, ready for the absolute chaos about to erupt. And then, in a flash of pure speed, he was gone, his feet a blur, leaving a crimson streak in his wake. His face was pure steel, locked in on his target, the raw power practically radiating from his eyes. Closing in like a predator, a deadly orb of pure crimson power was already charging in his hand. Gu Juliop barely even started his move before he was completely shut down, with Yang Cheon-ku dropping the ultimate burn. You're too slow. After absolutely owning that first exchange, he just stood there, radiating pure, unadulterated power. The moment the duel kicks off, Gu Juliop goes all out, unleashing a devastating, sweeping attack, a crimson aura exploding around him, ripping through the air with insane force. Yang Cheon-ku digs in, the sheer power of the incoming strike making the very ground shatter around him. But just as it's about to hit, a lightning-fast counterattack connects, snapping Gu Juliop's head back with a sickening crack. A dark, crimson stain immediately blossoms on the stone floor, as blood erupts from the brutal impact. Gu Juliop is absolutely floored, still trying to process what just hit him. He can barely believe the sheer speed and power, muttering his opponent's name in pure shock. He's forced to admit it, he totally misjudged the guy. Big mistake. And with a heavy sigh, he knows it's already game over. But hold up. Yang Cheon-ku wasn't even serious yet. Now, he's unleashing a full-blown crimson storm, his arm and blade blazing with a vibrant, glowing aura, the very air crackling with insane power. This insane energy just explodes outwards, lighting up everything with a blinding flash of power. He's moving so fast it's a blur, hitting with such devastating power that Gu Juliop gets absolutely rocked again, the ground practically shaking from the impact. With that red aura still flaring, he drops a bombshell. He's got a conserve power, this supercharged state isn't gonna last forever. His eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze as he declares, he's got exactly 7 minutes left on the clock. He's got 7 minutes, that's it. This snowy technique isn't just for show, it's creating a temporary, insane power-up between him and his foe. If he can just make it through this window, it's game over for the other guy. His eyes are practically burning with resolve, and then, boom. He unleashes everything he's got. A blood-red aura just detonates around him as he blurs into action, a literal storm of attacks. The hit lands in a split second, just a blinding flash. He just keeps coming, a non-stop barrage, a red streak of pure destruction. His eyes are absolutely glued to his opponent, laser-focused and ready to finish this. Then, a brutal, game-ending kick lands, and blood just explodes everywhere. Gu Juliop is down for the count, completely wiped out, as Yang Cheon-ku just stands there, the red power still radiating off him like a boss. He's moving with a flow that's just pure instinct, a total masterclass in martial arts, showing off all that insane training. Then, boom. A crimson explosion of power, and he just smashes his opponent, sending them flying. No way he's letting this guy get away, he's shutting down every single escape route, no counterattacks allowed. He's winding up, that insane red aura just exploding, ready to drop the hammer with another brutal hit. Kaboom. Gu Juliop gets absolutely rocked, sent flying. No breaks, no mercy. He's already airborne, chasing down his opponent for the next hit. He slams his enemy into the dirt, literally shattering the ground. And for the finisher, a final, explosive combo. He just unloads a torrent of red-hot energy, absolutely obliterating Gu Juliop. That look on his face. Pure focus. He's remembering the exact second he went all out, unleashing his full heart energy. Gu Juliop lets out a desperate roar, completely floored by the sheer, raw power washing over him, questioning how anyone could even generate this kind of energy. This isn't just a fight ender, it's a fight obliterator, and he's getting absolutely rocked by it. His face twisting into a silent, agonizing scream as the full force of the attack slams into him. The crimson power just keeps on surging. And Yang Cheon-ku stands there, absolutely unshakable, radiating an unstoppable, fiery energy that practically screams victory. Suddenly, a blur of black hair streaks across the scene. And then, bam. Gu Yongchun is reeling, blood on his mouth, as some unseen force screams, Gu Yongchun, what are you doing? But he doesn't care. He's already charging, a blazing crimson aura exploding around him, turning him into a human missile of pure, raw power. The dude is fast, his hair a total blur as he just vanishes across the battlefield. And then, with a devastating thrust, he unleashes a concentrated blast of pure, unadulterated fire, a searing projectile that's about to wreak some serious havoc. The fiery attack absolutely obliterates a massive stone structure, cracking it like it's made of paper. A catastrophic explosion erupts, sending debris flying everywhere like confetti. When the smoke clears, he's just standing there, chilling in the middle of a brand new crater, the sheer, raw power of his attack on full display. He's trapped, but his mind is racing, fixated on what truly grinds his gears. A faint white energy flickers around him, and he's stuck, unable to move. Then, a sinister red aura ignites around him, his fury boiling over, and he's thinking, you really think you can lay a hand on me? That red energy just keeps surging, pure, unadulterated hatred for anyone who crosses him. His eyes blaze with furious crimson, the aura exploding around him, because he absolutely hates it when some nobody thinks they can challenge him. He's already planning the payback, thinking about shattering a wrist for that kind of disrespect. Blood trickles from his lips, his glowing eyes locked onto his target, and he knows, deep down, this is the only solution. Then, with a brutal crack, he strikes, his hand locking onto a wrist, the red energy still blazing as he absolutely demolishes his opponent's right hand. He stands over the fallen Hao Jin, who's completely out cold on the ground, and Yongchun just nods, satisfied with the quick finish. Gu Yongchun just dominated his opponent, but before he can even process the victory, a voice cuts through the air, shouting, that's enough. The sheer force of the battle left its mark, with a massive, ancient drawing on the wall now visibly cracked and damaged, a stark reminder of the raw power at play. But the elder is seriously worried, telling him he went too far. Gu Yongchun just shrugs it off, retorting that his opponent should have been ready for that kind of power. He might have gotten up, but that doesn't mean he's okay. Meanwhile, the female disciple is freaking out, asking the elder what the first elder is going to say about this mess. But Gu Yongchun just keeps dropping bombs, casually bringing up becoming the clan head, which makes the elder absolutely lose it, yelling at him to shut up. He's still thinking about the direct bloodline, wondering who else could even compete, then suddenly, he's asking if he gets food for all this drama. The elder just gives up, saying he's too old for this clan head dream, and the female disciple is totally done, telling him it's not funny, while Gu Yongchun just keeps mumbling about someone else. He's all ears as the young woman next to him drops a truth bomb, asking when he'll actually master the sword. She's thinking, if he was a direct disciple, he'd be a master by now, but nope, he's out here chasing girls and barely even touching a blade. Frowning a bit, she's like, seriously, I don't think he was always this clueless. Yongchun just gives a non-committal hum, his face giving absolutely nothing away. Totally fed up, the young woman demands to know what he's even doing here, like, shouldn't he have bounced already? Then she's like, make me captain before you ascend to heaven, young master. She's not messing around. Later, Elder Li steps up to Yongchun, suggesting they table the discussion, telling him he looks wiped and needs to chill. The elder then asks, where are you even headed? His face is pure worry. But Yongchun just flashes a cheeky grin, dropping the reminder that the elder better keep his promise, a total troublemaker vibe radiating from him. He just listens as the elder hits him with the big questions, what do you even want? Money? Food? He just scoffs, firing back, nothing at all. Are you really struggling that hard? But the elder isn't letting up, pointing a finger and pushing him, seriously, nothing? Then, a beat of silence. Before Yongchun finally drops a name, Sichuan. The elder's eyes snap open, totally blindsided by the mention of Sichuan. Yongchun just keeps it cool, asking, can't you do that much? You're the elder, why don't you just go then? Question marks literally pop around Yongchun, showing he's either totally clueless or playing dumb. Forcing the elder to lay it all out, the clan shouldn't be messing with Sichuan, Yongchuan's the one who wants to go, and he knows exactly why they should be avoiding that place. He's got a plan, telling Yongchun to just hit up the Tang Weapons exhibition, a massive event thrown by the Tang clan, with Stark and other big names invited. Yongchuan's eyes practically pop out, a shocked slipping out. And this exhibition? It's gonna be epic, showcasing a mind-blowing collection of axes, spears, and all sorts of deadly martial arts gear. Every single weapon is a masterpiece, a testament to the insane skill of the artisans who forged them. But Yongchuan's mind is racing, he can't just use the exhibition as a flimsy excuse to get to Sichuan. He's thinking, if he had to fight the Tang clan, he'd rather just die than get out of it. Then, he quickly tries to play it off to the elder, saying it was just a joke. He just looks down, a quiet, almost defeated, I see, is all he can manage. But Elder Li isn't buying it for a second, his face serious as he calls Yongchun out, you want to go really bad. The elder turns away, thinking to himself, man, am I getting scary in my old age? Or maybe, just maybe, he needs a little more motivation, if not cold hard cash, then at least something to sweeten the deal. Then, with a massive grin, he drops the bomb, all right. I'll send you to Sichuan as early as I can. He stands over Yang Chun, his voice booming with authority, ready to unleash the true power of an elder. But Yang Chun, sensing the shift, instantly backs down, begging for a different mission. But the elder isn't backing down, his voice thundering as he declares Yang Chun is going to Sichuan, right now. A look of absolute resolve on his face. Yang Chun is absolutely floored, his mind racing, thinking there's no way this can be happening, like a critical mission report just dropped. The elder doubles down, declaring it an urgent mission and that he, the elder, will personally send young Master Yang Chun to Sichuan immediately, leaving Yang Chun utterly speechless, only able to utter a confused eh. As he tries to process the bombshell, an attendant snaps him back to reality, telling him it's time to go. But Yang Chun is still stuck, his brain trying to compute this insane development. And then, it hits him, the full, mind-blowing reality of his trip to Sichuan. With Yang Chun off to Sichuan, the scene shifts to Elder Li and his attendant, casually strolling away from the gate as the echoes of departure vanish. The attendant, still waving, can't help but quip to the elder, all right, time to get to work. And by we, you mean me too, right? A quick look back at the now empty gate, and you can practically hear the sigh. The elder just grins, and the attendant can't help but groan, seriously? You're gonna make an old man like me do all the heavy lifting? Come on. The elder, staff in hand, just takes it all in. Still grumbling, the attendant adds, it's just us, old man. Don't call me worker like I just shipped someone off to do all my chores. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind, wait, didn't the elder ask me about the imperial physician just a few days ago? The realization hits him, hold on, am I the imperial physician now? And with that bombshell thought, the attendant keeps moving, a whole new mission suddenly on his plate. After the intense discussion, Yang Chun makes his exit. A mysterious pouch clutched tight in his hand as he vanishes from sight. But elsewhere, Elder Li drops a bombshell, watch it, or I'll change my mind. Your grandmother could be in serious trouble. Suddenly, Yang Chun is hit with a realization, a shocking thought echoing in his mind, asterisk she wasn't human. What is she? Asterisk. And the enigmatic woman he's thinking about? She just stands there, radiating an otherworldly calm in her flowing robes. Meanwhile, the tension escalates as a new player, Gu Ryan, steps up to Elder Li, his words cutting like a knife, you're seriously crossing the line, Gu Ryan. But Elder Li isn't backing down, his eyes narrowing, watch your mouth. But then, a shocking transformation. Yang Chun is engulfed in a blinding, golden light, his hair blazing white as raw power explodes from him. And Gu Ryan, still pondering the enigma, thinks to himself, if she were human, she'd be a force to be reckoned with. That mysterious woman's presence, it hit different for everyone, but Gu Ryan? He'd felt it before. He flashed back to the Unified Dragon Assembly, where he first saw her, just a kid, and that moment stuck with him. Elder Li just stood there, stone-faced, taking it all in. But here's the kicker, even back then, that kid had zero presence, and it still messes with his head. A slight movement, his robe whispering as he adjusted. Elder Li wasn't having it, cutting him off cold. Seriously, you think some doctor can fix her with magic meds? Give up that fantasy. You know this isn't just some sickness. But as the old man kept rambling, Gu Ryan's hand shot up, his patience officially gone. Enough, old man. Then, bam. A storm of golden swords exploded around him, crackling with raw power, Gu Ryan was unleashing the beast. That insane energy blast totally engulfed Elder Li, wrapping him in a blinding golden glow, his figure just a shadow against the sheer power. Gu Ryan's golden energy just kept exploding, blasting out with an insane, overwhelming presence that lit up everything. Blasted by the radiant glow, Elder Li's eyes went wide, his mind absolutely blown by the raw power, barely managing to think, if you say so. His back to the elder, golden power still blazing, Gu Ryan dropped the mic, if you want to defend her, then do it. But Elder Li's mind was already screaming, what I want is not. Strolling off into the snow, Gu Ryan left Elder Li to his mental meltdown, the elder's thoughts still screaming, what I want. Then, a terrifying thought hit Elder Li like a truck, a chilling question he never dared ask, what if she's not human? The golden energy swirled, fading out but leaving no doubt about Gu Ryan's insane power. Deep in the snow, Gu Ryan was now chilling with a whole squad of golden swords floating around him, just casually flexing his insane strength. Completely wrecked and alone, Elder Li stared down, Gu Ryan's brutal words echoing, you need to make up for your lack of judgment. His only thought, if I had known, would have been more careful. Just a few hours tick by, and the serene calm of a sun-drenched room can't hide the impending storm, because the Sword Supreme is about to find out that Wai Siola has completely disappeared. That once vibrant space, where she surely was, is now just a chilling, empty void, echoing her sudden disappearance. The night is calm, the full moon hanging high, but something's about to break the peace. But the crew's got bigger problems than just dinner, as one of them points out they're already running low on rations for the long haul to Sichuan. Meanwhile, the female companion can already tell young Cheon-ku is getting restless, even joking that they should have brought Seo-la along to keep him busy. And just like that, young Cheon-ku explodes into action, a blur of raw power as he unleashes a devastating strike. A crimson aura erupts from his body, every muscle straining as he charges up an insane amount of power. Then, boom! The earth itself cracks and explodes, a shower of glowing red energy and debris marking the sheer force of his attack. And he just stands there, unfazed, the residual red energy swirling around him like a testament to his power. A deep, satisfied huff escapes him, the sheer power of that move leaving him just a little winded. Sitting in the shadows, he's got that look of pure frustration. Taking on a demonic cult. He's not even sure he's got the juice, especially when his own demonic energy is off limits. The real kicker, he thinks, is that his demonic power is a no-go against Gu Juliap, who's rocking the same or even stronger energy. His inner energy is the absolute core of his martial arts, so he's got to find a way to get it back, and fast. He taps into that demonic energy, and a dark purple aura explodes around him, his eyes blazing with its sinister power. But he knows the terrifying truth, the demon would just suck up his energy and unleash it back, a reverse flow that would slowly kill him. Then he shifts to the Chi Flame, a blazing orange power that erupts around him, but that's a double-edged sword, corrupting his ki and wrecking his body. The Chi Flame is the only thing that can beat demonic energy, and he's got a hunch that if he could just use it, his inner energy would skyrocket with no nasty side effects. But ultimately, he decides, standing firm, it's just too risky right now, he's got to hold back. A final, shadowy burst of power ripples from him, a stark reminder of the insane strength he's forced to keep locked away. He's waking up, but a voice is already on him, Gu Yangchun, what are you doing, as his mind flashes back to barely escaping the demonic path. But a shockwave of confusion hits him hard, and he lets out a raw cry, totally lost. His gaze whips around, desperately trying to piece things together, a stunned gasp escaping him as he tries to figure out what the heck is going on. The unseen voice, clearly annoyed, snaps at him again, what is it now? He's on his feet now, facing the speaker who calls him, young master, demanding to know what's up before trying to fill him in. Suddenly, we're at a serene, traditional estate under the night sky, with figures serving a seated person, giving us a clue to where he is now. Back to him, he's staring out a window, wondering, am I in a carriage now? His eyes snap wide open in a moment of pure shock or realization. Just as the unseen attendant shouts his title again, young master. She's got a bright smile, and a hopeful thought just dropped in her head. But hold up. In a carriage, Seo-la is peeking out, and someone's like, yo, Seo-la wants to tag along too. But then, someone else shuts it down, saying she's terrible at chores, and Seo-la is like, seriously? Then why'd you let me bounce last time? Fast forward, she's inside, facing Elder Lee, and she's got questions about the United Dragon Assembly. Elder Lee spills the tea, the young master had to split because of all the haters, but he promises her, she's safe from judgment in Nichuan. Then, with a pile of books separating them, he tells her, alright, if you get it, help me haul this stuff. Seo-la grabs the books, remembering Elder Lee's intel on the young master's whereabouts, he's out for at least a month, he said. Back in the carriage, Seo-la just accepts her fate, knowing the young master hates slackers, so she's got no choice but to get it done. She freezes, a sudden, unsettling sound cutting through the silence. A shiver shoots down her spine, and she can only whisper, who's there? She scans the room, but there's nothing. Just her own thoughts, maybe the phantom of a boy's voice playing tricks. Her dark locks sway with her movement. Suddenly, she trips, sending everything flying and letting out a shocked scream. Scattered on the ground, she can only think, who is doing this? This isn't funny. But then, her hands start to glow with an eerie blue light as she struggles to get up, realizing this is way beyond a simple prank. She pushes herself up, and suddenly, two small, ethereal blue horns are glowing right above her head. It's too much. She collapses back down, her mind screaming, sleep, just sleep. Young Cheon-ku is absolutely crashed out, sprawled across a market stall, letting out a soft, exhausted sigh. Later, with everything finally prepped, a young woman pushes him to get moving, reminding him they're good to go. But he just drops a quick message, leaving her to handle the rest. Her eyes are practically popping out of her head, jaw dropped as she tries to wrap her mind around this wild, unbelievable story. Much later, gathered around a crackling campfire, young Cheon-ku, the young woman, and another companion are just chilling, swapping tales under the stars. Her shock slowly gives way to a more collected, yet still totally stunned, expression. She bursts out, reliving the insane events, making sure everyone knows she saw it all go down for the very first time. She's staring him down, and the question hits her, is he possessed? He's screaming, yes, that's right, and as she's already telling whatever it is to Geo back. She's totally fed up, yelling that this is what they should have done, calling out to the young master. Whoa, an owl. He's like, dude, I tried eating one of those before, they're gross, and his friend just gives him a deadpan, Just a moment later, he's totally fixated on this tiny squirrel on a branch, asking if it's another squirrel, telling it to come down because it's so small. The squirrel's like, He's got the squirrel in his hands, telling it he should have had it eaten, but since it's already here, and they're out of food, they'll just eat it together. But his companion swoops in, yelling, young master, and offering a cookie as a trade for the poor little guy. Then, a double scream of "No!" rips through the air from both him and the squirrel. The squirrel's holding its broken cookie, absolutely devastated, screaming, my cookie. He's just lying there, totally defeated, as his companion sighs, wishing she'd just sent him back in the first place. Suddenly, from the very ground beneath them, a mysterious green energy starts to surge, radiating an otherworldly glow. Crackling and flaring with an insane intensity. And just like that, a worried voice cuts through the tension, desperate to understand what in the world is going on. Young Cheon-ku, ever the chill one, just glances back, totally unfazed, while the woman behind him is already at her wit's end, wondering if he's pulling this stunt again. He just plops down, cool as a cucumber, while she's practically pulling her hair out, her patience officially hitting rock bottom. But before they can even finish arguing, a colossal, white beast with terrifying green eyes explodes onto the scene, its razor-sharp claws primed to shred anything that dares to stand in its way. Without missing a beat, young Cheon-ku's eyes ignite with that familiar, menacing green glow, his hands shooting out, ready to unleash some serious power. Those monstrous claws are just hanging there, a terrifying promise of pain. But just like that, young Cheon-ku is already standing victorious over the now-defeated monster, his green power still crackling around him as the beast lets out one last, pathetic roar. The green energy from the last fight fades out, but a chilling whistle slices through the silence. With eyes locked on his target, young Cheon-ku is still radiating green power, his fist blazing with an intense orange glow. But a desperate voice screams through the chaos, begging him to pull back. Then, out of nowhere, a new swordsman with wild white hair bursts onto the scene, his blade sparking with a powerful green aura as he faces down another monstrous beast. But young Cheon-ku's hands are still absolutely crackling with raw green power, locked and loaded for the next move. And check this out. A woman with flowing platinum hair is absolutely engulfed in electric blue lightning, her power practically exploding off the screen. The white-haired swordsman lands a devastating blow, his green-charged blade smashing into the beast, making it scream in agony as it gets knocked back. He quickly shifts his focus to a tiny, helpless figure by a cart, all while the Lightning Queen keeps a close eye on things from the background. The platinum-haired woman takes a seat, her eyes fixed on the ground, a deep, contemplative look on her face. A mysterious woman confronts him, demanding to know who he's protecting, but he shuts her down instantly, refusing to give up any info. He motions for her to come with him, but she just stares, taking it all in. Then, out of nowhere, his face twists in pure confusion, like he just saw something impossible. But that confusion quickly morphs into pure shock and rage, as he curses, realizing just how bad things have gotten. Suddenly, the entire ground is just gone, replaced by a horrifying, crimson lake of blood, a chilling testament to the chaos that just erupted. And there she stands, right in the middle of it all, a lone figure surrounded by a sea of red. Her gaze sharpens, taking in every detail, and she coolly states that they're clearly headed for Sichuan. Her voice drops, a chilling finality in her tone, confirming that absolutely no one else survived. A quiet breath escapes her, the only sound in the eerie silence. Out of nowhere, a voice rings out, asking the ultimate question, could I come with you? Then, she steps into view, a platinum blonde warrior with twin blades, standing on a ground absolutely drenched in blood. Her intense golden eyes locking onto the protagonist as she drops the bombshell, my name is Nam Gongbai. Ah. But the protagonist's internal monologue is pure fire, what is that crazy bitch doing here? The sky above this desolate wasteland is absolutely burning with a bruised, blood-red hue. A massive black crow, feathers dark as night, is already feasting on a fallen form. And the ground? It's just covered. Littered with countless broken bodies, a gruesome feast for the scavenging birds. This is the gruesome aftermath of a brutal conflict, painting the earth in shades of crimson and pure despair. But amidst all this carnage, young Cheon-ku stands absolutely unscathed, his eyes burning with an unnatural green glow, as a voice from the wreckage below challenges him, you're the one who did all this, didn't you? He casts a cold gaze downward, the question hanging heavy in the air, what did the elder say? That voice, filled with a mix of defiance and pure desperation, continues to press him, they told me to bring you back, but I'm on a rampage like a mad dog, adding with a bitter edge, is that what you wanted to hear? Young Cheon-ku finally meets the gaze of Seo La-wai, who lies defeated on the blood-stained earth, and with an air of profound indifference, he simply shuts her down. I guess you don't know enough to understand that much. Seo La-wai, with her stunning platinum blonde hair, tries to lead the way, but he's already over it, complaining about her sense of direction. She lets out an exasperated sigh, telling him to chill out and just follow her lead, no weird stuff. But he's totally over it, his patience running on empty with her nagging. He suddenly remembers something she said, then drops a bombshell question: is the Sword Supreme here? Seo La-wai gets super serious, dropping a heavy warning: the Sword Supreme is not someone you want to mess with. But he just brushes off her warning, totally hyped to know if the Sword Supreme is even stronger than the last guy he fought. The path ahead is drenched in blood, a chilling reminder of the carnage, and he just scoffs like it's nothing. Then, bam! A wicked purple aura explodes around his hand, and he calls her crazy for even trying to warn him. He doesn't even hesitate, unleashing that raw power, and with a brutal bitch, he absolutely blasts her with purple energy. Battered and bleeding, young Cheon-ku can only listen as Seo La-wai's voice rings out, demanding to know what he's even thinking. Engulfed in a blazing purple aura, she's a literal powerhouse, radiating pure energy. Her power is so immense, it's literally warping the world around them, with dark clouds gathering over some ancient, ominous castle. Then, a massive, concussive wave of purple energy just explodes from her, ripping through the air with an earth-shattering boom. Her eyes blaze with an insane violet glow as she doubles down, daring him: you wanted to fight? Pure, unadulterated power crackles around her eye, a chilling promise of what happens if you cross her. All young Cheon-ku can manage is a ragged, painful gasp, crushed by her overwhelming power and his own injuries. Then, with chilling calm, she tells him he's doing it all wrong, leaving him to stew in her brutal assessment. And then, the ultimate mic drop: if he gets it, he's to shut up and follow her lead. The ground itself is shattered, a stark reminder of the raw power unleashed just moments ago. Towering over the defeated, Seo La-wai just stares down, a soft, escaping her as she casually points out the measly 3 seconds that kept her opponent from being completely wiped out. But young Cheon-ku isn't out yet. His eyes blaze crimson as he glares up, thinking this shortcut she's talking about is anything but easy. Seo La-wai, still holding all the cards, snaps at him: what the hell are you doing? She's still radiating that insane purple power, a clear message that she's not messing around. Blood hits the dirt, but he's not backing down, internally raging at this insane bitch, and reminding himself that he just covered this entire distance in a single day. Seo La-wai, completely unfazed, demands to know why his voice is so off, then just assumes he's a messenger from her brother, warning him she's got no time for games if he's not. Young Cheon-ku, finally fed up, shuts her down with a firm nope, telling her they're not going to Sichuan and her attitude is out of line. He's not done yet, declaring that even with all this chaos, he's got more to spill, but the biggest issue is he can't even trust her claim about being from the Imperious clan. Young Cheon-ku was down, defeated, and the other guy? Totally helpless, just watching the chaos unfold. But then, Seo La-wai's voice just ripped through the air, straight up asking him what he thought he was doing. Her eyes? They just narrowed, and you could feel the sheer power starting to bubble up inside her. And then, boom! Her eyes started glowing blue, and you could practically hear the energy building up around her. Then, with an insane burst, she just unleashed this torrent of glowing blue mana, forging it into a massive, shimmering sword of pure power. The energy just kept building, exploding outwards and dominating everything. She slammed that giant blade down with insane power, and a shockwave of blue lightning just ripped through the whole area. Young Cheon-ku's eyes went wide with pure terror. He knew exactly what that move was, and the power she was about to drop was insane. And her eyes? They were just burning with this fierce, blue light, showing off the absolute raw power she now commanded. Boom! Seo La-wai's ultimate move just detonated, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that's absolutely insane. And she's like, yeah, that's just a warm-up, I'm not even good yet. Talk about humble bragging. That sword is still absolutely radiating power, a testament to the sheer force she just unleashed. Then, in a shocking twist, she's holding a battered and bleeding young Cheon-ku, literally asking him, so, was that adept enough for you, huh? Savage. Young Cheon-ku's mind is blown. He's gasping, wait, you're from the Nangchong clan? The truth hits him hard. Meanwhile, the white-haired dude is just shaking his head, throwing shade like, seriously, your martial arts are rusty. You shouldn't be tagging along with anyone. Ouch. And just like that, we cut to a chill scene, a tiny squirrel just vibing on a branch, totally unaware of the epic battle that just went down. Seo La casts her gaze downward, a subtle sound hinting at her thoughts. Young Cheon-ku's mind races, realizing ignoring her is a losing game, she'll just think he's playing coy, making her even more formidable if he doesn't engage, then catches himself, wondering if he should even bother, as she's already deep in conversation. The other woman, gathered around the crackling campfire, nods in agreement, stating, "Yeah, I know." He internally muses on the strange relief that she hadn't rejected him, a convoluted thought process, but one he accepts, grateful their dynamic hasn't escalated further. His internal monologue spirals, confirming that ignoring her is a tactical error, before he finally breaks the silence with a questioning, Holding up a frog, the woman demonstrates how to feel its unique skin, eliciting an intrigued, "Oh ho." A sudden Manhwa escapes Seo La as a tiny squirrel unexpectedly leaps onto her shoulder, catching her off guard. He playfully chides the woman, reminding her, "I told you not to mess around," only for her to feign ignorance with a surprised, "You did?" Seo La remains fixated on the squirrel, feeling its soft, squishy presence on her shoulder, molken sound emphasizing the tactile experience. Yang Cheon-ku isn't letting up, grilling the young woman about her origins and why she's out here alone, far from home. She finally spills it, admitting she got lost, and Yang Cheon-ku is not happy about it, letting out a frustrated shout. But Yang Cheon-ku isn't buying it, pushing her for the real reason she's trailing him, especially since he's not even going to Sichuan. Busted. She drops the bombshell, exposing that he wasn't even going to Sichuan in the first place. Her gaze snaps up to meet his, the tension palpable as her secret is out. He lets out a heavy sigh, then gently cups her head, a silent acknowledgement of her predicament. Her jaw drops in shock, utterly bewildered that Sichuan is off the table and she thought they were going home. As night falls, the trio gathers around a crackling campfire, Yang Cheon-ku, Seo La Y, and the unnamed female finally finding a moment of peace in the quiet wilderness. The tension breaks as the mysterious young woman finally drops her name, Namgong Baya. But our hero just shrugs, like, "Yeah, I know that already." He's about to drop some truth bombs, but then, silence. What was he going to say? Just when things get awkward, a new player enters the game, dropping a name that sends shockwaves, Gu Jilayip. And who is this mysterious figure with the intense green eyes? He's Gu Jilayip, from the legendary Gu clan. Talk about an entrance. Fast forward to a campfire scene, and our main man, Yang Cheon-ku, is straight up apologizing to Jilayip, with Seo La Y taking it all in. What went down between them? Fast forward 2 days, and after that whole Gu Jilayip situation, the crew is back on the road. Seo La Y spots a squirrel, and Yang Cheon-ku is just like, "Yep, that's a squirrel." Seo La Y, ever the adventurer, casually asks Namgong Baya if she's ever tried squirrel for dinner, and Baya is like, "Hard pass," while Yang Cheon-ku just chills in the back. The adventure rolls on, and Yang Cheon-ku, with a mischievous grin, tells Seo La Y to go get one. She's totally caught off guard, asking if he's seriously putting her in charge of dinner. The journey pressed on, and Yang Cheon-ku, clearly not thrilled about something, grumbled, "Ugh, if that's the deal, I'm out." Seo La Y, ever the instigator, shot back, "Who do you even think you are? Can I get one?" He just gave her the silent treatment, so she pressed, "Muchayan, is it over?" Finally, he broke, "We'd hit the nearest village." She called him out, fact, then dropped the bomb, "It'll probably take more than 2 days. Noticing his exhaustion, she poked, "Young master, seriously, why are you so wiped? Can't you just ride with her?" He just stared at the ground, a deep sigh escaping him, the thought weighing heavily, "Do I even have a choice in this?" They kept moving, and he finally gave in, "All right, let's just talk about this again once we hit the next village." The three pushed forward, their journey taking them down a winding mountain path, a small village appearing in the distance. Finally reaching the village's edge, with structures now visible along their path. Footsteps hit the ancient stone, announcing a major arrival. Meanwhile, 2 figures in crimson robes are already debating, one demanding to know why the protagonist is still here when he was told to come back. But a young woman in a striking white and purple robe can only watch, her face etched with worry, wondering if this is all going to be okay. Then, the protagonist appears, carrying Namgong Baya on his back, only to be immediately confronted by Gu Juliop, who's absolutely furious, demanding to know why he's still carrying her around like a maid when her legs are clearly hurting. Gu Juliop isn't backing down, telling him to get her off his back immediately, especially since he warned her not to get on in the first place. But the drama isn't over. Namgong Baya, now standing with Seo La Y, shouts out, telling her to get down here. Just as things settle, a whole new squad, dressed exactly like the protagonist, starts rolling up. These dark-robed figures are a serious force, their silent approach promising even more trouble. A squad of martial artists rolls up, and their white-haired leader immediately shouts out, his voice dripping with urgency. He rushes in for a hug, demanding to know where she's been and how stressed he was, but she just brushes him off, saying she's good. She pulls back, her face serious, telling him they can't rely on each other, because that would just be embarrassing. He stares at her, totally exasperated, like, seriously? You can't even rely on me for 1 day, and complains about all his hard work for her. The guy carrying Yang Cheon-ku tries to get a word in, but Seo La Y cuts him off, declaring herself the heavenly sword master, and orders him to drop her friend right now. The white-haired guy's mind is blown. If this dude is her little brother, he's gotta be the future Lightning Blade, one of the legendary 5 unrivaled swordsmen, Gu Juliop. Gu Juliop steps up, confirming his identity, apologizing for the holdup, and reveals he's Namgong Baya's guardian. Yang Cheon-ku, still slung over Gu Juliop's shoulder, drops a bombshell, introducing himself as Gu Yangchun of the Ku clan, and then calls out the white-haired guy as none other than Namgong Chunjun, the current Lightning Dragon. Namgong Chunjun just laughs it off, waving away the fancy title, saying it's way too much praise. His eyes narrow, the tension palpable. He's demanding answers. Why is she rolling with this rando? Namgong Chunjun, the Lightning Dragon himself, is not backing down. And he's calling them out. I thought you weren't even coming. And hey, I walked too. The air crackles with unspoken thoughts. But then Gu Juliop steps up, cool as ice, dropping a bombshell. It's fine. We just did what felt right. Seola Y's eyes flash with resolve, shutting down any further drama with that woman, and she's confident they'll just snag another room. Chunjun, ever the pragmatist, just tells them to prep for camping, and honestly, after that trek, they're just like, yeah, fine, anything's better than another in hunt. As the full moon rises, Gu Juliop reluctantly agrees, but not without a cryptic hint, they'll move according to mana. He's always been baffled by how she pulled off her secret identity, even as Gu Yangchun, right in front of him, was calling him out. Her brother, a total powerhouse, was always there. And every single disciple who followed them? Big mistake. Huge. After that, she became the legendary Blade Emperor, kicking off her brutal reign of terror. He's still scratching his head over how she kept her identity secret, but honestly, the only real problem he sees now is her link to the Lightning Dragon. Her power felt like it blew the Lightning Dragon's martial arts out of the water. At this point, titles were just words, meaningless against her raw might. Gu Juliop scanned the area, realizing Namgong Chunjun, her brother, was around too, even if he couldn't get a clear look. And just like that, Namgong Chunjun popped up in the doorway, locking eyes with Yang Cheon-ku. He asked if Yang Cheon-ku knew him, and the young man just brushed it off, saying he was fine despite the concern. The air crackles with a commanding voice, laying down the law, as Yang Cheon-ku is left battered and bleeding on the cold ground, another voice barely managing to gasp out a question about what he's doing. Namgong Chunjun is absolutely locked in, his eyes burning with intensity, and Gu Juliop is right there, backing him up. He's not holding back, his voice dripping with pure menace, making it clear he's done being nice and is ready to end them, all while telling them to talk to his sister. His face is absolutely stone-cold as he lays down the ultimate threat. If Yang Cheon-ku even thinks about his sister again, he's getting sliced in half. Then, a.m. We're thrown into a flashback, a younger Namgong Chunjun and his sister, Namgong Baya, chilling out, and she's totally freaking out about almost getting wiped out by some old clan dude, while he just calmly drops his name. The flashback keeps rolling, someone's telling Namgong to grab some breakfast, and he's just like, wait, what? Why? Snap back to reality. Yang Cheon-ku's face is twisted in pure agony, the past and present crushing him at once. His internal monologue screams, they were all completely unhinged. And just like that, the flashback wraps up with Namgong Chunjun and Namgong Baya walking off, leaving that wild memory behind. The flashback kicks off with Gu Juliop dropping a bombshell, asking, seriously, young master. About Gu Yangchun. Chunjun strides forward, and Juliop's relief is palpable as he adds, everything's set. We're out after breakfast. Honestly, I was worried you'd lost it, but you're normal. A quick thanks from Chunjun, then he's all business, time's ticking. Let's get this breakfast over with and hang out with more people. Cut to Baya with a companion, apologizing to a child, my bad for not saying hi sooner. The kid's eyes widen, whoa, you're actually real, young master. Chunjun gazes at the child, a rare soft look on his face, I remember you. You're awesome, kiddo. Eat up. At the dining table, the child pipes up, seriously, we have to eat together. Chunjun, now at the table, lays down the law to Baya, she can eat with me, but you? You shouldn't be here. Yang Cheon-ku's mind races, I failed you. I couldn't protect you. Then, a stark memory, Chunjun with declaring, I just took what was left. Baya's jaw drops, her eyes wide with disbelief, a stunned whisper escaping, no way. Chunjun brushes off a worry, saying someone's looking rough, as the little girl next to him asks if they're even alright. Meanwhile, Gu Juliop just grunts, glaring at Yang Cheon-ku as he devours his meal. Then, he just lets it all out, straight up saying this is the absolute last time he'll tolerate seeing her at the Tang Weapons exhibition. Across the way, Baya, hand to her mouth, declares she's out, then drops a cutting comment about someone seriously slacking off. Yang Cheon-ku, totally stuffed, declares he's done eating, and Juliop immediately snaps back, telling him to never show his face again after this. Cutting back to the Namgong duo, Bai Ah is just standing there, facing Chunjun, her face completely frozen in absolute shock. She's still utterly stunned. And then her eyes start to blaze with a fierce purple glow, a dark, swirling aura erupting around her. Chunjun, watching her change, just calls out, "Sister." Bai Ah clamps a hand over her mouth, her face twisted in pure, raw anguish. Her eyes, once just sad, are now absolutely glowing with an insane purple energy. And then, boom! A dark, crackling aura just explodes around her, showing everyone exactly how much she's struggling inside, and someone's like, "Gu Yangchun, what are you even doing?" This dark power is just swirling around her, and the voice finishes, "Because this is way more convenient for me." Cut to a calmer scene, where Namgong Chunjun is telling her to just chill and sit with him next time, and she's all, yeah, my bad. The tension from their talk is almost suffocating. They just keep walking further into the building, their forms fading into the darkness. But then, she confronts him again, demanding to know why he's always cleaning up her messes, and he just coolly tells her it's because he's her elder, end of story. He keeps his poker face on, but you can see the exhaustion in his gaze. Finally, they step out of the building, with another person joining their group, all three walking off, leaving all that intense drama in the dust. Her hands are shaking, gripping something tight, as she unleashes a furious question, demanding answers from Gu Yangchun. But just behind her, Namgong Chunjun is locked in, his voice a low, intense rumble, adding to the tension. Then, with a desperate motion, her hand reaches out, slamming down on a stark white plate. Yang Cheon-ku is not having it, turning around with a look that screams, "Are you still following me?" But Seola Y is cool as a cucumber, dropping the bombshell that she's not following, she's escorting. Yang Cheon-ku is not buying it, pushing back with a, "Seriously, why are you here?" Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, BAM. Namgong Baya pops up, hands in the air, spilling the tea that Seola dragged her into this. Yang Cheon-ku's patience hits zero, and he's instantly yelling for Muyang to get her out of his sight. But it's no use, he just throws his hands up, resigning himself to the fact that they'll just do their own thing anyway. Suddenly, we're transported to a breathtaking night view of a massive village, and the word is out, they've officially landed in Sichuan. And get this, they've arrived at the legendary Sichuan Tang clan. They've finally made it to the Sichuan Tang clan's main headquarters, a fortress untouched by the demonic cult. With the mysterious ghostly blade now his to wield, having him around is going to be a game changer for everyone. But first, he's got his eyes on the Sichuan Tang clan's treasury. Now that he's the new master of the Blade Emperor's secret art, he's taking charge of this whole situation. Gu Yangchuan's got a tight deadline, 3 days to find that treasury, right after the weapon exhibition wraps up. The only clue? It's somewhere in Sichuan, which, let's be real, is a massive place. He's got his crew relying on him, but this mission is looking seriously tough. Peering out over the massive city from a high window, he's left wondering how he'll ever locate the treasury in this sprawling urban jungle. He's got a massive problem on his hands, if he can't find that treasury, he might have to hand it over to the beggar sect. No matter what, he's gotta find it. But then, a sudden, high-pitched shriek from below totally catches him off guard. He can't help but crack a smile, totally surprised by her sudden burst of energy. And the girl, absolutely buzzing with excitement, can't believe her eyes. It's her first time seeing fireflies, and she thinks they're the coolest thing ever. She's practically vibrating with joy, pointing out the fireflies putting on a show under the moonlight. Her excitement is totally contagious. And she remembers Byun-woo talking about a firefly forest just over there, so she's like, let's go check it out. He's totally on board, and they head off together, ready for an adventure. And as they walk, the night lights up with the magical glow of fireflies, leading them deeper into the adventure. Under the full moon's epic glow, the forest was absolutely lit up, sparkling with countless shimmering lights. Diving deeper into the glowing woods, she was totally blown away, agreeing it was even more amazing than he'd hyped it up to be. But he was all business, asking her how massive she thought a forest would be if they were hunting for a recluse. She shot him a playful grin, teasing him with a casual, "Young master." Yang Cheon-ku quickly changed the subject, muttering about where recluses would even stash their loot. She stopped, her face going soft, then whispered that she just wanted to help him feel better, as a glowing bug zipped right by. He shot down her offer fast, declaring he'd work better solo, because seriously, who hides treasure where it's easy to find? Her face scrunched up, muttering about why anyone would be so mean as to hide something like that. Her eyes locked onto his, sharp and direct, insisting she wasn't suspicious, but then hitting him with the ultimate question, "Who are you?" as glowing fish zipped by. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the air, warning that no outsiders are allowed to pass. But wait, Yang Cheon-ku is thinking, and it hits him, he totally forgot about the Tang clan. This is the legendary warrior who single-handedly crushed the demonic human invasion of Sichuan. The green-robed figure stands her ground, then hits him with the ultimate question, "Who are you?" This is it. This is the Poison Queen, Tang Soil, a legend so powerful that she literally cannot be killed by any normal life, her power is just off the charts. Green particles are subtly floating around, with hints of red splatters in the mix. That green glow is getting stronger, showing just how much power is radiating through this place. Bodies everywhere, green liquid pooling, this place is a nightmare, and the silence is absolutely deafening. A hand, radiating sickly green energy, casually waves, and the chilling words echo, all done. Then, out of nowhere, a figure steps into the light, radiating pure toxic energy, and the question hangs heavy, Poison Queen. Her emerald eyes gleam, a subtle smirk on her face as she challenges, is that really you? The Poison Queen, radiating pure menace, scoffs, calling him a silly ghost who should have been deserted long ago, then doubles down, seriously, what did you think would change if you showed up? Just be yourself. He pauses, a moment of contemplation before he retorts, but nothing would change. So why even ask? Her eyes narrow, a cold certainty in her voice as she declares, I knew exactly why you came here. Then, his eyes ignite with a terrifying purple glow, blood still on his lips, as he cuts her off, that's a stupid question. I'm here to end your damned life. The purple energy around him flares, his stare locked on her as he simply states, I see. With a chilling grin and green goo oozing from her mouth, Tang Soil drops a sarcastic apology. Kneeling over some poor soul as a vibrant green aura explodes around her, for anyone who's lost their mind. Her eyes blazing with an intense emerald glow, she's like, seriously, there are way too many idiots I can see now that my eyes are open. Young Cheon-ku, now radiating a subtle green energy, stares up at her, snapping back that she should have figured it out way sooner, because her time is officially up. Tang Soil just looks down, totally chill, bragging that nobody can kill her with the little time left in this world. Then, a sudden, brutal crack. And a thick, emerald mist explodes. Swallowing Yang Cheon-ku as he unleashes a massive surge of green energy. His hand now drenched in a slimy green liquid and splattered with red. Her emerald eyes blaze, a silent rage building after that insane attack. The tension is absolutely electric, a chilling calm after the storm. Then, Tang Soil snaps, her voice dripping with pure fury, screaming, are you not answering me? Yang Cheon-ku just watches her, a chilling realization dawning, thinking, she's hit her peak now, hasn't she? But he's not done, delivering a cold threat to Soil, declaring he'll slaughter the guards if she doesn't talk. Tang Soil just laughs him off, calling him a big mouth who never grows. But then, a total mood swing. She formally introduces herself, announcing, I am Tang Soil of the Tang clan, and even apologizes for raising her voice. Just as she finishes, Gu Juliop steps up, introducing himself and admitting his shock, with Namgong Chunjun and Namgong Baya right there with him. Tang Soil then locks eyes with Yang Cheon-ku again, demanding to know, so what business brings you here? Namgong Chunjun, ever the pragmatist, coolly declares their family sanctioned this mess, so it's done, and Yang Cheon-ku, with a dismissive shrug, just says he's out. Then, almost as a mic drop, he casually mentions he was bailing anyway, and honestly, the other guy's pettiness was just too much. But back to the main event. The crews gathered outside a seriously epic, traditional palace, its ancient vibes hitting hard against the bright, open sky. Tang Soil, cutting straight to the chase, confronts Gu Juliop, demanding to know if he, the Gu clan's own, was the one meddling where he shouldn't be. Namgong Baya, sensing the drama, turns to Yang Cheon-ku, straight up asking why he gave Gu Juliop such a death glare. Namgong Chunjun, clearly annoyed, grumbles to himself, he's still fuming that Yang Cheon-ku never said sorry, even after being called out. Namgong Baya, a faint blush creeping up, starts to ramble, complaining that he just does whatever he wants, and she totally hates guys like that, especially when they're so handsome. Her friends just stare, a mix of, what, and oh no, on their faces. And Namgong Baya, totally mortified, scrambles to backtrack, stuttering, I mean. When I said he's handsome, I meant, with a dramatic gasp. She lets out a tiny, mortified gasp as her accidental confession hits her like a truck. Her brain short-circuits, thinking, is he actually? But he just lets out a frustrated growl, totally over it. But hold up, across town, Tang Soil is checking out this epic old building, dropping some serious shade about how truly ugly guys always say they're just, a little ugly. Her savage take gets a collective groan from the dudes nearby, but she just brushes them off with a sassy, TSK. Guys. Later, under a sky full of glittering stars, Yang Cheon-ku and Namgong Baya are just walking, leaving all that awkwardness in the dust. The scene opens on pure serenity, a gentle breeze, birds chirping. A picture of calm with ancient buildings by the water. But inside, Yang Cheon-ku is all business, realizing this new weapon isn't coming easy, so he's gotta grind out some serious training. Out of nowhere, Seo La Wai and Namgong Chunjun show up, looking totally chill and ready for whatever. Their martial robes are on point, giving off serious warrior vibes. Yang Cheon-ku is caught off guard, his face asking the obvious question, what in the world do they want? Seo La Wai and Namgong Chunjun are still just standing there, cool as cucumbers, totally ready to drop some news. Namgong Chunjun finally spills the tea. The Tang clan sent an invite for a banquet, and his sister thought Yang Cheon-ku should totally come along to seal the deal. Namgong Chunjun is still trying to get through to him, saying his vibe might be off-putting, but Seo La Wai quickly jumps in, telling him to chill out. But Yang Cheon-ku is not having it, his face turning stone-cold as he tells them to bounce if they can't handle the heat. Seo La Wai just stares, a worried look on her face, begging him again to just chill. Suddenly, Namgong Chunjun grabs Yang Cheon-ku's wrist. His voice dropping to a serious tone as he demands, "You're coming with us." That grip isn't letting go, showing he's dead serious. But Yang Cheon-ku is totally conflicted, thinking, he absolutely hates the idea, but deep down, he knows they're just trying to look out for him. He lets out a frustrated sigh, knowing he's trapped and has to go. You seriously? But hold up. Elsewhere, in some seriously creepy shadows, a hooded figure with blazing red eyes and a sinister crimson aura is giving off major bad vibes, totally shrouded in darkness and mystery. Whoa, check out this mysterious figure. Silver hair, glowing purple eyes, and an aura that screams, danger. What's going on here? Back with the crew, Yang Cheon-ku is clearly not thrilled, letting out a little oops as the pressure mounts. He tries to play it cool, saying he can't refuse such a thoughtful invitation, but you can tell he's just barely holding it together. Just when you think it's over, Namgong Chunjun isn't letting up, grabbing him with a powerful grip. He pulls him in for a friendly hug, and Yang Cheon-ku is just like, "Mr. Namgong, what are you doing?" Whoa. That's it. Yang Cheon-ku snaps. His eyes go full crimson, a dark aura explodes, and he's ready to rip out some lungs. You do not want to mess with him. That stare alone could freeze you solid. He's radiating pure menace, daring anyone to challenge him. But Namgong Chunjun is unfazed, still thanking him. And Yang Cheon-ku, after that epic outburst, just casually says he couldn't refuse. What a roller coaster. He's at the banquet, and the spread is absolutely insane, but he's not exactly thrilled. Namgong Chunjun, the host, tries to sell him on the food, saying it's all made with effort, asking if he's down to eat. Namgong Chunjun plays it cool, saying it's nothing special, just hoping he enjoys it, but Yang Cheon-ku is already thinking, what exactly am I supposed to enjoy here? The feast is on, and the vibe is super awkward. He's trying to eat a dumpling, and Namgong Chunjun is like, are they even edible? Yang Cheon-ku's just thinking, nah, they're just different. He keeps eating, but his face is screaming, I hate this. Meanwhile, Tang Soil's eyes are literally glowing, and she's wondering, what is up with this weird feeling? Outside, under the stars, she's having flashbacks to her past life, remembering this exact weird feeling whenever she ran into that person. Back at the dinner, Yang Cheon-ku is clutching his gut, swearing he's never going through that taste torture again. Still reeling from the Tang clan's culinary assault, Yang Cheon-ku's taste buds are in full revolt, the food a fiery, unyielding enemy he just can't defeat. With a face twisted in pure agony, he's internally screaming, why is it so hard to just spit this out? Meanwhile, Tang Soil, the poison queen herself, can't even hide her own disgust, her face twitching in a silent HAAH of pure spice shock. His internal struggle rages on, not only is it impossible to spit out, but it's also so spicy too. He needs water, and he needs it now. But just when he thinks he's done for, Seo La Wai swoops in like an angel, offering him a lifeline in the form of a cup, and he's like, thank you. Even after the water rescue, the mere sight of that spicy monstrosity on his plate still sends shivers down his spine. Seo La Wai, ever the caring companion, watches him with a worried gaze, her own food completely forgotten as she focuses on his plight. Busted. Caught red-handed in his food-hating antics, Yang Cheon-ku's face turns beet red with pure, unadulterated embarrassment. With Namgong Chunjun giving him the ultimate stink eye, Yang Cheon-ku, feeling the pressure, can only stammer out a, why ACT so cruel, and a sheepish, sorry, for his epic food fail. The tension is still thick in the air as a piercing gaze locks onto our hero, the awkwardness from his food fiasco hanging heavy. Namgong Chunjun, ever the smooth operator, tries to defuse the situation, blaming the defective chopsticks, but our boy Yang Cheon-ku is still reeling, looking like he's seen a ghost. At the table, it's not just Yang Cheon-ku who's struggling, Tang Soil is also giving off major, I'd rather be anywhere else, vibes, their faces telling the whole story without a single word. Tang Soil's face is a picture of pure mortification, you can practically feel her cringing. And Yang Cheon-ku? He's just sitting there, totally baffled and a little ticked off, like, what even is this food? Seo La Wai tries to get him to spill the tea, but Yang Cheon-ku shuts it down immediately, all, nope, nothing to see here. But Namgong Chunjun isn't fooled, seeing right through his act. Tang Soil starts to say something, but it's cut short. Namgong Chunjun, ever the charming host, asks if she's okay, then playfully tells Suyul to chill out and stop fidgeting. Then, to the whole room, he drops the bomb, "Look, this is just how we do things here. Basically, deal with it, it's our tradition." He drops a bombshell, revealing their personal training grounds are basically abandoned, everyone's built their own. Yang Cheon-ku, ever the strategist, immediately wonders if he can check it out. And get this, he adds that everyone's already finished building their own custom training zones. But Yang Cheon-ku's mind is racing, trying to figure out what's really going on in everyone else's heads. Just look at these massive, insane training grounds, a total flex of the clan's power. Seriously, this place is huge, enough space for every kind of martial arts mayhem. Meanwhile, down the line, Gu Juliop is hyped, calling it super impressive. But Namgong Baya is totally bummed, saying her own training spot will be done soon but she'll never even use it, making it pointless. The other girl tries to cheer her up, promising she'll get her chance. But then, back with the main crew, Tang Soil drops a bombshell, she's not into training and just wants to avoid fighting, ending with a massive, dramatic sigh. Everyone's just staring, totally shocked by her unexpected confession. Yang Cheon-ku, completely bewildered and making zero sense of anything, just wants to bail back to the banquet, then suddenly remembers he didn't even get to eat anything. The training grounds are buzzing, but Namgong Chunjun isn't here for sightseeing. He locks eyes with Yang Cheon-ku, a smirk playing on his lips, practically daring him to even think about a sparring match. Yang Cheon-ku's eyes drop, and he just knows it, that look on Namgong Chunjun's face. Pure, unadulterated desire to absolutely wreck him. Namgong Chunjun's smirk just gets wider, his tone dripping with pure sass as he asks if Yang Cheon-ku seriously thinks he'd fall for that trick. He waves his hand like it's nothing, shutting down the whole idea with a resounding, unacceptable. Yang Cheon-ku is just trying to process this guy's nerve, because seriously, how can someone with such a huge power gap just flaunt it like that? This dude's face is practically screaming for a fight. Namgong Chunjun keeps pushing, laying out the facts, their power levels are so off the charts, they'd cause a catastrophe anywhere else. But here, in this special training zone, it's game on. That confident, almost sinister smile just screams trouble. Then, he throws down the gauntlet, telling Yang Cheon-ku to keep an eye on him, because it's not his power that's the problem, it's the insane energy radiating off Yang Cheon-ku himself. The challenge is set, the tension is palpable, and Namgong Chunjun's final question hangs in the air, can you handle it, as they prepare for an epic showdown. He's not holding back, throwing down the gauntlet and demanding to know if his rival is truly ready for what's coming. But Namgong Chunjun fires back, hinting that his senior might have lost a step or two. Meanwhile, Tang Soil is just soaking it all in, her gaze fixed on the brewing storm. With a sly grin, she gives her approval, knowing full well the fireworks that are about to ignite. Then, Namgong Chunjun unleashes a blinding purple aura, his words a direct dare to see just how tough his rival really is. And Yang Cheon-ku answers the call, his eyes blazing electric blue as a menacing dark aura explodes around him, a terrifying grin promising absolute chaos. Two figures are absolutely plummeting through the air, just a total blur of motion against the ground below. And as they're about to hit, Namgong Chunjun, the white-haired warrior, just casually offers his opponent the first move, like it's nothing. But Yang Cheon-ku just smirks, a little blood at the corner of his mouth, like he's got a secret. He accepts the challenge without even thinking, his eyes practically burning with pure, raw intent. The white-haired warrior hits the ground, already powering up, his whole body glowing with a shimmering aura as he shouts he's striking first. But before he can even finish powering up, the black-haired fighter, now a swirling vortex of pure energy, moves with absolutely impossible speed. He closes the distance in a blink, unleashing a devastating, sweeping blow that absolutely blindsides Namgong Chunjun. The impact just sends the white-haired warrior flying, his legs buckling as he's slammed backward. He lands a devastating blow, sending his opponent absolutely flying, blood exploding from his mouth as he can't even process what just happened. Stumbling backward, Namgong Chunjun's mind is racing, and he realizes those first two attacks were just a warm-up. A chilling, almost predatory intensity radiates from Yang Cheon-ku's eyes, his gaze locked onto his prey. The real fight, he knows, is about to go down. In a blinding flash, Yang Cheon-ku is on him, his sword a silver streak, forcing Namgong Chunjun into a desperate defense. He unleashes a relentless storm of blows, a whirlwind of speed and power that leaves afterimages in its wake, absolutely crushing his opponent with pure, unadulterated pressure. From the sidelines, Tang Soil watches the absolute chaos unfold, a mix of shock and worry plastered across her face. But Tang Soil was always a little, unique, even as a kid, getting a sweet kiss from an older woman. While other kids her age were chasing puppies or kittens, she was already hanging out with much wilder company. Forget playdates. This kid was chilling with wolves and tigers, their fierce, slanted eyes seeing her for who she truly was. Those glowing, ferocious eyes, flashing sharp fangs, were pure, untamed power. These apex predators just radiated an untouchable vibe. But get this, they were the only ones who didn't treat her like trash. In her lonely childhood, she was always by herself, even with tiny critters around. That wild power, like a high-rank spirit animal, was totally embraced by the beasts, but because of that crazy vibe, the young girl couldn't make human friends. Is she still like that now? But back in the present, someone's wondering if she's crushing it at the Tang Weapon Academy, saying it's been ages since they were connected, and then another voice shouts, Chun Jun. He's. Someone groans in frustration, then snaps, I have no idea what you're on about. And then, the real question drops, is the Tang clan seriously not going to find out? And so, her wild, isolated past, is still totally messing with her present. And just like that, she finally met the love of her life, a person she never saw coming. Young Cheon-ku, just radiating power, stands there in the training grounds. Tang Soyol's face just explodes with a blush, a sharp gasp escaping her as those fangs pop out. Clutching her chest, she's freaking out, this isn't good. My heart is going absolutely wild. But young Cheon-ku, totally oblivious, is just thinking, what's up with these chills? It's already cold, so why am I getting colder? Her heart just keeps pounding like crazy. Later, young Cheon-ku is just chilling, having a meal at a low table. Watching his every move, she's internally screaming, his eyes are so cool. I literally can't eat. He's just too cool. Even when he's just taking a sip of water, she's like, OMG, he's so cute. Her fangs are still out, she's totally smitten. Tang Soyol is absolutely floored, finding herself face to face with young Cheon-ku, her mind racing with the sheer audacity of her own sudden appearance. Her face is burning, eyes practically glowing with pure, unadulterated emotion, and she can barely string a sentence together, her heart pounding like a war drum. He's completely clueless, but for her, it's a lightning bolt of realization, this is it, the real deal, pure, unadulterated love. Taking a massive gulp, she steels her resolve, bracing herself for the ultimate move. Just as she extends her hand, heart pounding, a question about to burst forth. Boom! A sudden, earth-shattering impact absolutely obliterates the table between them, sending wood and chaos exploding everywhere. Suddenly, a striking white-haired woman with piercing blue eyes appears, surveying the chaos. And she's not alone. A dark-haired man stands beside her, both staring intently at the wreckage below. Tang Soyol's eyes go wide, a gasp caught in her throat as she stares at the unfolding chaos. But young Cheon-ku is already in the thick of it, a relentless barrage from Seol Ah-wai, Gu Juliap, Namgong Bai-ah, unnamed female 1, and Namgong Chunjun exploding around him. It's a full-on assault. Namgong Chunjun's eyes blaze with electric blue energy, his entire being locked onto his target, ready to strike. A devastating blow connects, sending young Cheon-ku flying, blood erupting from his mouth as the sheer power slams into him. Unnamed female 1 is on her knees, her face etched with worry as the battle rages around her. After the dust settles, Namgong Chunjun and unnamed female 1 survey the scene, a masked guard kneeling before them, the tension palpable. Namgong Chunjun can only stare in disbelief at his broken blade, the question burning in his mind, why did my sword break? He replays the fight, realizing he barely blocked that attack, but it was still too much, and the target, the one he couldn't apprehend, had escaped. He's barely standing, and the voice of his tormentor echoes, a brutal reminder, in a real fight, you'd be dead 10 times over. Their eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson, and the dark-haired master pushes, are you finally getting it? Then, a thunderous crack rips through the air, sending the white-haired warrior scrambling to dodge the invisible blow. The white-haired man's blade lies in pieces, a stark testament to the lesson's ferocity, as the dark-haired master observes, he's a completely different beast without his mana. Stunned, the white-haired warrior can only manage to tell him, go get a sword that's actually intact. A smug grin spreads across the dark-haired master's face as he retorts, you called it lame, so I figured I'd teach you a lesson. Walking off, he throws one last jab, or am I the one teaching you a lesson right now, huh? But then, his smugness shatters, a frustrated curse escaping his lips, quickly followed by a puzzled HM. He erupts with a surge of dark purple energy, his eyes blazing with an intense, otherworldly light. Raw power crackles around him, manifesting as sharp bolts of blue lightning, tearing through the air. A faint, swirling energy field begins to coalesce, building to something massive. With a swift, devastating motion, he unleashes a powerful, glowing white energy attack from his hand. His opponent, Namgong Chunjun, attempts to counter with a wide, sweeping blue energy wave, but it's too late. But before the attack can fully form, young Cheon-ku's fist, wreathed in crimson energy, connects squarely with his face. Blue energy particles explode outwards from the devastating impact. Without missing a beat, he follows up with a powerful kick, sending Namgong Chunjun absolutely flying backward. Namgong Chunjun crashes through a shimmering blue energy barrier, leaving Yang Cheon-ku standing victorious amidst the dissipating magical effects, the clear victor of this brutal exchange. He lands with a soft thud. The air around him crackling with residual energy as he moves with blinding speed, a blur of dark robes and electric blue light. Namgong Chunjun can only watch, disbelief warring with fury as he thinks, no way. This is bullshit. This imbecile like him. His face contorts in pain and frustration, the blue energy of his opponent pressing down on him. He can barely comprehend, is stronger than me. Yang Cheon-ku stands firm, an unyielding force. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he declares, I've let you off enough times now, haven't I, you bastard? Namgong Chunjun stumbles back, unable to resist. As Yang Cheon-ku closes the distance, seizing him by the collar with a crushing grip. The beatdown isn't over. Yang Cheon-ku's robe pulses with raw power, the sheer intensity of his actions rippling through the air. And the witnesses? Two green-haired onlookers are absolutely stunned, their faces frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. But the real victim, Namgong Chunjun, is utterly consumed by terror, his eyes screaming in silent agony. He's drenched in sweat, his face a contorted mess, the pain is just too much. Then, a brutal, bone-shattering quadjik. And right after, a gut-wrenching JEOK. But wait, what's this? A super cute chick just popped out of a glowing egg. What does it all mean? And then, the ultimate, earth-shattering Kwang. Still, he lies there, utterly defeated, as his brutal assailant looms above him. A raw, guttural sound of agony tearing from his throat. Yang Cheon-ku stares down, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. What did it burst? A sinister grin twists his features, his eyes blazing with an infernal, crimson power. Gu Juliop absolutely loses it, kneeling over a battered Yang Cheon-ku, demanding to know what he's even doing. Bastard, he screams, pure rage twisting his features. You coward. He violently yanks Yang Cheon-ku up by his collar, declaring he's not even worthy of the title, martial artist. The fury intensifies as he warns that once this gets out, Yang Cheon-ku's reputation will be utterly destroyed. His eyes blaze with an infernal, crimson glow, a terrifying manifestation of his unbridled fury. How many have you killed, he bellows, the question a thunderclap. At least 10 people, right? Still reeling from the accusations, Yang Cheon-ku struggles on the ground. As Juliop's voice rings out, sharp and accusatory, a furious roar escaping him. The younger man's hands are bound, his face contorted in pain and exhaustion, utterly helpless. From the side, Namgong Baya steps forward, her voice urgent as she pleads for the confrontation to end, trying to break up the escalating tension. But Juliop, consumed by his rage, dismisses her words, his gaze fixed on the man beneath him, refusing to back down. He demands to know the true extent of Yang Cheon-ku's past actions, specifically how many lives he has taken, pushing for a confession. As he speaks, Juliop's mind drifts back to a painful memory, the day he himself killed the head of the Namgong clan, a dark shadow crossing his face. Baya watches him, her expression troubled, as she questions his true intentions, sensing a dangerous path. A crimson aura flares around Juliop, his eyes burning with an unyielding fury, his power surging. He slams down on the bloodied figure, his voice a furious snarl, demanding to know what Yang Chun thinks he's doing. As his rage explodes, a raw, crimson energy erupts from his hands, swirling with ominous, blood-like particles. But then, a flicker of doubt, he looks away, a moment of hesitation etched on his face. As the crushing weight of his actions hits him, a chilling realization that he's only dug himself deeper into this mess. Cowering over the broken figure, Gu Juliop unleashes another barrage, mocking the man about the elder's judgment and sneering that he's just a fool who doesn't know his place. But then, a chilling shift, he rationalizes his brutal actions, convinced he deserves praise, even boasting about a witness ready to expose everything. A sharp, decisive tap of his hand punctuates his resolve, the crimson aura still faintly crackling around him. Suddenly, his focus snaps, a new presence makes him question who dares to interrupt. It's Xiao La Wai, her piercing gaze locked onto him as she calmly, yet firmly, demands his name. She reaches out, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade, demanding his true identity. Gu Juliop, completely blindsided, fires back, didn't I already tell you? But she just drops the bomb, that's a lie. His thoughts explode, how in the world does she know? He throws down the gauntlet, why do you want my name? Is it revenge for your brother? Xiao La Wai's expression remains absolutely stone-cold. A composure that absolutely floors him, even after the brutal beatdown he gave her. She closes the distance. Her voice slicing through the tension with a chillingly simple demand, your real name. Gu Juliop recoils, his silence screaming volumes about the sheer impact of her words. He's caught off guard as Xiao La Wai calls him out, demanding to know why he's suddenly playing nice, acting like they're buddies. Her eyes are locked on him, absolutely unyielding, her voice cutting through the tension. He tries to flip the script, challenging her, if I tell you my name, will you finally back off? You can see the frustration boiling in his eyes, a desperate edge to his defiance. But she doesn't even flinch, dropping the bombshell, Gu Yongchun. Her eyes burn with conviction as she repeats it, Gu Yongchun. The echoes of the northern heavenly sect ring in his ears, a lesson learned as an apprentice, now a heavy burden. A groan of exhaustion escapes him, that last fight took its toll, and he desperately needs a break. But then, he freezes. A voice cuts through the air, demanding to know if young Master Yanggong has been soaring through the skies. His patience snaps. He slams his fist down, vowing to ground himself until they're back, no more unexpected encounters. He stands his ground, a storm brewing within him. A low escapes him, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, a new resolve hardening his features. The sprawling, traditional estate, with its peaceful pond, offers a stark contrast to the turmoil in his mind. He's just trying to chill, but then, bam. Someone's yelling his name across the clan halls. His attendant is totally freaking out, asking where he's been, but he just gives this super annoyed look, like, seriously? Can't a guy get some peace? But then the attendant sees him, all beat up and bruised, and totally freaks out, demanding to know what went down, while he just sits there, looking like he's been through a meat grinder. Elsewhere, Namgong Baya is dropping the intel, he dipped out of the clan gates this morning for a bite, and he's still MIA. And get this, she adds, he also went and beat up some dude from the Namgongong clan, leaving her totally stumped on how to even report this mess. Her eyes flare with an intense, golden glow, showing just how deep she's thinking about all this drama. Just look at this place. The clan's massive, sprawling domain stretches out below, a total flex of their power and influence. But beyond all that earthly stuff, the cosmic vibes start hitting, a shimmering, mind-bending tapestry of stars and nebulae. The cosmic show just keeps going, hinting at the insane, grander forces at play in this whole martial arts universe. Centuries ago, the Yun clan of Jinghuan was an absolute powerhouse in China, dominating both the martial arts world and the flow of money. But even this seemingly invincible Yun clan just disappeared after a massive bloodshed, leaving nothing but ruins. No one knows why they vanished, but the records say every single member was slaughtered under a white maple tree, and that detail is really bugging Yang Cheon-ku. He's just sitting there under the moonlight, looking totally skeptical. He lets out a scoff, muttering, "White maple tree, my ass." Strolling through the dark woods, he points out, "I don't even see any white maple trees around." He's just thinking about how weird that is, like, dude, it's autumn, where are you gonna find a white maple tree? It'd be dead by now. The thought just keeps bugging him, making him wonder if someone just made up that whole white maple tree thing as a joke. Starving, absolutely famished, his mind screamed for sustenance. But then, like a beacon of hope, Namgong Baya appeared, offering a life-saving cookie. He practically tackled her in a grateful hug, declaring her a lifesaver, even as she playfully swatted him away, denying his pig accusation. The sheer relief was palpable, he'd been genuinely worried about his empty stomach, and she just beamed, confirming her heroic intervention. But the mood shifted instantly as his face darkened, a new, urgent question burning in his eyes. She just grinned, knowing exactly what he was about to ask. Moments later, surrounded by a feast in the mountains, he demanded answers. He couldn't believe it. How did she, of all people, find him when everyone else was scrambling to locate his missing self? Her answer. A simple, infuriating gut feeling. Still chowing down, he's totally baffled, demanding to know how she even found him out here. But she just shrugs it off, claiming it was all just a gut feeling. But in her head, she's already calculating the cost. Her master's problem list is a mile long, and finding the real culprit would mean 3 days of dish duty. Still, she wonders if he'll actually come back for more food. His eyes narrow, totally calling her bluff. A white maple tree in these mountains. That's a total lie, he accuses. But she fires back instantly, it's not a lie. It was super pretty, I just saw it. A sly grin spreads across her face as she adds, yeah, it probably would be really pretty. He stops mid-bite, a thoughtful look crossing his features. When she suddenly bursts out, what's wrong with that? Yeah. I saw it with you. His eyes practically pop out of his head, and he points at himself, completely flabbergasted, me? With me? She just grins, her eyes crinkling in pure amusement. Yang Cheon-ku is totally baffled, turning to his companion and demanding to know what she's even talking about. Standing right in front of this colossal, moonlit tree, Cio-La-Y drops the bombshell, it's the world tree. He's like, the world tree. Seriously? And she's just, yep. He tries to get her to leave, but she's not having it, demanding to know why. Ku, completely losing it, tells her to get her eyes checked, claiming it's just a regular tree. But Cio-La-Y fires back, how is this normal? He gasps, then has to concede that Cio-La isn't actually wrong, even if his brain can't quite process it yet. Seola Y just stares, a look of, "Are you serious?" mixed with, "Come on, get it," on her face, waiting for him to finally catch up. He finally gives in, admitting she's right, and she just gives a satisfied, "right," back. Meanwhile, Namgong Baya suddenly gasps, her eyes popping as a mysterious, glowing energy starts to swirl around her. Young Cheon-ku was on the move, deep in thought, realizing he hadn't found the world tree on other paths. But this new route was leading him right to it. Still, he wondered if it was better to just go back and train with the second elder, even if he wasn't sure about the old man's teaching style. But then, a strange noise broke the silence, making him snap his head up and ask, "What is that noise?" But elsewhere, in a completely different, equally dark place, Namgong Baya was about to have a very bad time. Suddenly, a blinding blue energy erupted from her hand, pulsing with raw, untamed power. Completely overwhelmed, she screamed, "Get away!" The blue energy went absolutely wild, swirling like a vortex around her hand, getting more dangerous by the second. The sheer, explosive force blasted her backward, her body unable to withstand the raw power. Then, with a thunderous crack, a colossal explosion of blue lightning and energy ripped through the air, blinding everything in its path. The uncontrolled blue energy around her absolutely explodes, crackling with insane power. It erupts violently, a blinding, earth-shattering burst of azure light and a thunderous roar. The sheer force rips her from the ground, her form suspended within the chaotic, glowing maelstrom. The energy just keeps intensifying, coalescing into a focused, destructive burst that could level anything. A towering column of brilliant blue light absolutely shreds the darkness, its power still growing, still escalating. Her body, still completely consumed by the volatile aura, remains at the epicenter of this cataclysm. Witnessing the devastating display, a single, stunned thought echoes in his mind, what was that power? The energy exploded, and a voice ripped through the silence, demanding to know what young Cheon-ku was even doing, his face a mask of pure shock. But above them, the entire world warped into an otherworldly forest of shimmering, glowing white leaves, and there, at its heart, Namgong Baya drifted, bathed in an intense blue aura, with young Cheon-ku caught in the spectacle. The glowing foliage pulsed against the cosmic, starry void, every single leaf blazing with an unearthly, captivating light. Namgong Baya stared up, a mystical white flower blooming beside her, her eyes wide, silently questioning if this insane vision was even real. Meanwhile, young Cheon-ku couldn't tear his gaze away from her, the glowing leaves dancing in his eyes, his face a perfect blend of absolute wonder and chilling dread. The sheer, blinding glow of the leaves consumed everything. Then, Namgong Baya, completely engulfed by the shimmering foliage, whispered her question again, her voice trembling with a desperate, fragile hope. Her flowing robe seemed to become one with the glowing environment, transforming her into a literal celestial being, a goddess born of the magical forest. And just like before, the mystical white maple tree exploded into being, revealing itself as the ultimate secret mechanism, the one created to hide the legendary treasury. Baya, utterly bewildered by the instant forest, gasped, "How did she know?" as young Cheon-ku, completely caught off guard, yelled, "Hey! What did you just do?" Then, she hit him with the truth, "You don't actually think this tree just popped up out of nowhere, do you?" He could only stammer, "What do you mean?" "Me?" Her mind raced with 1,000 questions and exclamations, her face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. And Ku's mind was just as chaotic, his face screaming total bewilderment at the sheer absurdity of it all. After a beat, he declared, "No, I don't think you did it." Baya, still lost, shot back, "Did what?" He stares down at the colossal, churning energy wave, a swirling vortex of white and blue, instantly knowing this treasure isn't just some surface-level find. But as he's deep in thought, a voice cuts through, demanding to know what he's doing. He doesn't even flinch, just takes a powerful step, his foot hitting the ground with a solid thud. Then, beneath the waves, a dark, swirling purple vortex rips open, pulsating with an energy that's both terrifying and irresistible. At first, he feels nothing, no treasure sense at all, but then his eyes snap to the vortex, that's it. That's the treasure. But before he can even move, his companion, hyped and ready, blasts off, leaping across the floating rocks. And Namgong Baya? Her eyes are practically popping with excitement, as she ignites with a fierce purple glow, totally ready to dive in. His companion shouts back, hyping up the young master to catch up. Namgong Baya's excitement is off the charts, her entire body blazing with purple energy, absolutely pumped to plunge into the unknown. He hesitates at the threshold of the ominous passage, a chilling darkness beckoning, as a voice from behind him screams a warning, "It's dangerous." The warning reverberates, a stark reminder of the unknown dangers lurking within. But caution be damned, another figure charges fearlessly into the cavern's inky blackness. Spinning around, he declares to his companions that 2 paths lie ahead, one to the treasury, but the burning question remains, which way to choose? Without a second thought, the impatient one points with absolute conviction, shouting, "That way." The cautious woman, however, asserts her confidence in the chosen route, but challenges his certainty with a sharp, "How would you know?" Amidst the debate, the young master's eyes are drawn to a distant, ethereal glow, a radiant tree casting its light deep within the cavern. The cautious woman clamps down on the impatient man, who thrashes in her hold, crying out as she sternly reminds him, "The young master ordered us to follow Siola Nuna." With their course set and the group forging ahead, the cave entrance is abandoned, consumed by the deepening shadows. Plunging further into the abyss, the young master's eyes cut through the gloom, scanning the cavern's towering, shadowy ceiling. His face a mask of intense focus in the oppressive darkness. But after what felt like an endless trek, Gu Jilayip's patience hit its limit, and he couldn't help but blurt out his frustration, demanding to know if this was even the right way, with no end in sight. Namgong Bai, however, wasn't having it, swiftly shutting him down and pointing out the dimming glowstones, firmly reminding him to trust Siola and just keep his mouth shut. With a pained groan, Gu Jilayip reluctantly pressed on, clutching his head as the claustrophobic passage closed in, the young master moving with unwavering resolve right next to him. Then, just as despair threatened to set in, his foot hit something solid, a new platform, and they had finally arrived. But the moment of triumph was fleeting as he immediately stumbled and crashed to the ground, a low of surprise escaping him. Namgong Baya, witnessing his epic faceplant, just let out an exasperated sigh, telling him to seriously stop being so annoying already. But with Gu Jilayip sprawled on the ground, the young master and Namgong Baya simply ignored him, their focus locked on the new, mysterious cavern stretching out before them, their gazes piercing the shadowy expanse. The glowstones, their light now utterly extinguished, plunged them into an even deeper, more terrifying darkness. But wait, the path ahead was eerily silent, nothing there at all. Then, a panicked shout ripped through the air, "Young master," as he flinched back, pure terror etched onto his features. He and the woman next to him locked eyes, a chilling realization dawning on them both, something was definitely here. A monstrous, grinding wagag ripped through the silence, announcing the arrival of something truly colossal. In a flash, a colossal, scaly claw erupted with a brutal SHK, seizing Gu Jilayip in its grip, his scream caught in his throat as the woman behind him lunged forward, too late. He stared, his eyes narrowing, as the monstrous, white-scaled beast towered above them, its iron grip crushing their friend. "Why young master," she shrieked, her voice cracking with sheer terror for their doomed companion. Then, with a final, chilling SHK, the beast unveiled its horrifying reptilian maw, gaping wide, ready to devour. Trapped in the beast's clutches, Gu Jilayip's scream rips through the cavern, a raw cry of pure, unadulterated fear as he fights for his life. As the nightmare unfolds before them, Yang Cheon-ku and Namgong Baya are frozen in absolute horror, their minds screaming the truth, this is a demonic beast. Suddenly, a monstrous presence erupts, sending a wave of pure terror through the crowd. Namgong Baya clutches Gu Jilayip, her voice a terrified shriek. "Why young master? And the cause of this chaos?" A colossal, white, serpentine beast, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Gu Jilayip's face twists in pure disbelief, his mind struggling to process the impossible sight as he barely manages to choke out. "It's a DD," before the horrifying truth slams into him, his voice erupting in a primal scream that echoes the terror of the masses below. Demonic beast. Still reeling from the sheer shock, Namgong Baya can only repeat her desperate plea to her companion. "Why young master?" But from a distance, Yang Cheon-ku watches the unfolding chaos, his brow furrowed in utter disbelief at the sudden appearance of such a monstrous entity. Its eyes now blaze with an ominous yellow glow, leaving him to wonder how a demonic beast could just materialize in a space that was completely empty moments ago. The sheer scale of the white serpent was mind-boggling, its gargantuan body just kept going. And at that size, it was an absolutely overwhelming presence. Yang Cheon-ku's face was a mask of pure determination, a fiery resolve igniting inside him as he stared down the beast. Luckily, this monstrous beast was still totally out cold, its eyes firmly shut. He actually considered just bailing, thinking they could just sneak out of there without a sound. But then, with a sudden, chilling shift, one massive, golden eye snapped open, locking onto them instantly. He was totally caught off guard, wondering why the heck it just woke up. His eyes flared with a fierce yellow glow, the question of a fight now a resounding yes, as grim determination set in. With Seola Y by his side, Yang Cheon-ku knew there was no backing down, he'd never get a peaceful night's sleep if he did. Yang Cheon-ku's thoughts were a whirlwind, absolutely refusing to let his shot at a peaceful life just vanish into thin air. He clenched his jaw, his determination burning brighter than ever against the looming danger. Even if it cost him everything, he'd shield the terrified child clutching onto him, a fierce red glow erupting around his body. He tried to soothe the scared kid, but even he was reeling from the shock, a chilling premonition washing over him. Suddenly, the massive white snake's eyes blazed with an unnatural yellow glow, its tongue darting out as it fully came to life. A chilling voice boomed through the cavern, leaving Yang Cheon-ku stunned, questioning how a demonic beast could even utter human words. The beast's voice, now sharp and clear, demanded to know how a child of that lineage ended up here. Still clutching the child, Yang Cheon-ku gave a terse, evasive answer. He was just looking around. The snake's glowing yellow eye sharpened, absorbing his response. The colossal white demonic snake, eyes blazing with an eerie green light, kept up its chilling speech, its voice booming through the entire chamber. It talked about a huge mistake, an accidental trespass, and then flat-out refused to let anyone escape. Yang Cheon-ku was totally floored by the creature's perfect speech, and couldn't believe he'd just called a demonic monster, Mr. The snake's booming voice kept going, making it crystal clear that apologies meant nothing, they weren't getting out. Then, its glowing yellow eyes locked onto the kid next to him, and the snake dropped a mind-bending question, demanding to know what Yang Cheon-ku thought fate actually was. A deep, guttural rumble shook the air from the giant beast, its stare absolutely unmoving. Yang Cheon-ku, still reeling from the creature's intelligence, was completely stumped by the sudden philosophical curveball. The snake's massive form towered over them, pulsating with an immense, ancient power. Its mouth gaped even wider, showing off rows of deadly fangs, a silent, terrifying warning backing up its deep question. Yang Cheon-ku's mind is blown. He's totally confused by the snake's deep questions, thinking, has this thing gone totally senile? But hold up, the snake's question was actually super logical, and it was crystal clear, Yang Cheon-ku wasn't going anywhere. The epic white demonic snake kept dropping truth bombs, straight up reminding him that the Yun clan was long gone. With its golden eye locked on him, the creature hit him with the ultimate existential question, what's even the point of living anymore? Holding the kid tight, Yang Cheon-ku felt a massive chill, a gut feeling that all hell was about to explode. Out of nowhere, the old man, Gu Juliap, popped up, clutching a glowing golden orb, and announced it was his payment for going along with his crazy plan. Yang Cheon-ku's brain was on overdrive, sensing some serious puppet master action, feeling totally controlled, and thinking, man, I'd rather just get punched. Gu Juliap then knelt right next to the white snake, dropping a cryptic line, saying that someone like Yang Cheon-ku could handle this better than anyone else. The golden orb suddenly appeared in his hand, and Yang Cheon-ku's jaw dropped, yelling, wait, what? A raw, agonizing scream rips through the air as an unknown power erupts. The golden orb, now gripped by Yang Cheon-ku, explodes with blinding light, and he lets out another gut-wrenching cry. He fights against the sheer, raw energy, a chilling realization dawning that this power is nothing like the demonic stones he's used before. Even as his body tries to activate the demonic stone absorption art, this orb's essence is fighting back, defying everything he knows. A sickening, WRK sound accompanies the struggle, as he feels the profound, terrifying difference of this new power ripping through his very being. His eyes, now blazing with the orb's golden light, mirror the sheer agony and utter bewilderment consuming him. The golden aura around him explodes, shattering his senses, and he crashes to the ground while Namgong Baya stares, her face a mask of pure worry. Still radiating that bizarre energy, he lies helpless as both Namgong Baya and Gu Juliap rush to his side, their faces etched with desperate concern. His glowing eyes stare into nothingness, a single, utterly confused word barely escaping his lips. The golden orb's power was still tearing through him, and Yang Cheon-ku let out a guttural groan, his hand convulsing as a concerned companion tried to offer support. His body finally gave out, crashing to the ground as a hand gently settled on his back, a silent plea for him to hold on. Then, a voice cut through the haze, sharp and clear, are you satisfied? It was Namgong Baya, kneeling beside him, her hand still on his back, her tone chilling as she declared, it is not a matter of my satisfaction. Then, she rose, her eyes blazing with an unearthly green glow, a powerful blue-green aura erupting around her, shimmering with raw energy. The sheer power radiating from her was undeniable. She knelt again, her glowing gaze piercing, and repeated her chilling inquiry, since you're awake, I'll ask you one thing. I already asked that. Rising with an intense green aura still swirling, she pressed him, her voice echoing with power, is your soul purified? Then why is it still so dirty? Still radiating with that mysterious green energy, Namgong Baya has a sudden, powerful realization. But then, a chilling, rustling voice cuts through the silence, directly challenging Yang Cheon-ku. It's demanding answers, why did he give away such a crucial crystal to a total stranger? The voice presses on, dissecting the bizarre trade-off, a priceless nothing exchanged for something utterly beyond value, beyond purchase. As the colossal serpent spirit dominates the ethereal space, Yang Cheon-ku's mind races, admitting to himself that he's also let go of so much. Namgong Baya stares, captivated, at the gargantuan, white serpent spirit, its endless form dominating her vision. A subtle, whispering rustle fills the air as she ponders, her green aura flaring with renewed intensity. Her expression shifts to one of deep longing as she confesses, she's utterly envious of the destiny unfolding before her. Yang Cheon-ku, now facing a smaller, more intimate form of the spirit, is consumed by his own remorse, feeling its gaze makes him forget everything else, yet he can't escape the truth, he's a man of deep regret. But the spirit cuts deep, exposing his innermost fear, declaring that he's terrified of losing the precious second chance at life he clings to. Still in her transformed state, Namgong Baya gazes up, her voice filled with a mix of confusion and worry, questioning Yang Cheon-ku's protective actions. Her tone shifting, she then commands, "Now, give it back." With a grave look, she urgently warns him that it's still incredibly dangerous. Elsewhere, Yang Cheon-ku looms in the darkness, his eyes hidden behind a sleek, dark visor, a mysterious glowing orb pulsating before him. He then retorts with a dry, almost mocking tone, "You seem to have grown braver since when?" Baya, still radiating a soft, ethereal green glow. He lets out a scoff, a wry smile twisting his lips as he adds, "Ha! How ungrateful like you." His mind wanders to the brutal path he's walked, the agony of ascending to the heavens, descending into hell, all for this moment, he muses with a tsk. Elsewhere, Gu Juliop watches on, his frustration palpable as he grumbles, he can't believe their young master was bested by some rookie who barely made it here. Seola Y, tending to a downed Yang Cheon-ku, lays down her ultimatum, she's been playing nice, but if he wants to walk, he'd better hand over the goods. But Gu Juliop, absolutely seething, explodes back, shouting that his young master's name is sacred, not for her to dirty, demanding to know if this insult comes from the Namgong clan itself or just some pathetic nobody. As his challenge echoes, Seola Y's gaze intensifies, her eyes flaring with an otherworldly green glow, a powerful, shimmering aura beginning to pulse around her. Then, in a blur of motion, she draws her sword, and the blade itself ignites with that same fierce green power. A chillingly calm voice cuts through the tension, acknowledging the challenge, declaring that if this is the path chosen, then so be it, conflict is now unavoidable. Gu Juliop's eyes, still burning with defiance, remain locked on his target. Seola Y brings her radiant blade up, ready to strike. But then, an invisible, crushing force slams into Gu Juliop, cutting off his words as he gasps, clutching his mouth. As a cosmic vortex erupts around them, a chilling command rings out, "Silence." Suddenly, a blinding golden yellow aura explodes from her, Seola Y's entire being becomes a beacon of raw power, energy beams tearing through the air. Even falling to the ground, her power doesn't waver, a shimmering golden shield forming around her. With eyes burning like molten gold, she delivers a terrifying ultimatum, "Don't wake him up from his nap." Under the epic, star-dusted canvas of a full moonlit night. A quiet, traditional room lay bathed in its soft glow, the silence broken only by the rustle of fabric on a low table. Within its confines, a powerful, frustrated blow suddenly erupted. The impact sent a violent spray of water or energy outward, a testament to the raw force behind it. Hunched over, his body trembling with exertion and a fresh smear of blood at his mouth, Yang Cheon-ku struggled to comprehend his own actions. He questioned himself, wondering what he was truly doing in this moment of despair. The thought echoed in his mind, how could some imbecile have possibly defeated him? His fist clenched tightly as he muttered a name, the memory of Namgong fueling his frustration. Yang Cheon-ku lets out a raw, primal scream, head snapped back, blood still dripping from his mouth. What is happening? Elsewhere, Seola Y is clearly in pain, eyes squeezed shut, and Yang Cheon-ku below her is just barely holding it together, a deep groan rumbling from him. Gu Juliop looms over Seola Y, who's slumped on the floor, demanding answers. "Gu Yangchun, what in the world are you doing?" Seola Y pushes herself up, gripping her head like she's wrestling with something huge. Her eyes finally meeting his, a desperate question hanging in the air, "What am I supposed to do?" A chilling truth drops, the House of Ku's guard is way stronger than anyone thought. And against that bloody, smoky background, a dark silhouette, probably Yang Cheon-ku, just stands there, radiating menace. Yang Cheon-ku, eyes blazing crimson and a dark, menacing aura erupting around him, drops the bomb, "There was no way we could have ever beaten him." Gu Juliop strides off, but not before a quick look back, realizing a massive opening just appeared, the super-powerful guard is totally alone right now. Meanwhile, a stone-faced, dark-skinned guard, visor down, patrols on, completely oblivious to the storm brewing around the House of Ku. A chilling, sinister smile cuts through the darkness, promising trouble. A chilling voice cuts through the silence, addressing Machiel directly, declaring absolute trust and expecting nothing less than victory. Elsewhere, Machiel, the legendary guard of the House of Ku, strides with grim resolve through ancient halls. His mind races, grappling with the young master's unyielding will and the boundaries of his own power within the Gu clan. The pressure is immense, a crushing weight on his very being. He pauses, staring out a window, his words cutting deep as he contemplates a life hanging in the balance. Meanwhile, a mysterious white-haired figure with blazing eyes makes a cold, calculated offer, questioning if the terms aren't perfectly balanced. The shadowy figure's eyes ignite with a terrifying purple glow, a primal roar tearing from his throat as his power surges. As the night deepens, the full moon shines down, reflecting ominously on the calm, dark waters. A figure lies defeated on the ground, as another stands over him, radiating an intense golden light. He looks up, eyes wide with fear and confusion, demanding to know who stands before him. The mysterious figure, platinum blonde hair flowing around her, silences him with a finger to her lips. Her golden eyes glowing with otherworldly power as she dismisses his question, stating he doesn't need to know her identity. As a surge of energy erupts, the force sends him hurtling backward, a bright golden impact blasting him through the air. Looking down at his retreating form, she declares, "I am not taking questions." Her golden aura flares, swirling with immense power, leaving absolutely no doubt of her dominance. With an almost ethereal glow, the mysterious woman watches, her golden eyes absolutely locked on the scene below. Battered and bruised, young Cheon-ku is down, but the grim realization hits him, he's running out of time. He needs to run, to escape this overwhelming power, now. Pushing himself to his feet, he bolts, a desperate flight for survival. With only one chance, he glances back as a sudden, unseen force explodes behind him. He must return to his clan, it's his only hope for survival. As he pushes onward, the ground beneath his feet starts to crack, a chilling testament to the monstrous power he's up against. He notices the strange phenomenon, questioning why the floor itself is warping. The ground continues to rise and distort, leaving him bewildered by the sudden, impossible changes. His escape attempt is over. Yang Cheon-ku hits the ground, his tattered robe a testament to his struggle. But then, a faint golden glow starts to pulse from him, and he's reaching, desperately trying to grab onto anything as he falls. The entire world around him blurs into a chaotic mess, a clear sign that something massive is happening. With Gu Juliop and Namgong Baya watching, Yang Cheon-ku is absolutely swallowed by an explosive, golden light. Meanwhile, in a realm of pure power, Seol Aoi is absolutely glowing, her platinum hair flowing as she unleashes an insane golden aura. She clutches her neck, her voice filled with a deep sadness, confessing, "I wanted to leave the first life that was given to me, for your satisfaction." A single tear rolls down her cheek, as she admits, but an untrue life is still, an untrue life. Her voice, now a desperate plea, cuts through the golden light, "Give it back now, please." Behind her, that golden aura just explodes, swirling with insane blue-green energy, showing just how powerful and determined she's become. The golden light around Yang Cheon-ku exploded, a green aura fighting back as a voice declared, "It may seem selfish of me." But Seol Aoi, her eyes blazing with raw power, wasn't backing down, unleashing an even greater torrent of golden energy. Her glowing hand reached out, a pure manifestation of her will, and grabbed Yang Cheon-ku, pulling him in as he struggled against the overwhelming force. Tears streamed down her face, her glowing eyes burning with a mix of sorrow and fierce resolve. Her hand pulsed with raw, unbridled power, a "pwa" sound echoing the sheer force being unleashed. Now a blinding beacon of golden light, she roared, "Yes, you're right. Even the present belongs to you. So give it back." Then, from the heart of the golden storm, a colossal, glowing serpentine spirit erupted, its ancient voice booming, "Are you leaving? I need to rest. I can't remain in a child's body." Seol Aoi, still radiating power, confronted the monstrous spirit, her voice cutting through the chaos, "Do you know what kind of being you are?" The golden light absolutely exploded, engulfing everything in a blinding, crackling inferno, the very fabric of reality groaning under the immense power. The golden energy around Seol Aoi just explodes, reaching an insane, blinding peak as the extraction goes into overdrive. With her eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated resolve, she's totally locked in, ready for the brutal fight, absolutely seething with rage. Amidst the shimmering chaos, the serpentine spirit just sees everything, its ancient mind soaking it all in. The golden energy keeps on swirling, a wild vortex of pure power and a presence that's just fading. The sheer, mind-blowing exertion finally hits, and Seol Aoi just crashes to the ground, totally drained, but that golden aura still flickers around her. As its form just vanishes into the shimmering light, the serpentine spirit drops one last, super cryptic blessing on her journey. Even though she's totally wiped, Seol Aoi's eyes still burn, a fierce spark of determination alive as she plots her next move. Meanwhile, out of nowhere, a mysterious young woman with dark hair pops up, a soft smile playing on her lips, and she's already calling out Yang Cheon-ku, hinting at a future showdown. Message dropped, she just turns and walks off, leaving everyone hyped for what's next. A tattered red and black robe lies still on a cold stone floor. Its wearer, Yang Cheon-ku, completely unconscious. Slowly, his eyes flutter open, wide with a sudden, disoriented surprise. Above him, a vast, star-dusted night sky stretches endlessly. As a gentle voice breaks the silence, asking, "You woke up?" He pushes himself up, finding a young woman with dark, flowing hair smiling warmly at him. Their gazes meeting in a moment of shared calm. Together, they sit on a cliff's edge, alone, gnarled tree standing sentinel as they gaze out at the serene landscape below. Waking up on a jagged cliff, the world unfurling beneath him, Yang Cheon-ku's mind raced. His first words, a desperate plea for answers, "What happened?" A raw, guttural gasp rips from his throat, blood staining his lips in a brutal display. High above, Gu Juliop spots the scene, his face etched with concern, demanding to know if he's okay, knowing he should have been there. A sudden sound makes the dark-haired woman whip around, her eyes locking onto the chaos below, a sharp yo, cutting through the air. Both companions now gape at Yang Cheon-ku, battered and bloodied on the ground, the woman's voice sharp with alarm. "Wuchil, what in the world are you doing here?" His eyes snap open in shock as the woman's voice rings out, "Young master. Where have you been? You vanished without a trace all day." Her gaze sharpens, taking in his battered form, realizing he's been in a brutal fight, covered in blood, his clothes torn. Gu Juliop, his gaze still fixed on the scene, presses him, "So, where did this all start?" Yang Cheon-ku is finally on his feet, facing the woman who, with a mischievous glint, teases, "Looks like the young master had a little run-in with a snake." Gu Yang-chun, now properly robed, is confronted by the woman. "Gu Yang-chun, what are you doing?" But Gu Juliop cuts her off, demanding, "What kind of snake?" His crew is seriously worried, with the dark-haired woman demanding to know what went down. He just grins it off, calling it bad luck, but we get a quick glimpse of that terrifying serpentine spirit, still lurking. Gu Juliop pushes for answers, wondering if he ran into anyone else, but he just dodges the question, keeping his secrets. Switching scenes, Seol Ry is absolutely devouring some noodles. Chowing down with a green-haired friend at a cozy table, totally oblivious to Yang Cheon-ku's looming presence. Miss Nan-chun, the green-haired girl, lets out a shocked yelp as Seol Ry just keeps slurping her noodles like a champ, completely ignoring the drama. Yang Cheon-ku finally steps into the light, immediately calling out Miss Nan-chun, demanding to know why she's breaking her promise to leave him alone. She quickly denies waiting for him, but Seol Ry hilariously jumps in, asking if bothering him wasn't actually bothering her. Totally fed up, Yang Cheon-ku throws his hands up, just wanting to know what in the world these two are up to. Standing over the duo, Seol Ry drops a bombshell, "I didn't say goodbye, but I also came to tell you farewell." His mind instantly jumps to the Woodengong's heir, thinking how much of a hassle that would be, only to quickly realize, no, he didn't show up. Then, a voice cuts through, reminding him, "But you said you wouldn't be back anyway. So what's the deal?" Seol Ry, unfazed, just keeps slurping her noodles. Then looks up at him with an almost irresistible plea, "Please." His face contorts in a mix of shock and irritation as a voice cuts in, "What happened to you?" Finally, he relents, grabbing his chopsticks and settling in. When they push him about his injuries, he just shrugs it off, "Well, something happened." Miss Nan-chun, casually twirling a small knife, then hits him with a mischievous grin, "So, poison or knives? Which do you prefer?" Seol Ry, with a soft gaze, makes her apologies, signaling her imminent departure. Gu Juliop, clearly worried, questions her departure, but she insists she's being pulled too far from Taehoon. Yang Cheon-ku just lets out a soft, understanding sound. And then Gu Juliop turns to both of them, declaring they need to go so their young master can finally get some rest. But just as they're about to head out, Miss Nan-chun shouts, demanding one final second. She extends a formal invitation, revealing it's for next year's martial arts discretion, giving them the choice to come or not. Yang Cheon-ku, still looking exhausted, mutters he's probably out, but still thanks her, hinting they'll see what next year brings. Miss Nan-chun, a faint blush on her cheeks, quickly assures him she just wants their families to be friends, hoping he doesn't misinterpret her invitation. Her last words hang in the air as the door slides shut, leaving a sudden silence. Miss Nan-chun and Seol Ry are still deep in conversation, the morning sun painting the landscape behind them. Nanchuan's face shows a moment of deep thought. As Seol Ry lets out a light, knowing laugh. Nanchuan's eyes drop, lost in her own world for a moment. They both take in the epic view, their discussion still unfolding quietly. Then, the question hits, like the guer. Nanchuan's lips curl into a slight smile, a subtle hint of what's to come. Then, a sudden, blinding flash, the scene rips apart. Yang Cheon-ku is free-falling through the night, a dark streak against the moon, his mind screaming, "Keep calm," and, "Too fast," as he loses control. Yang Cheon-ku is totally lost, asking, "What even is Chuseok?" The confusion is real. Turns out, Chuseok is a holiday from another dimension, a whole different world. And get this, Nan-chun drops a bombshell, even the readers are from that same world. She then reveals that Yang Cheon-ku and Seol Ry are also from that world. Yang Cheon-ku's like, "How are we even supposed to celebrate this unknown holiday?" But Nanchuan's got the easy answer, "Just eat the honey treats." And of course, she brings up the classic rice cakes. Nan-chun tells Seol Ry, "Don't worry, there's still a way." Her brilliant idea. Make a wish to the moon. Under the epic night sky, the trio stares up at the massive, glowing full moon, totally captivated by its light. Standing there, a single thought hangs in the air, then, the moon. The wish explodes into existence, a brilliant, swirling light promising to grant their deepest desires. The light intensifies, sparkling with ethereal energy, a dazzling display. Exploding outwards in a vibrant burst, pure power unleashed. Filling the space with dense, shimmering particles, a cosmic spectacle. Before slowly fading into a soft, cloudy haze, carrying their wish into the night. With this hopeful act, they anticipate being able to truly enjoy Chuseok to the fullest. Gazing up at the night sky, Yang Cheon-ku, Seol-ah-wai, and Miss Nanchun share a moment of quiet contemplation, their faces illuminated by the moon's soft glow. Miss Nanchun, her eyes sparkling with joy, holds out a tray of colorful treats, ready to kick off the holiday celebration. Seol-ah-wai is deep in thought, clearly wrestling with some heavy questions about the gu-air. You can practically feel the tension radiating from her. Seol-ah-wai confronts her friend, demanding, "What are you even talking about?" as Seoyeol fumbles for words, clearly struggling to explain her feelings. The air hangs heavy with unspoken words, until Seol-ah-wai finally cuts through the tension, declaring, "Forget it." But she quickly changes the subject, pressing Seoyeol, "So, about that invitation I sent you?" Seoyeol completely breaks down, collapsing to the ground in a fit of panic and shouting, "I was never going to accept that family dinner invitation. I told you, I wasn't going to accept it." Still reeling, Seoyeol gets a comforting head pat, a silent promise that everything's gonna be okay. With a small smile, she thanks Seol-ah-wai, feeling the good vibes kick in. With a mischievous glint, Seol-ah-wai playfully threatens delicious poison and shouts, "Let's go." Leaving the building, Seoyeol looks back, still wondering about that poison comment. Elsewhere, Yang Cheon-ku fearlessly steps into a dark, swirling portal, vanishing without a trace. The dark energy of the portal just keeps spreading. Meanwhile, Seol-ah-wai, eyes shut, is battling a dark force that's totally consuming her. Her eyes flash open, a defiant declaration on her lips, she's fine, she can take it. Then, a knowing smile spreads across her face, she's already looking forward to their next meeting. Gazing at the battered figure, Seol-ah-wai demands answers, her voice sharp with shock and worry. Meanwhile, in a completely different realm, the majestic Ku clan compound looms, a silent, imposing fortress. Every intricate detail of the compound screams power and tradition, a legacy etched in stone. Inside, a tense confrontation unfolds, as a white-haired subordinate kneels before a powerful, unseen master, bathed in moonlight. He confesses, his voice barely a whisper, thinking his superior had already forgotten the past. But his eyes blaze with defiance, as he throws a harsh accusation, reminding the master of a fallen protector. A single, piercing eye reveals the master's utter disdain, a chilling gaze. He grapples with the harsh reality, his mind racing with questions about the entire situation and the fate of the one who couldn't deliver. In a shocking revelation, a martial artist stands ready, as a voice questions the impossible murder of a stepfather. A white-haired man, his face a mask of pure anguish, screams out to the figure looming over him. But a dark, imposing presence is already crackling with raw, untamed energy, its form a blur of pure power. The shadowy figure, now fully revealed and wreathed in explosive blue and purple lightning, stands tall, an unstoppable force of crackling power. The white-haired man, utterly defeated and kneeling with his head bowed, desperately pleads, demanding answers for his torment. The shadowy figure, still crackling with raw power, unleashes a chilling denial, flat out rejecting any blame for the nameless elder's demise. A clenched fist punctuates the figure's cold resolve, as it doubles down, denying any hand in eliminating unworthy disciples. The white-haired man lets out a sharp gasp, his face a twisted mess of despair and defiance, the very air around him crackling with his inner storm. The shadowy figure, its voice booming with absolute authority, hands down a brutal sentence, solitary training in the infamous Jade Dragon Cave, a harsh penance for the white-haired man's perceived transgression. With a final, agonizing gasp, the white-haired man clenches his jaw, forced to accept the brutal decree. The father looms over Yang Cheon-ku, who's absolutely crushed on the cold stone floor. His face is a mess of bruises and blood, showing just how badly he got wrecked. The father's stare is absolutely chilling, his eyes burning with an intense, icy blue glow. He orders Yang Cheon-ku to just forget this whole mess, and the young man is absolutely floored by the audacity. Still trying to process the order, Yang Cheon-ku demands to know what his father even means. The father's glowing eye just locks in, his determination absolutely solidifying. Yang Cheon-ku can only look away, his face a total blend of agony and giving up. Then, the father drops the hammer, solitary training in the Jade Dragon Cave until he finally gets it. With a soul-crushing sigh, Yang Cheon-ku grudgingly accepts his punishment. A bombshell drops, leaving him absolutely stunned. His jaw practically hitting the floor as he whispers, "What?" Then his head snaps up, eyes blazing as he demands, "Did you just say?" Elsewhere, the old man, looking absolutely stone-faced, cuts in with, "Did you call me?" The bombshell that just dropped. "It's this, your marriage partner has been arranged." Back in the courtyard, the old man is fed up with the endless clan drama, declaring, "I'm tired because you guys are from the clan." Then, someone else blurts out, "A marriage partner has been arranged." Yang Cheon-ku is absolutely fuming, firing back, "Didn't we just break our marriage arrangement with the Pen clan too?" The old man, looking straight at a visibly upset woman, lays down the law, "Yeah. Because you keep fooling around." He questions the very meaning of his life within the clan, wondering if the old man's past mistake of breaking the engagement was truly a blunder. His companion, the unnamed dark-haired woman, asks if he truly believes the Grand Master wants to marry him off again, but Gu Yongchun just scoffs, convinced the Grand Master is playing games. Gu Juliup, ever the observer, chimes in that the young master is just messing around, which makes the unnamed dark-haired woman question his actions. But Yang Cheon-ku, with a serious expression, insists he believes he's hearing the truth, demanding to know why it would be real. The unnamed dark-haired woman reports on their Alashin travels and new alliances, but the father cuts her off, revealing a rumor about him has already spread. He demands to know what crazy things he did, as the unnamed dark-haired woman clarifies that the clan spread news of his arranged marriage through their agent. Meanwhile, the wise second elder appears in a different setting. The father presses him, asking which clan he's being engaged to, and more importantly, who the person is. The second elder lets out a soft chuckle, telling him not to be too shocked. He starts to speak, a smirk playing on his lips. Finishing his sentence with a shocked question, "The Gong clan?" The elder just shakes his head, a knowing tisk escaping him, "Still so naive, aren't you?" But Yang Cheon-ku is having none of it, his voice exploding in disbelief, "Me? Engaged to their children?" His mind is reeling, the pieces clicking into place, "One of their daughters, my fiancée." But then, a sudden, but. As the elder casually drops another bombshell, "The Gong clan only has one daughter, and you've already met her." The truth dawns on him, and his face goes blank with shock. A single, stunned OH escapes him, the full weight of the situation finally hitting home. The elder's bombshell dropped, and the young master stood frozen in the assembly, his mind racing to process the shocking truth that had just been laid bare. Because the Gong clan's daughter, the one he was set to marry, was revealed to be the legendary Seol-Ah-Wai, the heavenly sword herself. Elder Lee is not holding back, straight up calling Yang Cheon-ku's future fiancée a crazy bitch and questioning the whole engagement. But Yang Cheon-ku fires back instantly, demanding he stop insulting his fiancée. But Elder Lee. He's like, "Nah, I'm definitely not stopping." The tension is thick, and Elder Lee just calls out to him, about to drop a bombshell. Yang Cheon-ku's eyes drop, reeling from the elder's words, because it turns out his sister is the one getting engaged. His head snaps up, eyes wide with pure shock as he stammers, "My sister." He just turns and walks away, the bombshell about his sister clearly blowing his mind. Yang Cheon-ku's face contorts in pure agony, a single, crushing thought echoing in his mind, "He's a monster." A monster, he screams internally, who mercilessly slaughtered his own family. His mind flashes to a young woman with fiery red hair, her face a mask of despair, as the inner voice rips into him, branding him a disgraceful brother. A younger him, cloaked in red, stands isolated in a barren wasteland, his desperate plea echoing, "Just kill me." The brutal judgment pounds, declaring he has no right to exist, and next to his sister, he's absolutely worthless. He remembers his sister, pure and unaware of his monstrous deeds, born into his life, and it was he who took her away. The scene snaps to a younger Yang Cheon-ku confronting an imposing figure in dark robes, his mind screaming to run, but where could he even go? His master, the older man, simply nods, muttering, "Yeah, anywhere far." He's just a kid, but already facing down the elder, who's laying into him about his choices. The second elder is absolutely fuming, asking why he'd just blow off his sister when she was literally right there. The elder's face is pure rage, practically screaming, "You're seriously gonna ignore your own sister right now?" But the kid's not backing down, saying he knows how to find her, but he's not gonna, because he's dipping out for a few months and doesn't want anyone tracking him down. The elder drops to his knees, his face now begging, just asking if the kid could just listen to him for once. But the kid's already zoned out, his gaze locked on a building in the distance, totally on fire. Then, a terrifying close-up of his sister's face, teeth clenched in agony, her eyes screaming in fear. The whole place is a raging inferno, just devouring the building, with orange light painting everything in a terrifying glow. While the kid just stares, Muyin screams out a desperate order, "Muyin! Block that door!" He stares at the door, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he considers the urgent command to block it. But the wooden barrier already groans under immense pressure, with ominous red light and smoke seeping through its cracks. Muyin questions the futility of the task, wondering how he could possibly hold back a monster of unknown power. A thoughtful hum escapes him, his brow furrowed in deep consideration. Despite the overwhelming odds, he presses his hand against the door, a surge of red energy flaring around his palm as he begins to push. The door groans under the combined assault, yet Muyan's resolve hardens, his expression set in grim determination. He channels his full power, a vortex of crimson energy swirling around him, bracing himself against the relentless force from the other side. The door splinters and cracks, a malevolent, glowing red eye-like symbol manifesting on its surface as the unseen entity pushes back with terrifying might. Engulfed in flames and rapidly disintegrating, the door yields, yet Muyan remains steadfast, his body a final, desperate bulwark. Yang Cheon-ku's hands ignite with a blazing crimson energy, a raw, powerful aura swirling around him, unleashing his hyper-little brother state. This raw power engulfs his entire form, radiating outward in a vibrant, almost overwhelming display of might. His eyes snap wide in shock, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, as the sheer, explosive force of his own awakening washes over him. "Brother," a familiar voice rings out, his sister stepping forward with a warm, reassuring smile. Before he can even process it, he's enveloped in a tight embrace, a gentle hand patting his head as he stammers a surprised, Elder Lee's voice rumbles with deep affection, reminding him, "You need to protect your sister, don't you?" "It's good to see you doing so well," the elder continues, a playful, teasing note in his tone, "isn't it that your cheeks are chubby?" Young Cheon-ku looks down, a deep blush creeping up his neck as the last vestiges of the crimson energy finally fade from his hands, a soft, embarrassed, escaping him. "HHMMG, good boy," Elder Lee murmurs, still affectionately patting his head, surrounded by the watchful, smiling faces of Gu Juliop and Seo Lao. Walking along, Elder Lee throws out a casual, long time no see, but Yang Cheon-ku's inner monologue is already screaming, "Is this guy blind?" The elder keeps it coming, saying he's glad to see him thriving, and then drops the bombshell, Yang Cheon-ku was the hero who saved him in the sacred squad. But our boy just brushes it off, too much praise. Inside his head, Yang Cheon-ku is losing it, damn it. This is exactly why I wanted to bail. Then his sister chimes in, "Little brother," and he just gives a flat, yes, still looking like he's carrying the weight of the world. She's not letting up, "Do you even know what you messed up?" He mumbles, "I tried to block the door, but when she pushes for more, he just freezes." Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds, "And I tried to run." His sister echoes, "You tried to run," and he just throws his hands up, "Oh crap, I totally blew it." Then a new thought hits him, or maybe, was it because I took down another elder? His sister immediately jumps in, "No, no, no. You didn't mess up." But he's still spiraling, "But that's not. What did I do? What did I do wrong?" Blood already staining his face, the young master is hit with a bombshell question from Muyan about his engagement. But then, a terrifying red aura explodes around him, his eyes burning with pure rage, as he unleashes a furious roar, challenging Muyan's right to even ask. Blood splatters as his fist ignites with power, his mind racing, certain Muyan is holding back a crucial secret. He screams, denying any hidden truths, and fiercely questions Muyan's audacity to interfere in his life. Standing triumphantly over the now downed Muyan, the young master unleashes a verbal assault, proclaiming that he's become far too arrogant to challenge him. But from the dirt, Muyan shouts a desperate plea, begging someone to intervene before things get even worse. A chilling, dark aura radiates from the young master, his eyes blazing with an infernal red light. Defeated, Muyan can only yield from the floor, giving the young master free rein to do whatever he wants. His fist flaring with power again, the young master snarls, promising to re-educate Muyan, completely disregarding the desperate wait. Still absolutely raging, Yang Cheon-ku unleashes another primal scream. While his sister, Seo Lao and Gu Juliop desperately try to pin him down, struggling to contain the explosion of power. His sister pleads with him to just calm down, her voice cracking with urgency, trying to make him see that she gets it, but this isn't the answer. But his fury just keeps building, his eye burning with a terrifying red glow, his power going absolutely berserk. His sister keeps him locked down, yelling that he cannot hit the young master, trying to stop him from doing something he'll regret. Then, with a sudden thwack, he unleashes a raw burst of energy, his hand lashing out with explosive power. A scorching, fiery aura explodes around him, blasting the entire area with a terrifying crimson light. The sheer heat and light swallow him, his sister, and even Gu Juliop, trapping them all inside his out-of-control power surge. But then, as the fiery energy starts to die down, a soft voice cuts through the chaos, calling out to his sister. Suddenly, a torrent of raging flames explodes, completely engulfing a figure in a fiery inferno. Leaving Yang Cheon-ku's sister kneeling in the heart of the blaze, her expression a raw mix of agony and fierce determination. But then, from the shadows, Yang Cheon-ku spots her, his eyes blowing wide with shock and terror, a choked whisper tearing from his throat, "Sis." Their eyes lock, and her voice, though strained, confirms it, "Little brother." Even engulfed in agony, his sister's fist clenches, a steely resolve burning in her eyes, defying the inferno. Witnessing her struggle, Yang Cheon-ku's fist ignites with a blazing orange aura, his fury erupting in a defiant shout, "She's my sister. And made a mistake, so what? The inferno around his sister rages even harder, her figure still swallowed by the blaze, as his furious silhouette burns in the background. He charges, hand reaching out desperately towards her, his voice cutting through the scorching air, "You crazy bitch. Stop." She lets out a shocked gasp, her eyes blown wide with a mix of surprise and pure worry. Then, a super gentle touch brushes her cheek, making her blush just a little as she feels it. She gazes down at the kneeling figure, a super soft, almost tender look on her face now. She cups his face in her hands, and someone comments on how surprisingly soft her skin is, totally living up to her delicate looks. The standing guy then grills the kneeling one, like, "Did you seriously use all that power just to touch her cheek?" And then he's shocked that he kept such a strong person as just a servant. She then turns to the standing guy, giving him a firm order, telling her little brother to hand her over, right now. He instantly shuts her down with a firm "no," his face totally determined, leaving her with a shocked, "What?" While the sister watches, he's thinking about his own little brother, the one who usually gives his life for him, and how everything is just spinning out of control. Muyin, cradling a child, stares down at a kneeling Yang Cheon-ku, sharply questioning his audacity to even think of standing, and he can only manage a humble "sorry." Her eyes narrow, a new realization hitting her. But a sudden, intense flashback hits, Yang Cheon-ku, absolutely radiating a terrifying crimson power, the raw blood of the Demon King unleashed. He flushes, almost embarrassed, remembering the sheer, mystical void she represented. Elder Lee, watching the whole thing, can't help but comment on his own uselessness, blown away that Yang Cheon-ku somehow flipped that monster in mere months. Muyin shoots a quick look at Yang Cheon-ku, a sly smirk just barely visible. Her gaze sharpens. The crew starts moving, and Elder Lee casually orders someone to summon the clan head, making Yang Cheon-ku let out a surprised, "Huh?" He just slightly turns his head, asking if they're finally done. Dodging a bullet, literally, Yang Cheon-ku breathes a sigh of relief, but the tension is still palpable. But the calm doesn't last long. Gu Juliup drops a bombshell, declaring he's out. Muyin is not having it, demanding to know what he's thinking. But Yang Cheon-ku is already distracted, his gaze fixed on a mysterious item in his grasp. A glowing, emerald green leaf pendant. What power does it hold? He's trying to figure it out, but this demonic stone seems to be a dud. Then, another mystery. A glowing yellow orb catches his eye. Gu Juliup, however, is unimpressed, calling the good luck charm nothing but trash. Down on one knee, he's already plotting his next move to get some real treasures. Yang Cheon-ku gets a surprise hug. His sister's holding him tight, radiating pure love. He's looking up, totally caught off guard, but she's got his back, no doubt. That sweet smile on her face. And her hand, so gentle, takes his. Her voice, full of belief, tells him she always knew he was a good kid. Then, in a cosmic flash, her face appears, her message clear, "Little brother." Her smile stays, a silent plea for him to always stay happy. The vision starts to fade, but the feels are real. But a gentle smile now spreads across his face, carrying the warmth of her message. Walking through ancient grounds, an older man questions a dark-haired woman, asking if she truly felt right about snitching to the clan head. He remembers a time, not so long ago, when Yang Cheon-ku was a total noob, barely a first star, unable to even generate heat or move right. But now, everything's changed. His energy arts are locked in, and he's moving like a total boss. The older man spills the tea, revealing that when he heard about Yang Cheon-ku's solo grind, he had no choice but to rush to Gungkwon. The dark-haired woman, with a look of pure astonishment, can't help but ask how he pulled off such a lightning-fast arrival, calling it absolutely incredible. The older man, turning sharply, demands her thoughts on the situation, then snaps, "Why didn't you just ask him yourself?" She calmly states she knew he wouldn't spill the beans to her, so she backed off, but hints that his sister might just get him to talk. With an intense, knowing gaze, the dark-haired woman declares he's her brother, and after all these years, she can read his soul just by looking into his eyes. No, he wasn't speaking of nothing. The elder declares, a hint of intrigue in his voice, as Muyin counters, "I wondered if you didn't notice either." Elder Lee pushes, "So, what about her?" He reveals, he'd asked because he was wondering if he was the only one who sensed something was off. But with how things unfolded, he knew he wasn't wrong, it couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Muyin hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing her face, I guess. Elder Lee admits, after battling demonic beasts for so long, he might just be overreacting to nothing. He proclaims, a wide grin spreading, "She felt that. Both you and Yangchen possess truly unlimited potential." With a reassuring pat on Muyin's head, he finishes, and the entire world is about to be rocked to its core. With Yang Cheon-ku still recovering, Gu Juliup clutches him tight, a rare moment of gratitude escaping his lips. Elder Lee, ever the observer, just flashes a knowing smile, taking it all in. But Gu Juliop's mood snaps, instantly on the defensive, declaring that someone's gotta watch out for his stupid brother. Then, he challenges Elder Lee's whole vibe, asking if he's not being a little too harsh, especially over a broken engagement. Elder Lee just shrugs it off, pointing out the irony of Gu Juliop's concern, then drops the bombshell about Yang Cheon-ku's new fiancée. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon-ku is absolutely engulfed in a blazing, crimson aura, his entire being screaming raw power. The sheer, fiery energy crackles and explodes around him, sending glowing particles blasting into the void. Elder Lee's mind races, realizing Yang Cheon-ku is anything but normal. High above, a vibrant rainbow explodes across the sky, a breathtaking spectacle against the endless blue. Sunlight bathes a majestic, ancient structure, hinting at the secrets held within its hallowed halls. But inside, an elder, his gaze intense, can barely contain his shock, exclaiming, "You know the art of the dragon? Unbelievable." The young man, caught off guard, looks almost embarrassed as he tries to downplay it. "Wait, what? I didn't even realize. Just a tiny bit, really." An intense, almost otherworldly energy crackles in the air. As the elder's piercing gaze remains locked on the young prodigy, the weight of their discussion palpable.